Hello. What's up? What's up? What's up?
Go, go, go.
I am back with the watch part with the new stream
The
once again.
symphony of
Same
death.
day.
Don't
Today.
worry, you
I'm
get
outta here.
Oh, we won. Wow.
Gotta go. Need a drop.
अभी मैं वैलो खेल रहा हूँ. By the way, stretch rest. खेलना पड़ता है.
Gotta go.
And Discord पे डेक्सिस भाई बैठे हैं
Go,
लेकिन
go,
कुछ
go.
बोलेंगे नहीं. So वो है नहीं एक ही बात है.
I have the spike. I have the spike. Doing a thing.
अरे रेना.
स्टैक एंडी क्लोज पीछे से आया फ्लैंक
भाई मैम क्यों मरा इसमें?
Edit I guess.
Last player standing.
See ya. Headshot.
क्लच और ये. एटलीस्ट अकेले तो नीचे थोड़ा था
यार
मैंने
तूने नहीं
तेरे
बोलना
को.
था ये
अरे लव यू यार.
Snack time. I'm out of here.
नहीं भाई डेक्सिस भाई है जो मेरे को अकेले छोड़े बिना बैठे हैं भाई. मेरे लिए जगे हुए हैं. बाकी तो लोग दोगले हैं. दोगले लोग चले गए. क्या मतलब मेरी आंखें जल रही है स्टिल मैं स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ. I love this game. I'm obsessed with it. गाइस स्प्लिट खेलो ना. पिक्स पे खेलो थोड़ा सा. अभी क्या अपने डायरेक्ट पुश कर रहे तो वो फ्लैंक आ रहे हैं.
Gun here. Back in a flash.
Ready. Engineer killed. Gun here.
Caution here. Yes.
There.
Careful here.
मैं
Caution
बेल्ट देख
here.
रहा हूँ. मैं बेल्ट देख रहा हूँ. नेक्स्ट बेल्ट एक ही होता है.
One enemy remaining.
Too good.
Flawless. You know the drill. Gear up and get back out there. I don't
Go,
want
go,
any
go.
sass about it.
So let's go B. Let's go B. I'll fake A. Okay. I'll be on A.
I'm lurking. No.
Try to kill the lurker. Okay.
Let's rush.
You guys do fast push B.
Stay safe.
B all over me? The fuck?
My ult's ready. I got the spike.
ऊपर ऊपर ऊपर
Nowhere to run! Here comes the party! Boom! Enemy spotted me. Dropped.
One enemy remaining. Don't miss me too much.
Listen up. Kill them before they kill us.
No. I think we need the spike.
Hello. Big fan. मैं भी big fan हूँ मेरा.
Go, go, go.
Love you Dexys bhai. You come on my stream, I come on you. I mean stream. Your stream. Don't think bad meanings of my jokes, huh? I am very bad at it. Because I am very sleepy right now.
Yep.
I got trade.
रोटेट कर रहा हूँ मैं
Hitting the brakes.
वो बड़वा यार क्राउड स्प्रे करता है. क्राउड स्प्रे. Plant भी हाँ. Reina got a good position.
Spike planted.
finished.
Last player standing.
Jet is hopping, okay? You got this, bro. Chill.
You will not kill my allies.
Nice try, man. Guys, try not to get picked off. Everything
The
is
enemy
easy.
only looks composed. Their hearts
Reloading.
need a drop. Thank you.
भाई आधे घंटे बाद तो सेटअप हुआ है मेरे स्ट्रीम का स्ट्रेचरस वाला अब मजा आ रही करने में स्ट्रीम की बाय द वे मैं एक बार वो चीज कर लूं मेरा प्रमोशन ओपी का है प्रमोशन ओपी कॉपी में प्रमोशन ओपी
Let's go.
नाउ आई डोंट नीड एनीथिंग
Back in a flash.
Coming through.
I'm out of here.
Slow down. I'm all out. We're done.
Spike's down.
I have the spike.
Spike down A.
right side bro why you guys are not coming together
Next.
you're gonna come fast
Yes.
Last
spike's
player
down.
standing. Spike down A. A.
bro we have to play together ये attack है defense नहीं है समझो
Okay, baby.
Okay, we'll go. No drill. Stick to your roles and we'll crush it. Gotta go.
come B
Reloading.
these guys are fucking trolled
Reloading.
Operator.
Need a drop.
attack
No
में
prisoners.
Never mind, bro, I cannot
I'm out of here.
Gotcha. Spike's down. My turn.
Spike down B.
Reloading. Gotta go.
Gonna fall back here.
I
एक
got
मिनट से आ रहा है.
Slowing down.
he's slowed
planted. I'm out of here. Reloading. I'm out of here.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
nice try
This place is nice, but not nice enough to die in. Let's run and get out of here.
वेले भाई अब बोलो अब क्या हुआ एक साथ नहीं हुआ अब बोलो
भाई बट अलग जाएंगे तो बिल्कुल ही नहीं होगा एक साइड पे बंदा घुसेगा वो हो जाएगा दूसरी साइड पे
Go,
बंदा
go, go.
आता ही रहेगा
भाई पर ओवर पुश मत करो यार
Gotta go.
try to get over
Ovaries impregnate कर दूंगा भाई.
Let's crack them open.
ओव्यूलेट हो जाएगा
Go, go.
The ovulation kit.
Enemy spot. Here we go.
Slowing them down. Gonna fall back here. Sorry, little one.
You should run.
Last player
Spike
standing.
planted.
हमेशा मैं ही क्यों जिंदा रखता हूँ
Match point.
Go, go,
Hey,
go!
hey, stay focused. Those shits are trying to kill us.
Quick feet, quick trigger.
Enemy spotted.
Nowhere to run!
अरे भाई 20 सेकंड
Doing a thing.
Someone hit attacker spawn.
Get out of my way!
Ciao.
Last player standing.
Be faster.
One enemy remaining. Defenders win.
Hey guys, good night. Do check out _.
ओए, मेरा अच्छा नहीं, मेरा वो स्ट्रेच हो कर दिख रहा। 22 माइनस भी हो गया। हाँ वेट, देखने देते हैं, देखने दें कि चालू हुआ कि नहीं हुआ है। MIBR 100 थीस अभी भी टाइम बताओ लाइव। wait VCT Americas, is it started? Oh yeah,
respectively. But Chenham, he's been having some really high impact
oh
games.
1-5 हो
I
गया,
think he's
1-5
been
हो गया। चलो चलो
consistently
चलो,
providing value in rounds
देखते
like
देखते
that
देखते
as he
बाद में
lurks.
खेलेंगे अब।
Yeah, excellent fragger for the team. Great finding timing. Super effective on the defensive side too. Can do a little bit of everything.
अरे
Timeout called for 100 Thieves. They're down
चूत हूँ
5-1 now on their defense.
2 मिनट।
This is where Zix is going to have to show up for the team because now
Alright.
that last round makes things a little bit more complicated. You know, if he'd been coming
मुझे ये
into the
बंद करना
timeout
पड़ेगा।
before that last round, he's probably talking about, hey, we need to maybe play with a little bit more information into mid right off the bat. Sort of get in front of things so that we see their
हाँ,
fight
बस।
before they're just unloading their util on us so deep on site. Now it's a bit of a different thing where you have to factor in the options for MIBR to continue looking for the A-lurks too.
Okay, now we can just watch it completely.
Defense with the
I
Sage
need my
comp is a
notebook
little
as
different.
well.
100 Thieves has ran variants of this for a couple of years
Split
now.
चल रहा है अभी तो।
They were playing the Sage comp last year as well with the slightly different roster. But not having an info sentinel means that there's a lot of opportunities if MIBR wants to slow down to work players up ramp, work players late into B main, and put a lot of pressure there.
It's also not like 100 Thieves have like the Sky of old. Their only info tool is going to be the Tejo drone. And then the 40 seconds when your wall is down, you don't really have to worry about that space on the map. But it means that 100 Thieves are more forced to proactively take space, and that's why I like their setup this round. Breach done, ready in main, off contact, and 2 players swinging from ramp.
MIBR is going into it quickly. Osbot's ahead of the play, but Asuna stunned. He
Asuna?
gets the job done, and MIBR tuck tail.
And now look into mid. Cryo sees 2 players. Wall will come out, but it's a bad wall. Artson's in front of this and pins Cryo back into the corner. Now the blast to come through, but Cryo sees the opportunity to duck away.
The round slows down a little bit. A lot happens in the first 20 seconds, but now MIBR works space into vents. We'll put a little pressure B heaven as well.
Yeah, these players getting seen on drone might be the cue for Artson to search for a little something here.
He's walking up towards A main, at least with Boostio on the other side. As Asuna, over towards vents, picks off Artson.
Yeah, his teammates had gone for the spam, so he thought he could maybe find a timing. 100 Thieves have beautiful information over the A side, now creeping up right on the corner of the orb.
This position for
Shenam
you
is
is
dead.
great.
Shenam
You got
will be
2
dead.
kills in heaven here, just a few rounds ago, but Shenam is working through this.
Hey.
Wanted to fight towards Fun. Now he heads out towards Rafters. But
You
the
निकल
spring's
गया।
missing. Cryo has the protection in Cortesia. This should just be too many
Cortesia?
odds. That's 1 kill found
No,
though.
no,
And
Cryo.
a 1v1 against Cryo! How has Cortesia found that?
And now the ultimate to pick up the spike in heaven with only 20 seconds left. He's back on to B.
A 1v1 against the IGL. Cortesia holds the angle. Another tap. Boostio on the
10
jump.
seconds left.
Cortezia waits.
मरा
Plants
मरा
coming in.
मरा ओ नहीं मरा
Lucio drop towards hell. Cortezia on the swing. It's damage. Down to 11 HP.
Busho
But
should
time
oh
now working in his favor. In the smoke, Lucio just barely bails 100 Thieves out with the right-click classic.
Doing a bit of dancing there around the smoke. I love that look. Cortezia almost had that one. 4 kills out of seemingly nowhere. And that's a round where, honestly, I think 100 Thieves
I
dealt with
thought bro Cortezia
MIBR
got
just
the
about
round.
perfectly until this moment. This third
Bro,
kill has been unfortunate
the
for Cry, but
moment
that
he
fourth one
killed
is just
Asuna, bro,
insane.
the match was over. The round was
Nice
over.
call. Let's go. That's the
Oh,
champs
long.
winner.
Wait, I want to see this in this. My bad. Wait for it. Yeah.
Here
Close.
for MIBR. Thrown up. Stun ready to go.
Ooh, the TP.
Cortez just passed it, and it's 1-for-1 on the trade, but
Cortezia
a
once
great
again.
stun onto EU,
Second
and
one.
Cortezia
Bro, Cortezia,
converts
what the fuck
6
is
kills in the
going
last few
on?
minutes here.
Keep your eyes on Boostio. That's my champs
Bo-
winner inside of the
Boostio?
smoke. They're jumping into his smoke. It's a 1-for-1.
Busho could
Side
got
belonging
him.
to MIBR.
But Cryo has a Sage Res, and he wants to fight back down ramp. MIBR realize
Oh, I
they're
like this.
protecting this body. 3 players ready to
Oh.
challenge Cryo. Swinging into him, MIBR trying and trade out, but it's down to a 1-on-1, and Cryo nearly got the kill. But it's Verno coming out big instead.
Couple of close rounds here back to back. Well played from Bruno to get the trade from his teammates.
Too good, bro.
That'll come
Verno
after
played
a
really well.
Split-second call, like you were saying with the Sage Reds coming online. MIBR's choice to continue this ramps fight instead of
Bro,
just
the
taking
match
back
is
into
really
sight.
good.
It's really nice. I like too the slight variations of MIBR, right? Instead of going for like a dash play onto ramps with the jet, it's an Omen teleport, capitalizing off his teammate's stun.
Okay, 100
for 2
Thieves
kills there.
is
He's having
losing
a
this
game.
round. Obviously, fuck.
100 Thieves are down on their luck again. An eco round here.
Oh.
And this half is well and truly snowballed for MIBR.
हाँ ये तो snowballed है. Op attacking op नहीं अच्छा outlaw.
Thieves are gonna have to capitalize off their ultimates in the next round.
Invic God,
Op can be
hello,
pretty
hello,
annoying
bro,
on the
hello.
attacking side if they're in post-plant situations with the Sage Wall, but prior to that, a little bit more challenging. Not many lurk options.
Love you, bro.
Like you'd have with a Viper comp like MIBR running.
The fact that MIBR wasn't sending these execs off the rip, but was always doing it off
Oh.
contact. Okay. That time Shenome actually gets punished on the lurk. And
Farming the orbs too. That's going to be pretty impactful in the next round.
Got the hero rifle.
Sage slows
Sort of.
into heaven. MIBR want to split towards B here.
Certainly taking their time for now. Again, just going for the contact plays.
It's a dink connected, but Ospas gets 1 kill. Cryo spotted out on the side, and MIBR, as long as they check on Xander, which they will,
No.
it should all be okay. Into a 4-on-2. Lucio in mid gets a kill with the Sheriff.
Verno को
Now
मार
it's only
दिया.
a 1-player deficit. 2 guns, a rolling thunder. This becomes winnable. But Ospas holding the line.
I'm from
Both
Surat,
players.
Gandhinagar right
One
now.
shot to his outlaw. Rolling thunder used. And the outlaw connects.
Oh,
MIBR,
nice.
they steal away the ultimate. And they
Ice
take
box
the round
him, I am
regardless.
Yeah, a bit of a gamble there from Boostio. Feeling like 100 Thieves had a
I'm
chance in
from
it, but the
Gandhinagar.
positioning of MIBR was just never going to get punished by an ability like that. That outlaw coming in very nicely. And again, MIBR just sort of playing this game where they're taking very confident gunfights. They're not always using utility to set up the fight, but there's always utility to follow it, right? 100 Thieves have been struggling. That round, understandable on the low guns, but now, with an attack op in Ospas's hands, good luck, 100 Thieves.
And this is going to completely change the way they play their attack side. That's why it's been these contact plays into pops with the breach stun, the tail missiles coming in. Here, they're going to take their time with that operator, and then late round, trade it over, go for an exit.
I mean, the best proof of this is look at Spawn. There's a spike back
we
there.
don't need that.
They're gonna be taking their sweet time. I like the op too, because the last few rounds, 100 Thieves have adapted to the slow play of MIBR by simply going for some more forward angles, whether it's, you know, that A space we saw Austin get the first blood last round, or the high-low we've seen them run a couple of times over on the B side. So he's just waiting for that overstep and looking for that pick.
Are you Gujarati or Surti? I don't know the proper sense. No, no, I'm Surti. I'm Surti.
Leave around the 30-second mark.
MIBR start to inch out of B main.
I'm Surti.
MIBR right now, we're waiting for that Viper lurk to pay off into the site. You can see kind of getting in front of the orb.
Also pops Blades. He wants to send this one into B. The Blade Storm up and over the top is denied by Xander. 100 Thieves hold B. And Austin arrives with his rocket, trying to find a target in the smoke. He's gone too far and now spamming back through. MIBR reply.
Yeah, but that kill's coming over on the A side of the map. There's just not really time.
Yeah,
the round's just simply over.
Please take me in your gang.
And that's the downside of playing with the operator. You don't find anything with it, and you end up with these.
Yeah.
I don't know, it felt like Aspas thought he had a time, but he ended up not really having, and they rushed into the exit to give him the chance.
Yeah, and I mean, he's got the knives, so there's always a chance there. But I can't help but feel like on a round like that where you are heavy slow playing with the op, that you want your lurker to do something a little bit more. But I think what the issue was for Shenum is he doesn't want to do anything super aggro on the other side because his team was playing so quietly, right? They weren't giving a lot of information over to 100 Thieves. So it's very hard to find good lurk timings when, you know, the rest of your team isn't pulling any attention away from you. Especially with that mid wall down the entire time. Just
GPG bro, कोई MVP का है क्या ये? I thought you last
pass this time.
Games has the glass op. Yep.
Yeah, see, I was looking at Aspas, you know, maybe Cryo. You gotta glance down a little further to see Busio with that one.
Yeah, you'd hate to have Cryo opping on your team.
No. Especially with how he's been playing this split.
Bustio always loves going into the op though, and see how he calls it too? Like, he's playing solo over towards the A side, just to take one shot and uses stun to stall, so his team can fight into mid, finding a beautiful kill as the smoke falls, spawning the spike too.
And there's the op for Bustio, bringing out onto Sheno.
That's the whole idea.
I don't know, bro. मेरा भी guessing ये मत बेकार है, मैं 3 दिन से सोया नहीं हूँ.
100 Thieves keeps the pressure high in mid. And MIBR, losing 2 players this late into the round, still don't really have anything to work with here.
Yeah, have to break the wall just to keep some amount of threat alive, but 100 Thieves have not given up this space really at all. Only now falling back a little deeper into heaven. Because it's late on the clock, 100 Thieves can set up that crossfire. Falling off of Cryo's contact here.
30 seconds
Cryo
left.
wide on the angle. And good with the shots. Aspas dead. The next player steps up to the plate, and they're out too. Just Verno in a 1v5 that he already knows he's not winning.
He have to save.
All right, so in these last 2 rounds that 100 Thieves have just kind of stuffed MIBR completely.
Don't.
Really, 2 rounds ago, that was MIBR just taking things too slow on their own, I feel like, and sort of running themselves out of the game in a way. This last round, I like 100 Thieves' decision to go for a mid-fight. That's something we had not seen from them at all. So you were sort of expecting the read from MIBR after the slow round to be punish mid, which worked so well for them earlier on into the half. And that decision to put Bustio with the op over here pays off for him.
Enemy remaining.
Just good coordination from the B anchors. Set up some good crossfires, and now put us to the 12th round of the half. MIBR have a rolling thunder, have a pit for the post plant, and I think they want to pick up the pace.
I wonder if they actually exec into the site. So far, we've only really seen mid, B, and ramps looks from them.
A new hand touches the operator. EU's got it this round. Oh no, he trades it at the last second over to Bustio. Still one of these anchors on A.
As if Bustio's going to let another initiator take the op.
Rolling Thunder used. Counter stun from Boosty. But out onto the site is Aspas, getting away from the utility as the ult in gets some help. Spike still yet to ford the river, and Aspas has to hold, keep 100 Thieves out of this site, but they're just at the gates, ready to start this flood. In goes the utility, and out comes 100 Thieves, already on this site. MIBR have 4 players, all trying to find safety in the pit, but Cryo won't let them stand! Cryo for 3, Verno runs in, and it's a desperate game at this point. Asanari holding on the spike, and 100 Thieves lock up a 5th round.
Bro.
This half started so poorly for them, but they rally back and make it competitive with a beautiful retake.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
3 in a row, and the retake usually was great there. Boostio has the blast going over into elbow, and then Cryo lands a slow
Nice, now
orb
we
on
can
everyone
change
else in backside, so none of those MIBR players can move. They're just trying to hold hands together, try to trade, and it's Cryo spamming them through the smoke. No problem.
MIBR still up by 2 as we head to the halftime break.
Now we can turn on this and this. Okay.
So when Verizon announced that everyone gets a free phone on any plan, pain-free, count me in.
Okay. Until this is going on, we'll do some sort of research. Icebox नहीं research तो क्या but ठीक है. आज Sin versus C9 में वो देखना है main. Oh, bro is playing. Almost flawless road to playoffs. Okay. 30 ping on LAN, loud blew it up. Bro, LAN पे भी 30 की ping आ रही है. The hell? Oh, Valor plants are GG. We can do one thing कि देखो. देखो हमारा तो ये वाला जो है ना वाइपर Teosoa KJ Neon. I think I should play KJ. KJ का setup either this one and alarm bot around here under में है क्योंकि ये अगर होंगे तो वैसे ही करना है नहीं तो alarm bot will be here and turret here. So it is a bit trick to break that turret. क्योंकि इधर जाने वाले को भी मारेगा इसमें जो वॉक इन करेगा उसको भी मारेगा and KJ can play easily here. Oh wait, here or here क्योंकि ये पूरा साइड का कंट्रोल है इसके पास. KJ का बस अलार्म बॉट का इशू रहेगा. अलार्म बॉट अगर थोड़ा सा इधर आ जाए ना KJ can play here. But this spot is very good in my opinion for being a KJ, of course. एक नैनो स्वाम इधर बोल रहा है लेकिन आई फील लाइक थोड़ा सा ना इधर. हाँ बस ये नैनो स्वाम डायरेक्ट ये वाला भी लगा तो भी चलता है बट आई डोंट नो व्हाई दे आर सेइंग ये क्योंकि अनब्रेकेबल है वर्क्स बट इधर प्लांट कर देंगे वो इसके लिए. सेटअप शुड बी लाइक अगर वाइपर की वॉल ये लोग ए पे ये वाली रख रहे हैं. ये काटने वाली कौन सी थी? हाँ इधर से ऐसे काट रही थी ना. ये काटने वाली एक अलग है. ये काटी थी ना शायद वॉल. ऐसे कुछ काटा था भाई मेरे को याद नहीं आ रहा. मैं तो बोलता इधर से काटो तो क्या अगर फ्लैंक आ रहा हो ना तो हो जाए. मैं वाइपर खेलने में बहुत बुरा हो गया हूँ. नॉट गोना लाई. इधर हमारे तेओ भैया के गाइडेड सल्लू भाई वाइपर की मॉली इधर. हाँ ये बॉयलर पे ये वाइड वाले एरिया पे आएगी ना फिर तो. हाँ ये वाले एरिया पे तो वॉल थोड़ी सी और ऐसी होगी आई थिंक. दिस विल बी इट. इधर से ये सोआ का रिकॉन आएगा इधर. आई विल गो हियर. नियॉन 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 अगर देना चाहे तो स्टन इधर इधर दे सकती है नहीं तो इधर 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 से बाउंस कराएगा. 1 2 इधर ऐसे जा सकता है ये. दिस वुड बी अ गुड स्टन एज वेल अगर ये नियॉन ऐसे स्टन करके पुश कर दे तो. टेक पॉज लिया है क्या? अच्छा IEMs का इशू.
Is definitely flexing. I don't know enough about watches, but that looks.
It looks like
nice
he can tell
watch.
time though.
It does look like
Yeah.
that.
I bet those hands move, you know?
yeah, hopefully at a consistent rate and a correct one. Boosty standing up.
Gotta get that blood flowing, the circulation rolling.
बूस्टियो भाई के पाँव ऊपर लटक जाते हो कितना आगे से बैठता है bro कितना आगे से बैठता है
This
everyone
is a little interesting.
and
'cause we
everyone
get this
is
starting
seeking
map,
back
which is
बूस्टियो
I think a
ऐसे
pretty
बैठता
clear
है भाई
example
मेरे
of
टांग
the
नहीं
difference
पहुंचते
between
यार
these two teams. 100 Thieves, they only play Jet on one map, Icebox, and even there, a lot of teams don't even play that agent. MIBR, they play the most Jet out of any America's team. They have 5 maps where they lock that agent in, and they put a huge priority in putting Osvas in positions where he gets to play his best agent. As we'll see in this pistol rounds here, set up over towards B as we're out of the tech pause.
And Cortez is doing some serious baiting as well, jiggling that corner. Well, Osvas is hiding core now.
Oh, Cortez actually gets stuck.
Yeah.
Cortez
And now
हमारा
Osvas has to go good. Make up for his fallen comrade, and that is excellence out of Osvas. A dash away to safety in Artsin. Shannon, they arrive to aid the hero in his cause. MIBR shut the door on B.
Pause ends and Osvas just kills you all. Cortezia doing exactly what his job required him there. Just look juicy and like no one else is behind you. That's it. Just the bait on the end of a fishing hook.
Little smile cropping up for Osvas as they win their second pistol round of the game here.
Oh wow, maybe some prep against 100 Thieves here. Osvas going for just the Marshal. You can see no armor of any kind from 100 Thieves, no buy at all on this pistol.
That legendary 100 Thieves clip, Marshall key, on loud.
Stun into mid.
Wait, they fooled him.
Back out to safety is Shannon.
Shannon is damaged now.
Yeah, is not long for this world.
A bit of a 2025 Valorant moment down in the vents. Everyone's stunned up, but Garno gets the opener.
What is he doing there?
I love how creative the players have gotten with the movement on the Teo drone to avoid getting shot.
It's like jump peeking with the drone.
It's its own minigame. Artscene steps into main,
Ooh,
gets an easy kill onto
nice one.
Xander.
You're stunned out there.
That's fine.
I don't know.
The spray gets a little messy.
Bro got
How's Cryo over there on site? What's going on?
nice.
Spike down A.
Artisan.
30
Bro.
seconds left.
Unfortunately, he doesn't have the spike. One of the key parts of
But he can
that
get
plant line.
Verno and Artisan at the same time.
There's some low players though.
Cortez
I can see
came.
okay, not if it's Cortezia that's taking
On
the first
that angle
contact.
too. I don't take
No.
the ghost any day of the week.
No, don't like that.
9 to 5
Cortez
up
is good.
for
Cortez
MIBR
is
now.
good.
And that was a pretty light buy coming in from MIBR. A Stinger, a Marshal on the other side.
Window capture क्यों नहीं चल रहा
Wondering
मेरा?
if, yeah, they're gonna buy a few rifles going in, but
हाँ
to
अब
set them
चल
up
गया.
even on a round lost, have money for the next, and
अब now I can
possibly
turn
even
off
be
my.
good enough for a half by the round after if they lose a couple in a row.
Crucially, Osvas not having to invest in that outlaw and just getting the Marshal instead means that he's going to have money for an op round 4,
Exactly.
or the 4th round of the half, I should say, no matter what happens here.
That's kind of the win condition on the defensive side when you're locking in the jet here. Win pistol, get yourself that off online early. If you lose those early rounds, it can be really tough to actually build up econ to make that happen.
Teo drones traded towards a ramp.
Looks like 100 Thieves are taking a page out of the MIBR book, right? Just pretty full contact up here until we actually get to ramp. Then a flash in, now fault line to peek a little bit deeper.
This feels like a classic 100 Thieves Sage comp on attack. Maybe wall off over towards vent, split into the A site, or at least put the pressure that you might be doing that.
I wonder if they're considering cutting back into mid here. 100 Thieves really don't have a lot of information.
They're committed. Up goes the wall. In goes the util to take heaven control. But immediately, MIBR fighting back in. It's not successful, though. Austin are the one to open this round.
Yeah, this wall is super frustrating, right? MIBR, how do you retake heaven when you actually can't pinch in from vents? Gotta have a player ramp or something. Now there's that lurk going down against you as well, so Shenham's just out of the round.
MIBR down to a 3v5. 100 Thieves in a great position here. The wall means Cryo has safe hands controlling Heaven.
Yeah, how easy is it to hold Heaven? It's even just 1 or 2 players, right? You got the wall there. There's no possible flank coming in because your Aster's hanging out in mid. So 100 Thieves can afford to play these very forward positions up in Heaven and really get easy trades almost every time.
Cryo. Taken down. And MIBR. They have no chance to win this round. I'm going to try and get a little bit of extra damage on their way out the door. Astos will get 1 and try and find a timing onto Lucio. The shots aren't connected. And so that's 100 Thieves getting up to 6 here.
Yeah, so simple adjustments for MIBR moving out after a round like this is, A, you can just fight more aggressively for ramps control, because, again, retaking Heaven with that wall is exceptionally difficult. So either fight in front of that position and make that impossible, or maybe, you know, get a player to play out rafters so you have some other option for a crossfire. You can actually hold on to this position a little bit better.
Very casual stand-up for Busio.
Bro, why the...
Starting this series with 2 maps that are basically running back
It feels
2024
so
comps.
fucking crazy.
400
Why हर चीज में खड़ा हो जाता है
a little different on this one.
Osbus will have that op here, and he is going to be fighting over ramps, it looks like.
Stun onto Cortesia. He's up in the open on B again. This time not baiting for Osbus. Just holding the site alone for now.
Big round coming in. Not a lot of ults in play, but see how Osbus is creeping forward into the A space. Like, there's a lot of information over to MIBR.
This game is
so
MIBR,
rotate over into
I
vents
don't know.
and have the option
Anything
to
can happen.
potentially refight mid after using this utility to force 100 Thieves out of that mid smoke.
100 Thieves look like they want to group back towards A, but that's exactly where Osbus is holding.
And EU doesn't have the drone up. That is a big miss to not have here.
The final boss holding down the line.
Bro, Asana is dead. Asana is dead.
They're ready on the swing. Osbus steps off.
Nice.
Stunned up.
Really
with
good
the pullback star, he could find another shot. Another angle. Over the top is Asuna, and the operator not the weapon for that job. Shenom, he wanted to fight back in towards ramp as his team floods out onto site.
Burno still back site right now. Has an opportunity to shut this down, and he does with 2 kills. Now the rest of his team popping out of Heaven. But 100 Thieves have managed to equalize. 2-on-2 now. And yet with only 20 seconds, they have to fight in. Verno isn't going to let it happen. And MIBR up to 10.
What a hold from Verno. Just a little bit of stall provided by Osbus on the site. And MIBR taking no time to flood in. He looks so precise, picking off those 3 kills.
Yeah.
14-4 this map for the youngster.
You know, I've got to respect 100 Thieves' utility going in there between the Astra Star to Busio having the flash ready to go with. They dealt with Osbus. It was the backline that ruined them.
I think I should
And the
start
implications
playing
of that
like
round are
Verno
harsh.
instead of EU.
100
EU और
Thieves
मैंने
does not have money. They've not earned
ऐसे
any real round-winning ultimates, and they're trying to dive into mid. Asuna, you know he's going to get at least 1 there.
Hold on now. 4-on-3 for 100 Thieves. Cryo's 1 off the orb to have the ulti online.
Cortesia is stuck here. Wall up towards Heaven. 4 players pinching onto him.
Good dodge.
Worried about different. And the knife is out! Oh, Cortesia. He's fumbled that one a little bit.
It's Bustio's jumping right-click classic again that takes him down.
Osbus picks up a stinger now.
Oh,
See what Gunny had the start of
He
the
had
the
the
op
op.
and then
Yeah,
just
yeah.
left it back in a safer position.
Yeah, he wanted to make sure they didn't hear him switching over to the gun, so he dropped that a little bit deeper, but the save call on an anti-eco is brutal. And it comes down to that mail dive. 100 Thieves increasing the tempo immediately at the start of the round. Nice little combo piece from Busio and Asuna there to start things off the right way.
Actually, 100 Thieves
Yeah,
looks
I
a
think
lot
Busio's
better.
looked really nice thus far for these little set
I
plays
don't
based on how much
know.
success MIBR was
They are
having with
looking better.
similar ideas on their attack half. That's going to pull the gap down to 3. Really big round to win.
They are
If they had
actually
lost
looking
this,
better.
they would be looking at 1 more rifle round, basically, between them and
But I don't
losing their
like the
map
way
pick.
Bustio stands up every
Could
round.
have been brutal. I mean, let's watch this dive again. Getting in front of the orb, so not even decayed is Asuna. Oh.
Is that a scroll wheel weapon change, I feel like?
It wasn't pretty. That's what I
No.
feel like. Either way, you're not going to be happy with
Wait,
that
we
one.
can watch his POV. Oh, he flicks. I think it was the scroll wheel that got him.
Brutal.
That's tough. 100 Thieves will take it though.
But again, it's pistol round, except this time instead of a sheriff, Osboss has the op. And he got 2 with the sheriff last time. In that exact position. So just 100 Thieves baiting it out with the util, now moving back towards A.
Yeah, they've conditioned that setup 2 rounds now to allow themselves to have a later pop on B.
Now a drone just went into A main and didn't see anything. So Artisan steps forward, stunned to take this fight.
And he still goes 1-for-1 with it.
But that's the ultimate that now MIBR won't be able to tag into.
Stun for Verno. Asuna, good with the movement. He's always stellar. Diving in like he does there.
100 Thieves don't have control of Heaven though. Cortez
Asuna
has already
always
made it
plays
back into
like
sight.
this.
Shenum's been called on in.
The res. That'll bring Xander back into a 5-on-3 for 100 Thieves. But they're re-hitting into this one. Shenum's still here. Holding
Osboss
the
is
line
here.
on ramp. The op in heaven, but it's Cortesia! He's the man to do it! Locks down 3 kills in main. And now 100 Thieves are sent scrambling.
30 seconds left though. 100 Thieves may have heard the rotate from Shenum over towards the B side. So instead, looking to pinch back into the A site. Osboss has turned around. But now that spike is headed over to B, and that would be brutal if he ran back into Shenum.
Osboss repositions just at the right time. Asuna in the air, he's gone too.
Bro, Cortesia.
The rookie, so good on the anchor. Pulled out his knife last round. This time, he's got the gun up for 4.
Cortez has been on fire today. That is just money. I mean, just mows him down through the smoke. Oh.
He's just tapping at head level, gets 2 kills. And this is exactly what the desk talked about. Osboss right now, 9 to 10. MIBR still far out in the lead of this game. These new players have taken so much pressure off that star.
Let's speak about the star. Osboss with the op in mid to walk out here and get in front of this next play.
100 Thieves use the drone. Osboss tucks and it's broken.
Surely that sells the play. Yeah, already spam shots coming in to catch a retreating Osboss.
On the drop of the orb, he'll get out.
Good work on the start of the round there for 100 Thieves to find the op.
And in return, they'll get space all the way up mid. Put some missiles towards vents. And they're just sending this one. Down into vents goes Asuna. The stun, though. It's so good to block him off and deny this ult really any value in the round.
And Cortesia has already ulted back over to the A site behind sign. 100 Thieves are going to look to flip back towards B.
Or are they?
It's just Osboss.
Spike is heading towards A. They want to fake pressure into B and then pull back. Rolling Thunder, that's pulled out from MIBR. The fake, very successful. But still, Cortesia on this site anchoring. Still, Verno in heaven, but he's spotted on the jump peak. Stun eluded by Verno. And now players arriving as Cortesia. Could he do it 2 rounds in a row? Paranoia up, holding down this site as in heaven, 1 by 1. 100 Thieves all start to fall. It's a 5-on-2, 20 seconds, it's desperation into the site, but EU still finding success! Oh my god! It's a nasty one-tap from Verno, and that's gonna lock this round up. The shorty in hand. Asuna, no choice but to save.
Just another round here. MIBR have gotten the better of these mid-rounds. 100 Thieves will continue to try and go for these pivots into mid, these fake-out looks. But MIBR haven't really flinched. Their anchors have been good for it every single time.
Cortesia that round TP's into A really early. It almost looks like a mistake. But he holds his position and gets rewarded so deep in the late rounds here.
Yeah, and again, as he's taking those fights,
guys.
you've got Verno coming out of elbow, shutting it
Bro,
down, so it'll be
Verno
Zix
is
calling
just
a
like
timeout on map
Arnav.
point.
I feel like
100
Arnav
Thieves,
ka
it feels
aim
like they've had a lot of success
Verno
getting
ka
these
aim is
first
similar.
skills for Asuna, diving into mid, catching someone off guard. But like you mentioned, where they're really struggling is hitting in the late rounds and just getting mowed down by players on the anchor. The amount of 2, 3, even 4Ks that MIBR's anchor players are getting has been killing 100 Thieves these last few rounds.
Feels like with the amount of like map control they're playing with, the round shouldn't be so hard for them to maneuver. You'd imagine, right? So I wonder if for 100 Thieves they might be better served instead of going for like the very loud fake plays, if they leave a potential lurker in B heaven there.
Get like an embed, let them work on the lurk. We saw Chenom find a lot out of that in the first half.
Right now they're not pivoting back into their teammates, they're pivoting into space they think is empty or they think is light. It's a guessing game for 100 Thieves, and they need to
I feel like see
more real information
जो कि अब मैं
and just play around,
MIBR
you know,
play
some
style
kills
से
from their team straight up.
instead
Or
of
maybe
doing
the
a
answer is
fireman
just pick up the
push.
pace. Five
See,
of them ready to go
Omen
outside
is
A
always
this round.
Omen and Jet
That's
are
certainly
playing
the
B.
one-size-fits-all solution.
Omen and Jet are playing B. अरे रुक जा,
Problem
वो
is,
क्या था
with the
पेन वाला
breach
क्या था नाम
positioning
था मेरा?
over here in the corner, if it's a ramps dive, that stun is brutal, and Verno is going to eat them up.
Which way did they go? 100 Thieves. Start the round slow. Pull back Star in main. Now a pop. Heading into the site, but the stun, the missiles, and the hits already countered out. Players are arriving for MIBR. The re-hit coming in, but Verno is in a position to flood. Osbos is here, and Artson on the site, not able to find any value. But the supportive players for MIBR on the scene of the crime and ready to find their mark in this round. Into a 2-on-3. The site secured, the plant coming down.
How did Sander get that spike? There was an op holding it, but Osbos fell off the angle for just a moment. Now with the knives popped, Osbos works heaven on his own as Cortesia moves slowly on the flank.
Nice review.
MIBR
Shuts down Osbos and only one man left. A 1v3 for Cortesia.
Cortesia के लिए easy है, but I don't know.
First player in heaven. Cortesia knows he was here a little earlier in the round. But not a lot of time to work with in EU. Well timed on the swing. Keeps 100 Thieves in it for another round.
Okay, so 5-player exec was the solution there. 100 Thieves do have the breach ult if they want to keep that going into the next round.
I have
the ult
epic
cycles
pen,
wouldn't
no?
be so bad for them. Potentially Teo coming in the round after this too. Baiting out Verno's ult in that round is going to be meaningful for them.
I just need to turn that off.
Looking at the minimap right now, 100 Thieves are just getting ready for another A-slam. If they want to mix it up, maybe this is the time they go for that heaven control and slow down the round in the aftermath.
This time rotates are a lot farther away from MIBR.
Yeah, well, it's also MIBR on a light buy. Only one rifle. Just guessed wrong on the stack, but comes 100 Thieves to heaven, and down goes Verno.
So it's the same exec with the Sage Hall to block offense.
And again, if 100 Thieves can get in positions like this, the round should become very, very simple. As long as, you know, Cortesia isn't backside getting a 3K.
This time he's not, so good news for 100 Thieves.
MIBR's the real option to retake from a position
I think
like this would be to have some kind of flank pressure coming in, or someone just going absolutely beast mode.
करना चाहिए.
Going out from screens into elbow.
मैं उसका reason बताता हूँ. अब देखो, अब मैं ना एक बार देखने दो मेरे को सही आ रहा है. ये yellow border line आ रही है ना.
Anti-eco didn't have to use the rolling
हाँ,
thunder.
तो window capture ऐसे कर दूँ. हाँ. No, okay.
The actual amount of rounds you have left. Okay, you need to win 3 more rounds after this. One of those could be a breach ult. You're gonna have the tail ult for the next one.
See,
maybe we get Raze Astra
Jet
online for the last.
Cortesia इस side खेल रहा है.
Start to believe a little bit more than you did a few minutes ago.
बीच में सिर्फ वो क्या बोलते हैं?
MIBR players to run towards the spike and
कौन खेल रहा था? Initiator खेल रहा है. इनका Teo खेल रहा है. Teo, who is Teo? Verno is playing here.
Did save up to get Osbos.
Verno is playing here. Boostio.
Wonder if that's gonna be the call.
Boostio is playing around here, ऐसा.
100 Thieves have done a great job thus far of pushing Osbos off these early lines. A combination of pullback smoke, using their refreshable utility, and having Osbos dive in. Osbos hasn't really gotten many impactful first kills with the off.
Yeah, it's clear the prep coming into this series for 100 Thieves has been
इधर ओमन आ गया.
those early lines to
के साथ आ गया. आसपास इधर आ गया और
mid-game where 100 Thieves are getting muddied up.
और इधर साथ में
100 Thieves,
Teo
they
खेल रहा है.
conditioned the stun to be made
बीच
quite a
में
few
वो
rounds
ult आ गया.
earlier
वो
in
तो
this
ये तो
half.
बहुत expected था
But
कि
this time
ult
they're
है
ready to
तो
actually pop off of taking
save
the
the mid
space.
control क्योंकि
Everyone here,
100 Thieves is just
Lucio with the
doing a
rolling thunder.
single thing.
There is still slow
ये
playing
एक लेगा और
late
Xander को lurk पे छोड़
Cortesia on the
देंगे.
site. Artson up in heaven as well. The rolling thunder is
doesn't
in.
work
MIBR
really good,
can't
I
dodge it and plucked out of
so
and it's back to a 4
okay,
on
उधर
4.
से गया.
Spike planted.
100 Thieves in great positions too, with players flooding out from CT. So MIBR are going to focus on reclaiming heaven. If Cryo falls, this hold from 100 Thieves could be rough.
EU has the Teo ult.
You
Right
ult
back
mare.
into heaven. No, spawn the choice. And Verno's down. So it comes down to just the players fighting from heaven, and 100 Thieves proactive on this site, holding forward
आसपास
angles.
Shannon भी
Push
जाएगा.
MIBR back to an
हाँ save का call है.
Look, if 100 Thieves are planting the spike, their post-plant is gnarly. When 100 Thieves are able to control the rounds and get in
क्या
those
बोलते हैं?
positions that they've
Xander इधर अपनी util दे के हमेशा मर रहा है. Xander is not getting
And I'm looking
useful
at things.
on his
MIBR, it's
burst.
not
I
getting any
feel
easier.
like Xander
Gonna have a couple
को
of
mid
rifles.
से आ जाना चाहिए cause
the op going
ये
into the next
चीज़
round,
पता
but
नहीं नहीं
very
चल
likely
रही है.
being decided on the last round of regulation here. Oh, the moonshot.
Ah, fuck.
That was nice from Cryo.
Pick them up. Yoink.
Yoink.
Not called
MIBR
for
का
MIBR
time.
now.
सही है.
That is their first of the
नहीं.
game, for the record.
Yes,
Actually.
they were in control for basically all of the first half. Won the pistol in the second. It's
No, it is
impressive.
ज़रूरी because
100
they are
Thieves is even
losing
still in
way
this
more.
game, getting double pistol,
क्योंकि 100
losing the
Thieves
bonus
5
in
man
the
4
first
man
half,
push
and
करके
Hell
बहुत
was
ज़्यादा
looking
कर दे रही है.
quite a while there.
And good news for MIBR. Even if they lose this round, they could call a timeout next round too.
Wow.
You know, really
Nico
make
Soti, you have one more.
or the famous back-to-back.
It's been a while since we've seen that one.
I mean, right now, the money, I know we can't see it right now, but MIBR are in a weird position because they technically have enough to buy if they go for a judge or maybe a guardian on a couple of players. But if they do
I'm
that,
just
and it falls
waiting
apart,
for the
obviously next round
icebox
rough.
map.
But if they don't,
I'm just
they
reading
have to
their
make
all
sure their
comps.
operator survives into the next round because they wouldn't have enough to rebuy that, I don't think. This timeout about a lot of things, how they actually approach this next round, potentially round 24. The buy here, it's going to be 2 judges. This is forbidden technology.
To be fair, 100 Thieves has been going for a lot of these pops where they're putting all of their util on stunning and missiling the side anchors.
Yeah.
It might be a gap for a judge.
भाई
close
ये
into a
मेरा
smoke.
I
mouse
like
है
that MIBR are
कैसा?
dividing up the
इधर हो
judges
रहा
too. You've got one in the Omen over towards B, the other is
है. मैं
playing
ये
close
क्यों
A
निकल
on the
पा रहा
breach.
ये
And
ना?
both circuit courts, so to speak.
Exactly.
पता नहीं भाई.
And you got the teammates who
Bye,
have been
but-
debating. Ospas has that up, but misses the shot.
Oh, it's unlike him. And now he's running all the way back as Asuna happily takes space on ramp.
B main is going to be the next focus of contest. Cortezia has a judge, and the rest of 100 Thieves need to get through him.
And they're heading right into it. The smoke fading. Cortesia, judge in the corner. One swings in, a second. Cortesia mows them down with the judge.
And 100 Thieves can't even accelerate into the site. Look at Asuna. Asuna's back in spawn. He was doing some late baiting over on the A side.
And here
That's
comes
just doing
Bruno, here
ass
comes
sameness,
Hossboss,
huh?
MIBR. They're ready to hold down B.
I mean, even the positioning in mid from MIBR gives perfect info.
Another missed shot from Hossboss.
इधर
in
से
his
कुछ
day
नहीं
so
होना.
far. For MIBR,
इधर
the
पूरा
team
ये
it
वो
certainly
होगा.
has.
See, Shenam
Stuns miss.
Shenam should go and take the space. तो
Vernos
क्या इनको?
does as well, so Asuna gets out into a smoke, and that's a free kill on Tortson.
Hold on.
Maybe still a
30
chance
seconds.
in this yet, because Hossboss is
enemy
low,
remaining.
but he doesn't miss this time.
Shenam should
Xander,
go to the
One
lurk,
versus
like,
three. Hossboss not finding that shot, but his
GG,
team
bro.
has got his back. And MIBR, 13 to 10, take their opponent's map pick and start this series with a win.
Cortesia just on fire in that opener. I mean, whether it was the near 1v5 play over on the B side to closing out the game with the judge. Smokes for MIBR has been on point to kick things off.
I felt कि हाँ जीतनी
A
है
really
और
strong
जीतनी
game
है.
from him. Verno as well, having a ton of impact rounds, and I think also showing just a really good game plan against this 100 Thieves Sage comp. The contact plays into pops with the stun. Hossboss on the jet was so effective in that first half.
Yeah, all of those early looks from them. Of course, the double pistols coming into play as well. And Cortesia, clutch on the attack side, and so solid at locking down this A side of the map too.
This round was nasty from Cortesia, but that's it for map number 1. We head over to the choice of MIBR with their chance to close the series when we return.
gives you wings.
बिट्स लूंगा मैं छोड़ फॉलो ही नहीं कर रखा मैंने अल्लाह वाह इससे क्या होगा अभी 1 मिनट का ही है ना तब तक हम मेरे हिसाब से एपिक पेन की जरूरत पड़नी नहीं चाहिए छोड़ो अरे मैं तब तक ये बता रहा था देखो दिस विल बी ऐसा नियॉन को इधर से ये पुश आना चाहिए मैं इधर से सोवा विल बी फ्रॉम डाउन और वाइपर आना चाहे तो आ सकता नहीं तो होल्ड दिस एरिया आई थिंक दिस केज सेटअप विल बी द बेस्ट सेम गोज फॉर बी ये वाला वॉल विल बी बेटर क्योंकि
Mas vai perder tempo, não. Tô no mesmo lugar, Xenon!
Massive out from Asuna, though. Yeah, good setup this time. A quick approach.
Yeah.
Here, the coach of MIBR Fraud stealing 100 Thieves map pick away. We're going to your map pick of Icebox next. What is the plan for that? How are you going to take 100 Thieves down, make it a clean 2-0?
Just focus on our own game. You know, obviously it's important to understand what the other team does, but we've been practicing really hard, drilling like our timings and our execs. So really just focusing on ourselves to make sure that our game plan works. And if it's not, then we'll adapt mid-round.
Well, best of luck.
Okay, so you see Bunny, Bunny, you gotta go here. Bear, if you choke Bear, you're off the team, all right? GB. That's all I gotta say. Done with that. What happened? Oh, sorry, I was just talking to the squad. Apologize. Hey, you know, we gotta get ready, okay? Because Icebox is coming up next here. And, well, if you are a 100 Thieves fan... off a fiver. Yeah. Just what can I say? I'm basically like... I'm like a Temu coach, you know what I mean? You order me in, and I'll get here in 2 to 3 days. In any case, so, folks, MIBR picks up the win on Split. And, folks, we talked about what were the win conditions here for MIBR and also the win cons for 100 Thieves, but primarily MIBR, they did their homework, Bren. It was very evident in the first round of play.
We raised, I think, a potential red flag of 100 Thieves running the exact same comp that they've been doing all year long currently, and it's that you're giving so much footage for teams to take advantage of. MIBR out the gate were doing these slow plays and leaning over to the weaker side of the defensive default of 100 Thieves, where Cryo and Xander are playing essentially alone here, and they had set plays to try and force them back, push them back into these rounds to convert into the wins. They did it on the pistol, they did it on the bonus, and they did it on the follow-up as well. So just out of the gates immediately, MIBR are able to get themselves up to really just a momentous lead in terms of rounds, and it makes a difference overall. Despite this being a close game, you know, it ends whatever it was 13-10. The pistol rounds, the development and the homework essentially that MIBR have been putting in, I think, to get the read on 100 Thieves is what paves the way to victory, and it starts right at the beginning.
Yeah, 1000%. I think it started off at what, 5-1?
Yeah.
The way of MIBR, and it was because of what you were saying. I think they did their homework. There were a lot of concerns around whether 100 Thieves could bring enough innovation into the composition. The pistol looked the exact same. The eco looked the exact same.
And that was the thing that really perplexed me. You're coming into playoffs here, and I know you don't want to give everything away right off the bat here, but Doug, this is a big game for them, and to go into Split, to go with a tried and true strategy that has tons of tape on it was a bold move.
Yeah, and not one that worked out. I think as we take a look at the other side of the coin for MIBR, we had this conversation at the beginning. I think Emily was the one who said it. It's not just Aspas and friends, it's Aspas and family. Yeah. But she's right? Like we talked about this, you mentioned it on the desk as well. It's not just Aspas. The entire team is there, and yeah, there was a little separation at the end with Cortezia stepping, creating a little bit of distance between his teammates, but it was a complete effort
Yeah, no, it definitely was. MIBR looked absolutely stellar on that one. And even though 100 Thieves managed to creep their way back into it, they fall just short. That being said, still plenty of opportunity left in this series. Let's see what Coach Zix has to say as we get ready for map 2.
Here with Zix, the coach of 100 Thieves. Unfortunately, MABR took your map pick. We're going to their map pick of Icebox. You took a couple timeouts there to kind of readjust and settle. Were you happy enough with those adjustments and you're confident going to map 2, or was it because you took a while to come out here?
Yeah, I'd say, like, honestly, like, we were making a lot of mistakes that are like, we're like just thinking too much. Like, if we just, you know, see 3 people turn around, like just basic things like that, that map would have been pretty different. I'd say overall, we played a really solid map of Split. Outside of obviously, like, you know, we have to get pistols. We had a man advantage in the second pistol. Bonus, we got bonus. I mean, there's a lot of negatives to what ended up happening, obviously, but
चालू करते हैं भाई मैं तो थोड़ी देर एक डेथ मैच खेल लेता हूँ तब तक स्टोर चेंज हो जाएगा ना देख सी I'll take this tomorrow most probably this is good this is not 110% good this is too good
Match found. Death match. Warm up.
अच्छे से बैठ के खेलते हैं अच्छे से बैठ के
Surrounded by minha família. We won't lose.
Surrounded by Mia Khalifa. Okay. Kuro Vandal and अरे यार क्रॉसर थोड़ा सा छोटा करके देखूं क्या
Dominating.
भाई
Dominating.
जानबूझ करके भाई लेट वीक ले रहा हूँ See? Cheap ass niggas.
Boom. 3 for me. 4. Got one. Ciao. 3 for me. 4.
Dominating. Remaining.
बस चालू हो ही गया ये खत्म मेरा भी खत्म हो गया भाई मैं ना आज मेरे को अभी इसमें जितना छोटा हो सके उतना छोटा क्रॉस हेड चाहिए तो जस्ट टू क्लिक हेड्स देख मेरे को कोई थर्ड पार्टी बंदा ही मारता है हमेशा आई हेट दैट शिट देख डबल पिक क्यों लेते हैं Now I'm struggling. Nailed it. See? Other bunch of pussies.
5 kills remaining. One kill remaining.
Get out of here.
I cannot take this, bro. ये देख मेरा वही गायब हो जाता है बंदे नहीं दिखेंगे दिखेंगे तो कैंप पे सी I'm fucking noob, okay? मेरी गलती है ये MIB on the pistol, bro. What the fuck?
Against that code.
Early outlaw posts
he missed
up
that.
and Asuna splatters on the floor.
And he had the spike too. Cryo's gonna steal that one and get back towards B.
I guess 100 Thieves, they're just gonna be sussing out what this B-side utility is gonna look like, whether it's the one-way orb, pretty common. That alarm bot that actually gets dragged a little bit, didn't actually pop all the way because it was blocked off with division.
Orb up again. And you're gonna see a lot of this waiting on 100 Thieves' attack side. Yeah. Oh, we used our Sova Dart. Let's get that back online. Then we can finally re-hit once we have the gas. But unfortunately, they're hitting into the outlaw. Okay, Musto had some nice shots, but Cortez better adjust with the Guardian and locks up a second round.
Yeah, I feel bad hyping up Cortez now. Last map was insane. He's got 4 kills on the low guns. I'll wait a little bit more before we start popping off on him again. But I do like sort of how he holds over on that B side as well.
That's
what MIBR is trying to. You see those double mollies that he's put down. That's just to guard that space on back yellow. By the time those mollies are out, teammates will have rotated over. MIBR will be able to push and re-get that position over on the back of that box. So really annoying to hit onto the B side when he's putting down those 2 mollies.
Yeah, you just saw him putting down the mollies there if you want to clip it and steal his lineups.
Yeah, if you think about it, there's like two different lines of defense. First, you have the alarm bot and the orb that go down there. Then you have the double mollies blocking off yellow. And then you've probably got 5 players of MIBR behind it. So good luck, 100 Thieves. You need to deal with this utility early on in the round, which the pace they're working at now is fairly nice.
He's very disciplined with it. Doesn't choose to pop the mollies yet.
Yeah, you got to wait for that next wave of util.
And here it comes. Molly's popped, but Cryo up over top. A duel against the Killjoy, who just nearly jumps out of danger.
Yeah, nice that Cryo gets on top there, but again, it is down numbers. Bit of a worrying sign for 100 Thieves.
A better sign. A site's open for now, and Busio's in a position to walk up into that space, but he's very worried about a walk up from his opponent.
Yeah, I don't think 100 Thieves got full information of players rotating over, so it's still a bit of a gamble moving back to this area of the map. Still, MIBR will be playing full retake, and they have their beautiful Viper wall to play around, of course. Artsen's wall should also be coming back in not too long. So see what they can do. Expect 100 Thieves to play forward without a lot of tools in the post plant left to them.
100 Thieves would love to see Cryo get an early kill here. The shock darts, ooh, nearly actually kills Xander there. Gets quite low on that second one.
Yeah, but 100 Thieves have to take the early fight, so they're just going to get blocked off by the smokes. Everyone's boosted up here.
It's going to give some creative crossfires to the players holding down this site. First kill's good for EU. They hold strong on their positions, with MIBR starting to make their way in here, starting to trade things out, but time is low. The smokes players are dead, and the shots, oh, not quite landing there. Verno has to back his buddy up, and he's done that. EU, 1v2, darts available, but Cortesia, he gets the kill, and the defuse, it'll come in time.
100 Thieves are already thinking to themselves, not again. MIBR starting to run away with things. Comes with that early pick over in B main. Boop. Austin in the last 2 rounds has just been destroyed without having much of a chance to take a fight. And there's Cortesia with the Sheriff starting to pop up.
I think you can give him the credit now.
Now I'll give it to him when he basically just wins around for his team.
Yeah, 6-1 at this point.
It is
and it's giving echoes of map 1. Remember, 100 Thieves started that game down 0-4 on split.
Mission for 100 Thieves in this round is just get that spike down. They've got a Hunter's Fury. If they can plant the spike, it wouldn't be the end of the world, especially after taking out Verno.
The trade is there. Mollies from both teams, but 100 Thieves. Front sight, that's theirs. Here comes MIBR, flooding in. The trades are good, and now Shenom in a 1-on-2. Drops in, Bustio doesn't get it, but he backs him up with a stunning shot. And 100 Thieves couldn't do it on the bonus, but they've got it on the eco.
Wow, that was the sole rifle going into that round for 100 Thieves on EU. He's able to get the job done. That was a wild round. I'm not sure exactly what happened. It seemed like MIBR really stuck onto these fights. You can see them trying to flood out into the back of the site. Don't want to give up that space at all.
Crazy, I feel.
But as a result, I think their spacing was just a little bit off. Everyone kind of took their ones and got a bit demolished by EU's rifle.
Oh.
EU's gone under the radar after being one of the most standout rookie players of last year. A really hyped guy coming off of that M80 roster who just narrowly missed out on their own spot here in the Americas League. It's been a little quieter this year thus far, but you still see glimmers of how good he can be, what the peaks are for EU on the initiator. And I'm saying all this because it's another tech pause.
Where's that fan? This is on you. You did it. Not Pengu.
I don't think she was up there.
Sorry, not Pengu. No, we're getting over. No, where?
I think you're lashing out because of the tech pause.
I'm not lashing. See the tech pause sign. I swear.
It's not a supportive sign. It's a flat face. It's a colon.
I don't know.
What is that vertical line called? I don't even know. Here we go. Hit towards B from 100 Thieves. What is it called?
I don't know. It doesn't matter, Mimi. We're here to watch Valorant.
Okay.
Last time Cryo went for the jump and dash over to top yellow, which is actually really effective at getting around the Molly setup of Cortesia's.
Oh yeah!
This time Cortesia's only got the one.
Thrash into B. Pretty deep back.
Oh,
Catches onto
Cortez,
someone. I've
booster
seen
was-
this round before, but he's got the 100 fury shots
on,
this
Ash,
time.
come on.
Oh my god, MIBR! They
Oh,
found 2
come
kills.
on.
It's an even round, and Verno,
Oh,
he's
no.
got another. MIBR! They stolen this round.
Bro,
Well, that
these
was an
guys are
Xbox round.
crazy as shit.
It was just a little
was.
bit all over the place. Okay, let's try and track all the kills, because that was an insane round to try and
No, no,
observe,
no,
because
I
Osmos is
cannot-
boosting over in back Snowman, over
Yeah.
the Viper Wall, getting a kill, then getting
The
traded
player
out.
under him then gets hit by the Thrash.
Yeah.
So Vault starts coming in.
But while 100 Thieves are focused on the Snowman players, then MIBR have people flooding in underneath too.
Okay, here we go.
See, that's
Booster got
cute.
him.
That's cute.
Nice kill.
But then this happens under sight, but at the same time, Verno is top sight. So Asuna has like players coming at him from like 4 different directions.
Good job, Verno!
I don't think anyone knew what was happening that round except for Verno.
But he was perfect in it. Slowed it all down, found success, and 100 Thieves are broke yet again. Just a hero rifle on EU. Cryo is one off his ult. I think they want to get the orb here. Grab the Blade Storm for this round. He bought full armor into this round to support it.
We haven't seen Shenum playing aggressively back yellow just yet.
Get out of my way.
It's been a lot more of these passive holds from deep lines. But EU still has the dart. That should go back yellow. It actually looks like Shenum has fallen out of the area. So seeding over that space as more players rotate onto the B side for MIBR. And this walk into mid. Hold on, those shots aren't quite finding themselves.
Eventually they will. Cryo gets one with the blades, but Cortesha using his ultimate, and it's not being broken. 100 Thieves, they're getting held at the gates. They have to go all the way back into the corner behind yellow. EU, not in time. Now a flank for Ospas activated in the Outlaw. One bullet will do it on both these targets. Easy for Ospas.
How can be victim to EU's Vandal on the save this time around? No, sir.
Bro. This
Does cost Cortez his ult there, but at the end of the day, not too bad for MIBR. And that is a good look for more things to come for 100 Thieves. You can see them trying to fight forward through their own Viper Wall there with the Dizzy. A lot of teams on Icebox don't actually run flashes in their comp, so it can be really hard to actually take that deep space. This is now the last couple rounds in a row we've seen 100 Thieves try to play aggressively and get in front of the MIBR retakes. Because if you just play passively, play off-site as 100 Thieves, the double walls, the smokes, everything is just so frustrating to deal with. So even down 4 rounds so far, I still like the post-plant approach from 100 Thieves, but hard to hold out a lot of hope for them right now.
It is tough to find the perfect balance between being proactive enough to not get cut off by the smokes and being out of position and getting caught off by people. Kind of have to be on point with that one, and sorry, MIBR, they have been great in the retakes. 4 out of 5 of the rounds they've won, I should say, have come from that.
I do wonder if 100 Thieves are going to start doing anything in the mid space coming out of this timeout. We've seen really just, holding looks. Boostio in that last round, maintaining that space, but we haven't seen any aggressive lurking or ideas around that. Just seen a lot of these, opens into either A or B and continue on your way. Hasn't been a lot of smoke and mirrors for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, would like to see a little more from Xander. Had big shoes to fill, replacing Bang this year. Someone who was probably 100 Thieves' best player in the 2024 season.
That guy continues to be a beast, but for now it'll be 100 Thieves trying to find their way around to Osbos's off. They were really good at this back on Split. This time though, you don't have quite the same level of util, and just like on Split, it's the backline of MIBR that continue punishing 100 Thieves.
Osbos too, and Shenom, proactive. Walking through Xander's Viper Wall and ready. As the wall falls, it's a free kill for Shenom.
And I don't love Xander's chances on a round like that to prove himself.
Not quite.
Being asked to do a little bit too much after you lose 2 players in A main early.
Yeah, 30 seconds in, it's a 2v5.
Yeah, this is also not the mid look that I was hoping for 100 Thieves, the desperation mid push.
The pray for a kill and it's maybe.
Yeah.
I don't think that being answered too well.
Wow.
MIBR, flawless round. I don't think anyone even took damage.
I'll add insult to injury. That was 100 Thieves buying down to nothing.
Oof.
Now again, this is MIBR's map pick, but If you stepped away during halftime and didn't hear Zix's interview, this guy sounded confident. He's like, yeah, we played a great map of Split. Like, we just lost our pistols.
Yeah,
and
he
the
was
bonus.
like, we were winning all the gun rounds, we were feeling okay, lost a couple key rounds.
Came
C'est
in,
la vie.
Yeah, it came in and said we have the exact read on how MIBR are going to play this map. So, well, even if they have the read, it doesn't seem to have been enough so far.
Yeah, that book has teeth.
Yet it was the eco round from 100 Thieves, the only one they were able to win before. So, see if they can get in a post plant. They've got strong ultimates to be able to play off of, but MIBR already have 4 players on this side of the map. They know 100 Thieves have not been going for fakes. It's just been open into the Gecko utility reset, into the hit.
Good night, little buddy. Spike is dropped, and Ospas dives away. In through with the trades. 100 Thieves find some success. A chance for a round. An ultimate used. And the operator, a tough weapon to retake into a pit with. Ospas takes his time. Clearing every angle, trying to find any mistake. Shannon, tap on the spike, spray coming through. Shorty, that'll do the job for one, but the Viper is still alive in time. It's becoming a big issue. Molly at the feet, Ospas dead, and that should be it. Time is too far gone, and 100 Thieves. It's a simple round, just a straight up exec, but it's their first success in a while.
2 for 2 on the Thrifties, I suppose, for 100 Thieves. And it comes after basically the same situation they won the last time around, right? It's MIBR trying to hold on to the site, but not playing really any complementary angles as far as I can tell. Or at the very least, 100 Thieves' utility was forcing players away from being able to trade. You know, that player getting tagged through back on the top of sign. MIBR need to figure out their A-hold when they are playing backside, or 100 Thieves might just keep dipping in to that side of the map.
They'll have good reasons to this round. KJ ult online, but here's an aggro look. Ospas forward. Ult used to help him out, but he has to fall away. The ultimate, though. It's good from Verno as Xander gets proactive on the lurk up mid. Knows Verno was ulting here and punishes him for it. On the back pedal, he'll stay alive, but more forces coming to deal. The QRF is here, and Xander, low on health, pinched. Dead by MIBR's hands.
Still, MIBR moving mid to clear out Xander has given opportunity to put the spike down, but 100 Thieves are looking for the kills. Cryo not sticking that through. Killjoy lockdown is now going to guarantee the plant, but keep your eyes on Shenum on the flank.
He's up quick. Ready on the angle. You spots him and gets the kill as well. Now a 2-on-2. With Cryo forward towards spawn. And only one bullet in the chamber for Ospas. Slowly clearing out. Trying to find the shot onto the player. Cryo looks the wrong way. Now the classic up. Dash forward, trying to claim a weapon, and he's done that as EU scampers away. Tucks in on the site. And starts to wrap his way around. Ospas, not a lot of time to work with. And the kill, EU's not giving it. He tucks tight. Time works in his favor, and despite Ospas' 3K, 100 Thieves win their first rifle round.
100 Thieves are really exploiting this A side of the map. MIBR got so distracted, I think, with Xander finally taking the opportunity on a midler. And it came after there was this big opening into the A space, so I really like Xander's timing going into mid. First of all, he thought the alarm bot was B main, because they'd seen that so many times before.
Another little clutch for the boy.
Keeping it calm, keeping it good.
Dream big, make it happen.
Xander might try and take another opportunity at some point again.
Oswald's again with the off. Dodges the dizzy and gets his target. EU's dead. Thrash hit and gone as well as Shannon tried to do something more, maybe overstayed his welcome towards yellow.
A little bit awkward. 100 Thieves run out of gas on the Viper. So have to slow down before committing the plant.
Poor Dizzy not going to get picked up.
100 Thieves have no real chance of swinging back yellow until the gas is back.
No dash for Ospas. He doesn't have a chance to risk pushing that smoke.
Good
Plant
spam.
stopped, and Cortesia gets
And
a
that
kill as
smokes.
well.
Xander going down means no smoke, so now all of the crosshairs are opened up. Sight lines available. Cryo pushes in.
Oh my god.
Shut down instantly.
I mean,
Aspas
he
doesn't
is
like
the
that.
GOAT.
Misses
जो भी
the
दे रहा है,
op
please
shot.
like करो यार, please.
Gets him with the classic.
He
and
is the
they're
GOAT,
back
bro.
in
वो
control of
बंदे ने
this game.
इतना composure
7-3
रख के
now.
रखा है. Both Cortesia and Aspas. It
Tough
is the
round for
second
100
time
Thieves.
he whiffed his
Not
ult,
doing
but हाँ.
perfect work at clearing the jet. Of course, they saw that the Dizzy got a ping on someone. Didn't realize that Aspas had just tucked
I mean,
away
ये
on the back
काम आ
left
सकता
corner.
है मेरे. कुछ केजे वाली चीज है.
That'll be 100 Thieves forced down into a save.
4-1 stack. MIBR forward. Fighting on A. The op. Not ringing out for a kill this time. But up top, Shenam arrives for his.
Shenam,
The ultimate trying to punish this forward play. Can he get a tag?
No.
Yes. That's a death onto the IGL. And it's even back to a 4-on-4 as 100 Thieves explores their options.
Yeah, thing is MIBR, they've still got that alarm bot in B main, so they won't be too fooled by a play like this. Got mollies to stop the plant as well as to stop the flip back into Snowman. Bit of a different setup that we've seen from Cortesia.
Already though, having to use the Sovalt on what is just an eco round.
Ooh,
Really want to
decides
win it.
Late on the lockdown.
Still gets it in time. Cortesia, a little pressured there. And up top the spam. Oh, it's excellent from Cortesia. Shorty to finish the job. They trade out
It was
ults,
a
but MIBR again winning the round.
bait out किया.
Yeah, that was kind of nice from Cortesia. He thought, originally he was thinking, I put this down now and they won't be able to plant. You don't have to stall the round. But instead, because he puts it down at the same time the spike's getting planted, 100 Thieves are almost forced to fight up into that. Had a good line on the spam. The rotates were coming in quick enough to capitalize off of it as well.
It was a rougher map one, but Aspas here in playoffs delivering.
Let's go.
He's 15-6 on Icebox thus far.
Final round of this attack side, 100 Thieves again looking at the A side of the map. MIBR have solved their problems on A by fighting super aggressively, but this round, it's a Killjoy setup there instead. And a unique turret placement as well to watch the cross into window. But it's all just to set up this Viper's Pit. Play very deep on the information.
Look how far Artsin has walked up here as well. He might have a chance on Debussy if he wants to take his timing.
And Aspas is holding the garage walkout too with the op on top yellow.
They set up his killer. Artsin spots the shoulder. That's a great jiggle from EU. Another punish coming through, but Artsin blinded. He's still a good for two. And while he found his mark, there's still the operator waiting here. Primed to hold down the space on B. Where's 100 Thieves heading? They still want to make an attempt to take B main. EU will have it started a couple seconds, but they're just swinging into the op instead. That's one for Aspas. He keeps the pressure applied, sticks around back yellow and wants to swing in for more. His team's starting to arrive. The op posted on the angle again. And it's locked down. Aspas, he does everything.
Bro,
on
he's a fun
B.
boss.
3 kills from him, 2 from Artsin, and a shutdown to end the half.
Just a dominant first half from MIB. Apart from those few silly little thrifty rounds that 100 Thieves won, just dominance from MIBR. And continuing to find different looks round after round. This is the first time 100 Thieves have seen anything like this.
Nice.
And it blew them up.
Aspas cool, calm, winning that last round. They're up 9-3 as we head to the half.
Red Bull gives you wings.
into the fourth half of this series, and 100 Thieves are still yet to win a pistol round.
It's been tough for them so far. Now trailing 3 rounds to 9 of MIBRs. It's time to start this half off the right way for them, or about time to wrap things up, to be honest. On MIBR's map pick of Icebox. So my eyes turn to 100 Thieves Duelist. Talked about him so much before the game. Cool start to this second map, but now a ghost in hand dropped over to him, armor as well. It's time for him to show up big.
Had 0.97 KPR in the regular season, the highest of any players in Americas. Cryo was electric, but he's yet to get that going here in the playoffs, and well, he's not on the right side this round. Said it's pressure towards A, but there's a 4-stack here from 100 Thieves. They're ready to try and hold, but it's still going to be an onslaught. Busio through the smoke. Everyone's blinded up, but 100 Thieves do well on the conversions. Now they have to take the time to back away, or they'll start to lose more, because it's back into a 2-on-3.
Quick flank. Cryo's just sprinting through spawn right now. Can slow things down now, because MIBR do not have control of the spike.
1 enemy remaining.
Nice shot. 100 Thieves Duelist. It's finally the Duelist head-to-head we've been waiting for. In what's likely a fairly meaningless situation, Cryo's going to get the job done for 100 Thieves' first pistol.
Very nice from 100 Thieves. Wait for contact in main, pop back through with the dart and the dizzy, and went out in the brawl.
Now, the other thing 100 Thieves did, I don't know if you guys were paying attention to Cryo's money at the start of that round. Yes, he had a ghost skin from his teammate. Yes, he had line armor. He didn't buy any utility. He was holding on to 400 credits, maintaining that he can guarantee have an operator for round 3. 100 Thieves realize how far behind they are right now.
Guys, win me this bonus. I promise you we win this game for free.
And look, they're setting up my point, because what I'm trying to say is he wants to have that op on a quote-unquote bonus round.
And to prove it forward, they've bought him a Guardian. He still has almost 4K in the bank.
Bro's just getting handouts. One of the things 100 Thieves do well, too, is especially on the A side of this map, the way they fight together and play complementary angles has been a strength of theirs consistently.
Oxbox is here, and there's trades coming through, but Asuna, good spray transfer. I think he might have just righted this ship. They're not out of the storm yet, though. Guns to be picked up on this side, and a plant going in for Cortesia.
And those guns are kind of deep. I don't think MIBR have a chance.
Retake is fast. They won't let the guns be picked up, but do they even need them? Cortesia with the Sheriff for 1. And now a 1v2 for Verno. Xander up top. Spotted out, Verno! Has it down to a 1-on-1. Busio on the other side. Only a Sheriff for the IGL as well. Tap on the spike. Verno sees the stick coming through, knows it's gone halfway, and Verno, the shot too, a clutch to win out the eco round, and MIBR back out on top, shut down the hopes for 100 Thieves.
Verno, ever since joining this MIBR team, has just been a treat to watch. Now with the Red Bull clutch, always alive in these late round situations, but so effective for the squad. It's just a disaster for 100 Thieves. There's one bit of saving grace, the fact that yes, Cryo still has op money. Bad news is, no one's headed to him.
And no one else really has a gun to speak of. They force fully into this round. Regardless, Boosie only has a Sheriff.
Trap play with the Dizzy ready to go. 100 Thieves contact. Ooh, but it's popped a little early.
No one's home.
So MIBR leave completely, and at the same time, they've got a late lurk in form of Shenum. Cryo's op needs to be everything for 100 Thieves here. He's got a couple of angles to play off of. And yet wait to lurk. It's creeping forward. The timing here could be everything.
Shenum.
Cryo has no idea. The utility was not set up for him. And now he's been spotted.
Knows. He's ready. Spots the jet backing away.
Oh, he has no idea.
He's just going to tuck in. As the team comes around on a flank, if he gets the kill onto Cryo, then MIBR have massive padding in this post plant. Cortesia, he's the one to open this up still. A slow jet working through defender spawn. But MIBR holding
Marega.
the line well.
Oh,
Cryo still
Cryo
gets
mara.
one. Maybe a chance for 100 Thieves yet. But
Venom
down
wrote
goes
that
Cryo.
anyway.
And these
Nah,
last two
nah,
players,
nah,
they don't have the guns for it. MIBR yet
MIBR is
again
winning.
come out
MIBR
on
is
top.
winning.
They
2-0,
navigate
2-0,
that
straight up.
post plant perfectly.
Yeah, great
Straight up
reaction to the
2-0.
triple flank coming in from 100 Thieves. And Shenum choosing to play a little bit more cautiously. You know, instead of taking that angle against Cryo, he just tucks straight into the site. Says, we'll play numbers, we'll bunker down here. That op has no chance of really swinging back in on that line. You can see it there. Cryo had no idea.
Bro, I'm
So
feeling
down
super
11 to
sleepy
4.
right now.
100 Thieves call a timeout.
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to do?
I mean, they're broke again. They've been forcing these last 2 rounds.
Well, you lose the anti-eco, then you buy the op, that falls down after trying to force up in round 15. So they're kind of forced to just go for it again and just keep going for these all-in sort of nothing burger buys.
The one good news, they have Thrash.
Okay.
But MIBR know that. They're, okay, you want to Thrash towards A. I'd put some money on MIBR, just setting up on the high ground angles, put the op somewhere that Thrash isn't going to be able to get it, and hold the site through. It's in no way a gotcha for 100 Thieves.
I think the only thing that's giving me hope in 100 Thieves right now is that they've seemingly just won their thrifty rounds.
Yeah, to this map at least.
It's not logical. And it looks like, again, MIBR are calling around Cryo pretty perfectly. Cryo's just been offsides every single round. Every single round he wants to play A, MIBR playing B. When he's on B, MIBR go A. He's been struggling to find the shots, find the fights even in this half.
Sander, that's a judge, and, well,
Hello,
it's
the
already
tuck in
dealt with.
It's a bold strategy, folks.
Yeah, the old run it down B with the judge.
Personally, I can't condone that, but
It works more than it should.
Bro,
That's
Xander is
true.
making
But
so
not this
fucking-
round.
And at the same time, look, Cryo has pushed up into A main of early info, but he can't actually go for a flank without being spotted on the turret.
Artson gets his spike down. Osbos picks off Busio. I think just spamming back through the smoke there.
Yeah, Cryo gives up on the flank too in favor of grouping back with his team.
Up top, yellow. Osbos spamming, almost got another there. Just a hair off of where he was standing. It's a 3-on-5, players getting spotted out, and one by one, they're just getting dismantled. MIBR, it doesn't look like a contest in this round. 100 Thieves put all their money into it, and they get nothing in return.
Just brutal. 100 Thieves have to go back again, another force to try and stay alive in this. And honestly, look, we came into this expecting MIBR to be the favorites. Sort of curious what our first look at Omega versus Alpha groups is going to be like, and it has certainly delivered to expectations.
Yeah, it's living up to the preconceived narratives of those Omega teams and how strong they were looking throughout the group stage. You'll get another chance at that. Next game, Sen facing off against C9, but for now it's 100 Thieves putting another stand on a 4-spy round. They've gotta. 8 rounds between them in overtime.
And again, Cryo just on the wrong side of the map. MIBR are just coming up heads with the coin flip every time.
They've got some knives as well. Osbos. When that orb drops, he's gonna be ready to go. They'll use the lockdown for it as well.
Is Xander gonna stick around and try and take a fight? I think so.
He is. They're all heading into the fight. 100 Thieves. That's 2 kills. The lockdown broken. But MIBR winning. The fight's in reply. And now, another ultimate available and an open A site.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? With 2 players pushing up in yellow, now Shenum takes the lurk into mid. There's no Killjoy left to spot that out. So it's a dancing game between Asuna and Shenum. Who will break first? It's gonna be Asuna. Shenum takes him down and just paves the way to a victory for MIBR.
EU and Cryo, a 2v3 retake.
And look,
trying to stay in the upper bracket here.
they've been the top performers for 100 Thieves in this map. But Cryo's down on 1 HP. EU hasn't got any armor. There's still Shenham in mid. It's over. Wrap it up. MIBR 2-0 over 100 Thieves.
It's beautiful from MIBR. A 13-4 victory on the second map. Outstanding lurks from Shenham. A step up from Osbos on the operator. And a right dismantling of 100 Thieves.
Yeah, if map 1 was an example of how MIBR can still beat you when Osbos isn't popping off, this was an example of how badly MIBR beat you when he does.
Yep, 24-9 for Osbos. Cortez, Shenham, both 17 and 11 right behind him.
Classic stuff. Classic work on MIBR's best map of Icebox.
MIBR, that sets us up for a qualification game against Crew on Saturday.
That's such a banger, especially if we get Icebox in the pool. Both those teams so good on the map.
Our two best in this league playing on the Icebox.
And on the other side of things, a 100 Thieves NRG elimination match.
Boostio versus Finesse. Need I say more?
Cinema.
That'll be a good one. That's coming up tomorrow. Not a lot of time to prep for 100 Thieves. Losing this map means they'd have to qualify to Toronto the hard way.
Get a chance to look back through these rounds. Cortez just started things off beautifully. Again, on the defensive side, his B hold was locked in. And apart from a few muddier rounds on the A side, on those low buys from 100 Thieves, where they sort of overwhelmed MIBR trying to play the passive lines, I think MIBR were very much in control.
The entire second half after losing that eco round felt like desperation, just having to force buy into every single round, and MIBR just looked perfect in running away with it. It's a big win for them. People had high hopes, top
really
3
well.
in kickoff. They just narrowly missed out in a long BO5 against Sentinels on qualifying to Masters. Bangkok was the first Masters tournament, the first international Osbos had missed in quite a while. But now on a team with 3 rookies, they're 1 match away in what should be a banger, and they're looking in form to do it.
Yeah, that's the most impressive part to me, right? It's the combination of the veteran status of Osbos Arts in right next to those rookies that continue to impress week on week.
Well, one of those rookies that has been on point all stage is Cortesia. He's standing by with Liz for your Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you so much, Ender and Mimi. And I have Cortesia here from MIBR. A wonderful performance from you. First thing I got to ask you, I need to check in on the mustache, the beard, because you said we would see bearded Cortesia, but how do you feel? And are we going to keep the beard, or are we going to go back to the mustache?
Yeah, I'm trying to keep the beard now.
Oh,
it's
why?
growing
Why do you
up
like the
really
beard?
fast. I don't know, like 2 weeks ago I shaved my beard, and now it's really growing like really fast. So I'm trying the beard, but I always have the mustache option.
Yes.
Because I already know it's good, you know?
Guys, which one do you like more right now?
Oh, I don't know. Probably the mustache, because I get used it a lot with the mustache, because I use it, I don't know, 3 years of my life, and the
Wow.
beard is like a new thing for me.
You're 20, so you had a mustache since you were 17?
Like 15? I don't know.
Oh my god, okay.
Yeah.
Well, going into the game, the first thing I want to ask you is about Osbos. Osbos had a colder start today, was missing a couple op shots here and there, but there was this kind of understanding that you were fragging, the team could step up. Emily said, Osbos and family. How does the calling change? How does the atmosphere change when Osbos, your star fragger maybe isn't doing Osbos things?
So, the meta Tehran Breach is really hard to play against, because, I don't know, we have Aspas. Every team who play against us, every round, every day, every week, try to, throw everything on Aspas, and it's hard for him to play. So on Icebox is his map. He loves Icebox, and so for me, he did a really well series, because on the split as well, he did like an insane pistol, like 2 headshots with Sheriff. I don't know, like 3. So he won the round. He's supposed to win, and we won the series. So.
I talked to Fraud after map 1. He said you guys felt really, really confident working on your execs and timing that you worked really hard on. I'd love for you to talk a little bit more specifically about that. What about the execs? What about the timings were you working on for today?
So, day by day we practice it, and Deverno is a new guy on the team, so for me, I ever say this, for me the line to we grow up is really high.
Yeah.
We are not on the maximum. We can do more. And each week pass, we are better and better and better. And we are going to Masters if God allows, and we are going to this tournament to win.
Well, in order to get to Masters, you have to face Crew next. Is there anything you'd like to say to your opponents?
Good luck, and I see you next game.
All right, well, everyone give it up for Cortesia. We're going to go to a break, but stay right there because I know you know what game is next. It's Sentinels versus Cloud9.
The most awaited man. अब मैं एक बार लगा लूं कॉल. तो सो गया. Leave it.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move. Two minutes. MIBR क्यों अच्छी नहीं दिखेगी? fucking hell. मेरे को एक चीज ये तो समझाओ, MIBR दिखेगी क्यों नहीं अच्छी? आसपास उसमें आया कुछ नए प्लेयर्स है, उसके अराउंड खेलने वाले प्लेयर्स थोड़े से अच्छे हो जाएंगे. The team that was dysfunctional becomes functional once again. The same things happens with Furia.
Death match.
Furia इस बार अच्छे प्लेयर्स लिया है अभी, तो अच्छा हो जाएगा सब. भाई मेरे को थोड़ा सा साउंड.
Dominating.
Bro, people have just woken up and playing. Bro, मैं तो इतना नहीं, no, I am walking onto the wall.
Find the weakest link and kick him in the shin.
Phantom.
Fight.
All right, muckers, off we go.
See? मेरा माउस ऐसा हो जाता तो मैं माउस मूव नहीं करता.
ये देख मैं क्या स्पॉन हो रहे हैं भाई people are just banging me bro आया स्प्रे करके चला आया मैं दीवार में ही स्पॉन हुआ I don't know why
Dominating.
भाई क्या स्पॉन्सर है कौन हो
Dominating.
Pew pew. Target down.
Remaining.
I तो hate these lobbies.
Remaining.
Bye. That's 3.
I cannot see a guy.
One kill remaining. Match found. Deathmatch. Warm up. Dominating.
As much as this world hurt me, it's mine. And I will kill to defend
Fight.
it. We win, we survive. You're done. Insecto. No need to suffer. Finished. Ay, corazón. Finished. Pathetic. Pathetic.
kills remaining.
Die. Insecto. Adiós. Ay, corazón.
5 kills remaining.
Embarrassing. Ay, corazón. You're nothing.
1 kill remaining.
Next time I'll be on top.
Something I was saying about Sentinels earlier, because I brought up their strength of record.
Yeah.
And I went, okay, yeah, they're 4-1, but against who? I will say, if there's any team that has been successful against lower competition, and the questions are around, can they deliver against stronger teams? Sentinels is one that I'm inclined to look at and go, yeah, okay, I think they could.
Yeah, well, here's your map layout. You got Ascent, Pearl, and if necessary, Icebox. Start there with Ascent first, right?
Ascent as our opener. Now, when Cloud9 played this in the past, we only got to really see the defense side. They're going to have to start on attack. But in terms of the map pool overall, as we were already pointing out, Split, Pearl, and Haven, the maps that Sentinels basically have only been winning on right now, they have 2 of them removed from the map pool immediately. So if this goes the distance, I got to say the advantage goes to Cloud9 again, but it all hinges on whether or not this opening attack side from Cloud9 actually has something behind it. Because you can put all the time in the world on your defense half, and it looks absolutely sublime, but it matters not if you can't figure out how to work it on attack. That's my big question, I think, leading into this series, and that's what I want answered.
Yeah, for sure.
I have a lot of questions on if we go the distance.
Okay.
Pearl is a really strong map for both teams. Like 3-0, 3-1, something like that. They both have been really successful at it. Icebox is a massive question mark for both teams.
That could maybe be what was the thought process going into that draft, right? Because we also saw Haven kind of get pushed all the way out to the end. It almost felt like both teams were trying to bait one another to pick it, and instead we ended up in Icebox. What do you make of this layout here?
Dude, honestly, I don't even know. I was expecting maybe a third map would be Split or something, or even as a second map. So seeing Ascent kind of completely threw me off. Going into Pearl, looking at their past comps, they both had success, but I do enjoy Sentinels comp more with the single duelist versus Cloud9 where they run the double duelist Sova.
Yeah, well, we'll see if this works out for Oxy and company here, that double Senti comp.
Their defense is probably one of the best halves of Valorant I've ever seen, to be honest, on this map. I mean, that's very high praise, but you can tell how much time they put into it because of how often they're changing around the defensive setups. It all comes down to the attack side, though. So Sen they picked right. They're playing defense first here on Ascent as well to get the chance to show us what they've got.
Oh boy, and we got our, again, these compositions, at least from Sentinels, nothing really all that crazy. Going to be keeping those eyes on the jet there for Sentinels, see how Zekin and company is going to fare in this one. Certainly going to be pressure here. You can see our team also working with the team, or with the players, excuse me, down on stage, so we'll get that sorted out.
I see your ears being moved around. I start worrying. I start worrying.
No, it's all good. We'll get this sorted and we'll jump right into the action.
I'm getting a little ahead of myself here, but we've talked so much about how successful Cloud9 are in the defensive side of Ascent because of this comp, this double Senti comp. Brent, you mentioned how quickly how versatile their looks are. They can have double Senti setups on one side. They can hit tiles crunches. The playbook is so deep, and you might look at that and go, oh yeah, it's a double Senti comp. It's really easy. Let me go ahead and tell you, tried running it on our Premier team. Was not as easy as it looked.
Yeah,
we went like 1-1 that week, and we lost every single scrim.
Yep.
It's hard to do. It's really hard to do.
What were the weaknesses that you had identified with it?
Well, I don't think we have enough time. I don't think we have enough time.
Or were you the weakness, Doug?
Let's just say I learned a lot about how difficult it was to run this comp. It's not an easy vanilla comp to run. I think there's a lot of depth to this, and there's a lot of complexity to running it well.
Good points made there for sure, Doug. Well, let's go ahead and jump into the action. Your casters, this one, look guys, we're around the same age, so I find them relatable and not at all scary. It's Riv and Van Silly. Not scary at all.
Thank you very much, Desk, and we have an amazing matchup for you here. Two teams who historically have very different playoff trajectories. Sentinels finding themselves always going towards the end, making it far enough to be at the international stage, but C9 not so much.
Exactly. C9, their story is like amazing during the regular season, and then just crashing out during the playoffs. And I love at least now going into this best of 3 in the upper brackets of this playoff. It's actually the first time that these two teams face against each other in 2025, and C9 coming with a whole different iteration with 2 new players versus when they played in the Red Bull home grounds during the offseason.
Absolutely.
Also on Ascent, Brenton mentioned it, one of the best defensive sides we've seen out of Cloud9 on this map. But they start off on the attack where they haven't been tested yet, and Sentinels coming out with a composition of the KO Teo that has been a pain point to a lot of teams so far. And C9 will kick things off in his piss around on the attack side, all grouped up to try to slowly work here towards this A site.
Yeah, looks like they leave a little bit of the Vice util for Sentinels at defense B and look to focus this A. They've chosen correctly. Stuck behind the wall. Stuck behind a bit of utility here.
Hey, what?
Now we see Sen trying to get back into the site as Net takes one down. They're still just milling about, getting themselves sorted out here. And it looks like 3 from Sentinels are ready to crash back in once Heaven gets ready.
They just gotta wait for this wall too, so once they knife this out, they'll have to start popping out through this door, but there's still a sonic sensor on the other side that could stop them.
Just there, Oxy looking to provide that noise. They get stuck just a little bit. Oxy taking the fight, has protection over the shoulder, but Zekin's gonna be able to trade. They're playing this so calm. 3 in hell is a little scary, but they do still have Mitch on the outside, so they don't have to worry. The crossfires here should be enough. Zellsis, John Cutie getting that Ghost in the Classic to do some big damage here, but it's up to the Vive Merchant. Can he do it? One jumping right click, and there's going to be a tight timer on this defuse. That's Mitch, that's the Classic, and that's C9 with a pistol round.
C9 off to a great start, and again, not being tested on the attack side, you can still see that they have good utility on the execution for the A side attack. Although, one thing that's been good for Sentinels is, of course, the IGLing coming out from John Cutie, who's actually pivoting away from the Teo and playing a KO on this map here of Ascent. But they had a good read in the very beginning. 4 players stacked in heavily towards the A side, leaning towards Zellsis' wall for information towards B so they can play the retake. The read was good, but the utility was even better for Cloud9 when they blocked out all the entries that Net had. Buying the wall, going for the Net, and trying to stop them this round. As Sentinels are trying to be aggressive in the very beginning, and look at how good that Net is to counter. Already grabbing him forward, and not giving a chance here for Sentinels to start off with a trap play.
Sen guessing site to site here for round 1 and 2 as they organize around B. You can see it's very light on util, just a Razer Vine out for now. And just the lurk coming in from Vic.
Definitely still a lot of respect given to Cloud9. Sentinels does have refreshable utility that could be very good to snuff out the second wave of C9, who potentially is also waiting for the grab net back from Net to activate. So already making a lot of noise at the very beginning of the round. Why not? Let's grab the orb. Let's min-max here on the side for Cloud9 and try to figure out Sentinels are going to be a little bit antsy and over-rotate.
मेरे हिसाब से ये लोग बहुत रुक के खेलेंगे.
Rotation coming back from the spawn zone between both the Yoru and
they're going to re-hit.
I like the fake they can produce with this.
Exactly.
A little bit of noise, action, the flash, and the ruse. The play is actually going to be at B. They get caught right in the 0 point for this too, so that helps sell it a little bit more.
Actually, the knife only seeing Oxy, they know that the hit's going to be towards B. It was a bad fake, so they have the perfect stack for this so far.
30 seconds left.
Right back. Net on one, but Zekin will trade here. He's still in towards the back of the site. They find Zeppa finally, as the whole death ball finally is able to come through the archway at B. Looks like a pop flash wants to come through. Zekin's going to use that for help, but they can get the kill onto Oxy.
Weapon upgrades as well. Pop flash trying to delay.
Yeah, weapon's down. That was a huge upgrade. It's going to be the stinger for Zekin. The second round here for Sentinels. And they pull the rug out from under C9.
Great eco round for Sentinels. Again, we talk about the good reads coming out from John Cutie. When the knife only spots Oxy towards A main, when double footsteps are being thrown as an attempt for a fake, they knew exactly that the second wave was going to be towards this B site. And they have util, refreshed util coming out from the Teo. The crossfire is being set up. And look how clean Zekin looks here on a 1v2. Stinger brought up, classic round purchased by Sentinels. And Zellsis is standing up tall. Look at the buy from Cloud9 in this time. They get a plant on the first 2 rounds. They want to invest into this one.
One of the big things Emmy said between games when playing G2 was that
Don't give them
they
respect.
have to get ahead of the team in the server, mostly against G2 because they win before they even get in. So it's about C9 staying in control, staying in front of Sentinels, and that buy here hopefully helps them do this. They spread the map out even more for this round here. A lot of time to work when they're already meeting a little bit of rebuttal here from Sentinels.
And you can already see the buy coming out from Zekin in round number 3, going with the outlaw. And this is something that C9's known for, playing a lot of regen buys, regen shields. And he's just going to post up very easily to get the first blood onto Zeppa. So that forces now Cloud9 to stay as a group and try to find the right timing to hit towards this A side. Util to start spamming towards tree.
Annihilation prepared,
got one.
Thrown out to sight.
Oh, he missed.
Oh, Nat on the right side as they start to trade back and forth. The Stingers just seem to be the higher prio weapon right now that's doing the damage. The plant on Jenny and a quick shot from Zekin. Always good for the one, but is the second one in the chamber ready for another member of Cloud9. 3v2, blades come out. Zekin tries to break the crosshairs, but he's going to be the one that also collects the kills as Vic is playing huge. Vic, the unsung hero since the Red Bull home ground, since he joined the squad. Can he collect this one over New Jersey's finest?
The read. And again, it's a one shot with the outlaw. Good read by Vic to not get pulled by the diffuse on the fake from Zekin.
Fakes on fakes here for both of them. Into the site, one shot miss. Vic's gonna get it. He's gonna get a 3K on the round and enough to take it for C9.
Again, Vic coming into this playoffs as the highest rated controller player in the VCT Americas and proving his point right here on a 2 versus 3 when Zekin has Bladestorm, when a team's trying to flood within the site. And he even loses a teammate in the process towards Generator. He still picks up the 1v3 towards the end.
Jeez.
We're gonna have a highlight reel of Red Bull clutches in this series. They talked about this game being intense on the desk, and we're already witnessing this now.
It seems like when you call upon Vic, he steps up to the table in these situations. C9 benefits from it just about every series. Back towards the A site. C9 is being very quick with their attacks, knowing when they could possibly go for the throw, but they're not prepared. They don't understand what Sentinels can bring to the table. A flawless round 4.
Sentinels. You know when you're going to play against Cloud9, you will have some very fast rounds. Blink and you miss it. The push from C9, unfortunate miss from Net, who couldn't get the kill into Generator.
Jeez.
But look at the crossbar setup. And you know, here in the Right Games Arena so far, we've been loud here for the fans. On Sen City's side and also for Cloud9.
Yeah, the desk was talking about it, that 6th player of the team, the crowd. You have to feel like you're always on their home turf, even in the same home area. And that's for Sentinels right now. The cheers are there. But don't forget it, the Cloud9 fans are ready to support them as well, as we're all tied up here 2-2. And this low buy is going to mean C9 goes hunting in mid for a little something extra.
They're crossing over. Big flash, but they couldn't push forward to get the pick. Although Net snuck through.
Nat clears one and actually pushes Zekin off his line. They have the front side of B now to slowly creep in once the vines go down. But they have to be worried about how fast Sentinels is going to close back in on this.
They have to tempo quick. Zekin has nothing but the shorty.
The Guardian pickup for Oxy. Straight through dimensional drift into the round. Zekin's going to say no. 2 to the back of the site, and he clears it up, making sure it's secure. Now it's just finding out where the safety could be. A third one as he turns around just on his 6. He's able to get the capitalization of the kill, but bang! Is all they need to secure the round now as we go to 6. Punch for punch.
What great positioning from Zekin moving towards the back of that B site. A great read in the very beginning for Cloud9. You're trying to go for the trades. Your on is broken by. The best weapon that you had was a Guardian. So you pull out the Steel Guardian out from Zeppa. You're weakening the weapon towards the back, but it's a shorty in the back of the site. Gets 2 picks, somehow already a second Bladestorm. He's already 1 away from a 3rd one within 6 rounds.
Track them down.
And it was a head-to-head between Zekin and Oxy, but so far it's Zekin writing the story for Sentinels in the series.
Absolutely. We were looking to where the Octane would come from right now, and Zekin is fueled by the team. What a play towards tiles. Armageddon comes through as well, and Cloud9 didn't even get a chance to breathe on this round.
This was a buy for Cloud9 in round number 6. Zellsis is fired up right now for Sentinels. But Sentinels giving a little taste of C9's own medicine. The aggression coming out on a B-side attack. The crunch towards tiles followed by the Armageddon. Definitely Immy's calling a timeout here.
I think it's one of the things that is surprising all of us is that, you know, C9 would come out hard and you wonder if Sentinels can match it, but now Sentinels is going a step further and turning that up even more against
Most
C9.
probably ये
who
बताएंगे
won.
कि Sentinels
They get
तुम्हारे
that flaw,
ये
they
कर
get the
रहे
second
हैं
round or
fast
third
वाली चीज़।
eco that they had against Sentinels
पूरा,
because they
so
think, oh,
don't
we
get
can
fast.
go easy on this round. They're just going to have classics,
Just
but
play
Sentinels
default.
have
Default
a plan
रहेगा,
for
fix पे करो।
everything right now. And once
Yeah.
they get the lead, it looks like they have a plan to very much keep control of the lead.
And I love that Immy is working double shift here, coaching Cloud9 and going clubbing right after.
Yeah. When did he join the Mafia? It's crazy.
But he's been good under timeout calls. So trying to understand what Sentinel's currently doing, they've been having good reads on stacks. Crossfire is being set up, and when you're playing aggressive against Sentinels, Sentinels are down for that. They're down to go down and dirty and trade. It was an issue that they kind of had towards Bangkok, but something that they started building up here towards Split 1 to see, you know, the level of comfort that they brought
Wait, I
last
have
year
one thing to do.
for the Sentinels run. And again, look at that. Haven't been playing since Champs of 2024. On the defensive side, it's getting money, but there are pulling out on top of it. With a lot of players alive at the end, they have so much money to work here in this round number 7 and further on into the half.
And there's no tape for Sentinels on this. They could feel very comfortable from scrims on what Ascent has to bring is one of the maps we've yet to see them on here. They still feeling comfortable at this point.
You're not seeing for Cloud9 after this timeout, though, that are trying to go for something aggressive.
Let's go, Sen.
Something that actually under MCE's helm in the past used to be something that C9 loved to do during these timeouts with stinger buys.
Yeah. The wildly high eco percentage, being able to win all their low buy rounds because of just playing it like a regular round, how serious they took it.
And already Sentinel's winning here in terms of utility trade. You're trying to activate this wall from Oxy just to try to bait it out so you could potentially go for a better split later on or try to sell some sort of fake. And with the wall still staying up, it seems as though with the minute mark, they kind of just want to stick together and go for the death ball. We talked about a stinger buy that wasn't for a full team, but at least you have it on Zeppa and Net.
And that wall is so hard to break. You have to put yourself in such an awkward position even to jump it as Zekin's ready for one.
Plays for him again.
Always getting that first vision and happy to back into sight to just set up his own little garrison, his own little way to protect everything, even if he doesn't have help. He's done a great job at it so far, and the Vines and the rest of it still hold him at bay, but Mitch just swings out with a drive-by on the Sheriff. That's everybody in sight lane. Now it has to be Sentinels to react.
Zellsis now gets caught by the Annihilation.
Oh, they're not going to get that back either. Wall's going to go up to protect it. That's Zellsis going down. And now they just have a few more. Still weapons coming in. C9 has to play this smart, but they're actually not watching the angles from a distance here. Trade 2 for 1 as Oxy tries to stop the bleeding there, but he goes down as well. Can they get this one shut down? Mitch and John Cutie both one shot to the weapons they have in hand right now. And that's going to be Mitch again with another one. A 3K to get the clutch.
Another thrifty round in this series, going back and forth for both teams. So what a nice call by Cloud9 coming out from the timeout. Despite not bringing the wall up, look at the util that was used in to enter towards that site. The net grabs Zellsis, the paranoia blinds on top of lane, and even the annihilation coming out from net forces then Bang to cancel his ult because he's out in the open towards the back of the site. You just come out of from the shadows, you get annihilated, and that's it. So he had to cancel to get so much space, and they're in good position for the pulse clan.
And what is it? A thrifty for C9, playing
Another
those ecos smart again. Opt for Zekin as they try to set up some hard lines here and shut down the speed of C9.
We know here in these gun rounds so far, telling the story for Cloud9, it's been shut down right away by Sentinels. This time there's a little bit more room to breathe. An execution for a split towards the B site, combined with the Hunter's Fury towards the back of the site. It looks like we're stalling just for a bit.
Okay, trade for trade. We're at a 4-4.
There's
Narrate and Oxy that have fallen here, so it should be still pretty easy for both teams to defend and get into sight on their retakes. They don't know Zekin's back there. Can they pinch him in?
Bro,
Gosh, the Zealous Assault comes out, just gets everybody to scatter here, and that is going to be tough. Sorry, that was Zeppa's. as they go down in the round, and Zekin gets the final kill. The operator's online, and now Cloud9 have something to worry about even more so than just taking sites.
We talked about the buy rounds for Cloud9 being immediately shut down, and it's been kind of like the story for Cloud9 on their attack side so far. But getting 3 rounds out of 9, playing a double Sentinel comp. You kind of got to take it for now.
Jeez. I was looking at what zellsis' ult. He just got more kills on the round anyways. It almost looked like he didn't even use his that round. All right. So where do they go now, Vance? Back and forth on the rounds we go. There's still some money for C9, but only the hero rifle for Oxy.
That's the only thing right there working for Oxy, and they're trying to use it towards the aim side. At least it trades out, but Nary gives the advantage for Sentinels at the very beginning. Now the weapon's out. They can't really pick it up yet. Unless they're able to push here, that person right back, and that's going to be Nary. Thankfully, the L drone pings them, and they could salvage this weapon and maybe turn it around once again for Cloud9 on another Thrifty.
Sentinels are starting to gain a little bit more map control here, getting their orb grabs, getting the early fights in their favor, and they are not wasting time to make sure they have more info on the extremities from this. Any way to further shut down C9. Still 3 members alive, and this lurk could get sketchy here towards mid from Zeppa.
Let's try to find a timing. That's twice that happens here for Sentinels, leaving a wall all the way back to prevent a push, but 2 times it's been punished. They got to change this wall now for Sentinels, but if not for Cloud9, they're pitching in towards this A site. They have a good read.
And a beautiful shot from John Cutie to start shutting this down. Nary just on the edge, and they know they're going away from the operator. They're trying to pin down the rifles, and they just have one more inside A site now. The IGL, John Cutie trying to call the shots here, can't do it without the help of Zekin, and the operator now has to retake the site from 2 members of Mitch and Zeppa.
If I'm Zekin, I'm going for this. On fire so far, it doesn't even matter if he gets pinged out, dashes forward.
He does one. Zekin already pulls the acrobatic. Zekin uses A site like a jungle gym and sits down Cloud9.
What is going on with Zekin today?
Bro is going crazy with the sheriff.
How does he get a 360 shorty kill onto the first guy and still has time to go for a quick scope?
And he is pushed into that play. That wasn't his decision. He said, oh, I'm about to get pinged by a dart. Let me quickly come up with a play to kill these 2 players. Like, instantaneous from this guy. Look at that. Zellsis is out of his chair. You know when you're even getting your teammates hyped up from plays they're not expecting. You're doing it right. And Zekin is here to play today.
17, 4, and 1. And you want him in forward positions, he's getting an op kill. You want him to anchor towards the B side, he's gonna get some pace. You want him to clutch on a retake? Zekin's your man today.
They leave him over at B. Their Sentinels are hardly changing anything about the defensive setup. A little bit more rotation possibility for John Cutie as he can lean from site to site here, as it's still Cloud9 trying to toy with mid. They didn't break the wall earlier since it's such a weird spot to get up and push with the angles that have opened. So using the clone for that.
Exactly.
They still have nowhere though.
It's actually a good one to bring the clone out that time. Remember, we talked about how they were punished with the wall towards M3, back towards the spawn. Now a double swing to try to punish the crossfire setup from Sentinels, but war attrition. A couple of utils being thrown out. And a small stalemate with 50 seconds left on the clock. So C9 could now continue to work around the map, try to force these rotates. And it starts up, but it's the spike by itself. Mitch moving forward.
Zellsis sees a shoulder. They both are able to trade that vision. And C9 still trying to hit almost on every point of the map right here. Back towards Cat. They still have Teo. They still have a bit of a crossfire towards site. Narrates ready for the side shot. Is able to get Oxy just through the wall at the end. And now he's pinched, but he gets the paranoia help, sight help from the team, and it's absolutely huge. That call from Bang, the paranoia and the cleanup from Sentinels, the teamwork is absolutely immaculate for
That's
them.
what I was wondering here. Vic was still holding towards A main at this point. Still had a paranoia. I don't think the knife was ever thrown by John Cutie towards the front.
No, just on Cat area.
I'm assuming right now Cloud9 or that previous round was trying to push forward, trying to find information so that Vic could throw the paranoia to allow here Cloud9 to really move in towards the A site. But they were getting shut down. No communication where to throw the flash. And that's a small little fumble coming out for the first time in this series, I got to say here. because both teams have been really fighting well, toe-to-toe, reading the good macro, but right there at that spot, there should have been some good reads coming out here, at least some assists from Vic to allow those players on tree to move in.
And I think C9 call a timeout. Vans, you pose the question, is the attack side something we have to worry about for C9, starting on attack and not starting on defense? Once they get into the site, we saw the speed they were trying to use. The Deadlock can lock it down, the Vice can lock it down, but Deadlock and Vice aren't necessarily great for taking that site. So we're seeing them, C9 get stalled out so much now.
There's definitely a game plan around Cloud9 around this composition for sure with the double Sentinel, and for sure they're preparing against a KO, for example, and also a Teo. There's a lot of missiles, a lot of knives that could break out for this utility, and that's why Brent was saying Cloud9 has such a good defensive side, because not only can they pivot the util back and forth, maybe stack from here and there, but C9 are quite aggressive at the very beginning of these rounds too.
Yeah,
you can't play turtle back, because if you're going to get hit by a knife, you're going to hit by salvos. The util's already gone. So you have to fight aggressive at the very beginning. That was something that worked very well against Leviathan during the regular split. They won that game 13-3. So they have, what, a 12-1 on the defensive side. So getting 3, again, as I say, it's not too bad looking at Cloud9 because they look very clean on the defense, but for sure, coming out of this timeout, that's why Imi's using both of them right now on their attack side, just to try to salvage these last few, when they once again have not too much utility to work with, or in terms of weaponry, but they have the ults, and they've been really good with the Annihilation hit the last time around.
And looking at Sentinel side, you always have to look at Zekin right now. The operator out, now from B main, pushing mid, and takes down net. So even if we do see C9 getting a sight, that hold becomes that much weaker. Zekin has been so pivotal this game so far. I think that's 18 kills for him as well. And the op hasn't slowed him down and even retaking sites alone.
That's Cloud9 that was trusting that smoke too much. Being pulled up on M2 right by pizza. Zekin just walks through that, gets an easy kill and dashes away, while everybody's so hyper-focused on trying to take up Catwalk. A little bit of a fumble once again for Cloud9 out of a timeout. Micro mistakes, but it renders costly because Sentinels are closing and taking a huge lead on this first half.
Oh! John Cutie playing that angle perfect. Narrate takes another one down, and even the eco rush, that little death ball through market, could not make it alive. Sentinel starts to pinch in from every which way. They're burying up things that C9 has looks at, right where John Cutie is getting those kills. zellsis played a few rounds ago, so who's playing it and how they're playing it is changing. C9 may be expecting a bit of the same, but they're always seeing a lot of different things here.
Yeah. Well, thankfully, they decided to use the Steel Guardian for Zeppa for that split. Don't do that, John Cutie. What happened last time we did that little one? But trying to get that split towards that B site was fully denied, but at least they have weapons to work with this time around, and also still some more ults. So leveraging Oxy this time around, who's been relatively quiet so far in his head-to-head matchup between him and Zekin, could get a lot of information here for maybe doing some sort of combination with the Dimensional Drift and also the Annihilation from net, so that they could open up a site. But they have to figure out where Sentinels are currently positioned, and I love that to start. A great first blood from Zekin, but at least it gets immediately traded out, and that's finally C9 working on those fundamentals that were kind of needed in the last couple of rounds.
Yeah, they're trying to put their cat hold back together here. You see quickly John Cutie coming around if there needs to be a flash. They get the drone, they'll have the knife. And it looks like they are going to try to dimensional drift over here towards A. The step up though from Bang just to get a little further and take him off guard. Warfield. Narrate coming in, closing down the site, playing previously where John Cutie was, so they're rotating each other around here, as I said before, but still the hold is just the same. And there it is, Zeppa goes down 9-3 here for Sentinels on the first half, after quickly pulling away.
It was going back and forth until finally you're starting to get the ult, and also Zekin on an operator. That's been something that's been a pain point for Cloud9 so far, but I love this position from Bang, getting in front of the Dimensional Drift. Creating ruckus, not giving a chance for C9 to activate here on the attack, but hopefully they can here on the defensive side.
Zen City looks to keep the momentum going when we come back from the break.
Bro, Sentinels are looking super
It's
strong.
for you. Do you like it? Come on, Charlie. Use your new door. Come on, let's go. I said go. Let's go. Silly dog. I'm gonna trade you for a cat. Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
Study के win 3-9-3 curse.
Sentinels with a 6-round lead on Ascent. The pick of Cloud9 as we start second half 9-3 here. And C9 is known to be pretty good on defense, but can they find that play style now after Sentinels came out this strong?
You got to find ways to shut down Zekin so far.
Yeah.
If not, it's going to be a pretty easy first map for Sentinels to start this series.
Like the team deathmatch score for him out there.
Yeah.
Jeez.
See the position from C9 at the, from Sentinels at the very beginning here. It's just gonna be to scale up to try to find some information. Bang is all the way back at the top middle, so he's trying to listen for some information.
A lot of damage onto Mitch, and that's not gonna refresh.
This is tough though. Narrate cannot overextend so far because he has his spike, but thankfully a defensive smoke will allow here his teammates to meet up with him.
Just buying more time, making a little noise. They want C9 to dislodge themselves from those initial positions here and feel uncomfortable. Right now, the deadlock wall is going to prevent any of that, though.
Yeah, you definitely see it from Sentinels, the way that they're just pulling back and forth in the very beginning. They're expecting this type of aggression coming out from Cloud9 on the defense. And you're seeing it slowly. It's a scale. Look at the minimap. They're actually pushed out here towards the A side. But now the read on the wall.
Protocol wall takedown. It's going to be logs. And they do hit narrate quick. Second and John Cutie coming fast with the kills on attack. It is a swarm from Sentinels, and now they're going to have the site. Second Sheriff is still going to be lurking around here. Looks like he will stay close to stairs. Try to make sure he is one of the crossfires on the outside of this boathouse so they don't get utiled, and it's going to be the 2-1 split here from C9.
They need Oxy and Mitch to get value out of this recon flash. They could maybe get some wall bangs with these ghosts.
Oh, the flash into a recon so they can't dodge would be perfect here if they can just get it over the wall in time. Vic's trying to draw the attention. 1 and 2 come out from the left side. It's the util. It's the fight now, but Sentinels has their eyes on the prize. And they instantly wipe down the 3 members of C9.
Yeah, Sentinels already knew the win con coming out from Cloud9. Trying to get some pings off that recon. Bang throws the smoke, hides into it. And then the rest are playing towards the back of the site. And you even see the position, I think that was Zekin, in front of the default boxes, so they can get pinged if the recon goes towards the back of the wall. So again, I just think that they have really good understanding of how to play against Cloud9 so far. Even though Cloud9 have only played this map once this split, they've always second banded against other teams, thinking right now that the domination that they had versus Leviathan will be enough to play against Sentinels. As they're trying to walk out for contact, the Stinger by. As backs against the wall in the first map, they have to try to make a play.
And what else would C9 do but push on a round where they might be forced against the game point very soon. So Sentinels, knowing they buy, backing up, still lose second. That's how hungry C9 is to get these Stingers to go to work. All the deadlock utility at A means they can start to focus a little bit more of the map here.
But they did do some damage onto Oxy and Mitch. Both of them quite low, while the rest on the side of Sentinels, you still have 2 rifles in the hands of zellsis and Narrate. That's 2 body shots and the players are down.
Delay on delay. 54 seconds left. Oh. With the spike moving, this becomes interesting. Unless they hit a little bit cat and go back to market here. I feel like they might stretch themselves a little thin, but it looks like they'll just leave that one lurk on mid.
And Zeppa just threw a flash onto B main, and it did get the contact onto zellsis, which is why we're not fully rotating yet.
Yeah.
All the way towards the A side where they were trying to work before, but everybody's taking control of the map around Sentinels.
Easily back towards mid. That's going to be timing on the wall to drop it. Oxy's not going to think it. He's going to think it's a clone. Bang was already there. And now Mitch, like you said, already low in sight. Zeppa just behind. How much damage can they do? And is it enough to shut down the rest of the members of Sentinels? 12 seconds left. zellsis gets a pivotal kill inside sight so they can get the spike down. And this leaves the two Stingers full HP on the half armor to come in. Bang already takes one out, and that's going to be zellsis finding Vic. Sentinels gaining control of the situation very quick here to get another round.
Yeah, in a round where it's not Zekin that needs to pop off, and when he's already sitting in the silence, the rest of them are actually activated here for Sentinels on the attack. Very nicely done on how they controlled around the map, and yeah, another small fumble unfortunately coming out from Cloud9. The wall's been activated. There has to be a call that potentially there's going to be some sort of pressure out of Sentinels on the other side towards that spawn. Nice. And Noxie gets caught rotating across with a knife out.
Let's go.
Easy kill coming out from Bang. And
Stark.
yeah, they're getting worked.
They are getting worked. A stark difference already in our duelist that we tried to match up today in Oxy and Zekin. Oxy at the bottom of the board there for C9, so Sentinels is not letting him get online, and it has been a problem for C9 here as Zekin is just running away with this game and the team behind him.
And C9 have to be worried too. The nature of the composition around Sentinels, if they're going to try to play it very passively in the very beginning, or if you're trying to play a la G2 sometimes, when you're pulling out these salvos at the very beginning at the entrances of A main and B main, it renders it very difficult for C9 to play as aggressive as they want to. So C9 definitely has a lot to think about here to try to come back in this first map on their map pick. Double swing denied at the very beginning, and C9, they're in a position where they're pretty much going to force every single round.
It's from a 1-3-1 hold. Usually that's just for info, but to get a collat, like, Sentinels is in the position, everything going their way right now, and they can do no wrong, rather. That's going to be the hit back. Flawless round coming in as they get it to game point here. 12-3 on Cloud9's map of Ascent.
And the game plan's simple here for Sentinels. Just stay back towards the spawn, let them walk towards you. zellsis gets a beautiful double kill in the very beginning right here.
Yeah.
But that's what you kind of have, as I mentioned before, C9 has to do this type of play where they have to try to find information. They have to try to go for a buddy system and maybe punish the extremities. Because if not, if they're staying turtled within the site, you might get hit by a KO knife. All that util from the Sentinels are gone. The Sentinel player is not, of course, the Sentinels team. That could be rather confusing.
Okay.
Finally, some sort of hope here. First blood coming out in even a second.
Wait a minute. And this is why C9 is C9, because they can do this and you just don't understand where they pulled it from. Wasn't a timeout, wasn't anything. They just activate on mid. No other kills are on the map. Mid, everyone mid. Maybe some rotations from the side, but it was in mid. And I think that was a little bit of that C9 taking control of the game from the beginning, right? It seemed like Sentinels had the rounds every time they started, but C9 finally can inject themselves a little bit there and show that they are worthy of taking the aggression.
Took better rounds, but maybe C9 were finally figuring out here that there wasn't enough pressure from smokes on middle, so let's just all buy Guardians and move down and get these picks.
Just go mid.
Became kind of easy.
We still have a long way to go here. Another 8 rounds. And it's kind of squashed the question of will Sentinel's map pool be exploited a bit here. I think they've really just had this hidden in their back pocket.
What a nice flash by Oxy.
Good push out. C9 getting a little angry here. Gotta see it. We gotta see a change in something, even if it's pushing more, being aggressive more. Sometimes you gotta go outside the box. The push around as well. This could be huge at top mid. They're getting timing on the map, and they may lose it over to the side of Bang, but that's not going to give the rest of Sentinels a free path to Bang.
And he's walking through. Right now, if Sentinels could continue to delay towards B main, they need to find it to allow this so that Bang could find the perfect timing in the back of the site.
No more.
Fortunately, they'll never get spammed through the smoke. And that's already a player down.
He's just trying to live for one more kill. Bang finds one, and now John Cutie knows. Gets the flash out, can't get it. Yes, he does. Double tap to the head of net. And now he says, quick, come over.
Yeah, exactly. Drop the spike so you can TP and grab it, and you stay as a team with 30 seconds left. The thing is that he canceled the... He went back towards the A site to plant while John Cutie was going B.
Yeah, he was going B. Oh, bit of a misdirect there, I think.
Stealing sight. He's delayed enough time.
Yeah,
the paranoia is being thrown. He gets out of position with the TP, and now John Cutie meets up with them.
Oxy first. Oxy goes down first. Mitch makes a distraction. Oh, Mitch actually able to get the first kill here. John Cutie coming up big. It's not going to be him. It's going to be Noxy and Mitch to take this round and bring it to 5. Inching their way back in, but Sen could explode at any time. They have the economy, and they have the way to do it.
Yeah. I really thought that John Cutie was going to try to drop the spike a little bit earlier so that Bang could actually have a safer TP to pick up the spike. I mean, he had to pick it up out in the open, which is probably the reason why he had to cancel just in case somebody was waiting on a rotate towards the market. So as he canceled it, he's still towards the garden. They split up for the plant. And thankfully, Oxy was still in dimensional drift. If not, that was already GG. Gave a fighting chance there for John Cutie, who unfortunately couldn't clutch the 1 versus 2.
Okay, Oxy's digging into the pockets here. Trying to push himself up the list. Goes for the operator now from the defensive side, and we saw what it did for Zekin. Can it have the same results?
It's posted up on middle. He does have full reign. I mean, the TP's still up. They're trying to find an angle here towards tiles, which may work.
They expect it. They expect everything right now from C9. And they actually give Zekin that space immediately. He takes it so fast. Oh, the shot just over Zekin's shoulder. Both actually make it out pretty healthy on that one as Oxy will regen just a little bit, and Zekin takes this fight for himself.
I think Mitch actually spotted the players up on Cat 1 when he droned out from the garden. So C9 has a pretty good read here that they're still very slow on the hit.
Yeah.
But this time with the null command, a split towards the A site. You're playing across map though, so the Razor Vines are still really good.
Beautiful, nice. Right on the Razor Vines as you see Zeppa over at the B site. The utility can be used off of that ultimate since he's not getting hit. And now Sentinels is left wondering, where do they go from here? Who's actually at the site? And they're not going to have enough players to get through here. So C9 are able to capitalize on one more round for themselves and slowly finding a way in. But is it too little too late? We almost have to ask that on every round as they've allowed Sen to get to 12. The pressure rounds must make it so much more difficult.
Yeah, and they don't really want to go to try to make it expensive for Cloud9,
No.
even though a couple of them could still buy within the next
10
round.
seconds
But
left.
Zekins seems like he's one away here from the Blade Storm. But for the last 2 players, John Cutie and Narrate just want to save these 2 Phantoms.
Oh.
So far, so good.
Zeppa.
Not a good story finish, unfortunately, there for John. At least, sorry, for John Cutie. But C9 did a really good job here to shut that down. Again, doing a little bit of a classic in terms of playing on extremities to avoid the utility or avoid the KO ult. So they had a perfect delay going out towards the Razor Vines or the traps to be placed. And you see the combination. A nice little one from Mitch, taking down Zekin, who still is currently on fire, 20 and 10. And it forces out the first timeout from Sentinels.
I think C9 finally getting the op, and even the shot missed on Zekin slows down a bit of what Sentinels has to do, or activates them to push towards the site. They activate into the Razor Vines. They were kind of not on their own time is the whole point, and I think C9 likes that. So at 12, game point, and losing 3 in a row, a timeout coming in from Kaplan.
Yeah. Thankfully, on that previous round, they already found out that Oxy is wielding an operator.
Exactly.
So now the timeouts is, can we try to push him away? Are we going to try to get the Blade Storm out from Zekin so we can have a healthy buy overall across the board for Sentinels? Leverage zellsis' ult and just overpower Cloud9. And it may be that start because all of Sentinels are leaning towards this A site. Away from Oxy's position currently. He's just waiting for the right time to get the TP out. You can see him, he'll place it across here on the top of Heaven.
Yeah.
And then try to get a pick towards the B main. So all of this is being avoided by Sentinels in the very beginning. The pop flash potentially is going to come out to swing out towards main.
Second orb into knives. He's going to get that right away, only a shorty buy, so they can get the money spent around.
Oh, and they're going to go hard.
Oh yeah, somebody's gonna get caught by this. That alert on the way in. Steel Garden goes down, and look at that, Zekin just shooting ducks at the back of sight. Nobody even knows he's there. A shorty from Zeppa here, wondering if he can get out of the smoke without being seen first. as the Phantom comes out next, and it is going to be enough to get one, but Zeppa cannot get out alive as they start trading shots towards Hell, and that's what it feels like right now for Sentinels inside A. Mitch again on the clutch versus zellsis. Spike is planted. Plenty of time to play with a few fake defuses and push into the site. zellsis with no utility here, not even the Rose.
Back up. He knows he's towards the left now.
Half is there. Goes for the shot. Mitch gets another one. Mitch keeps Cloud9 alive. Another clutch for the veteran player.
Just unfortunate. Some pure luck that came through that a recon dart went towards a way where you can't get zellsis to break the dart right away. So with the ping coming through, you're able to get it halfway. You could now play the time onto Mitch. He dodges the flash and turns back to get the instant headshot onto zellsis. Again, because zellsis shot. He knew he was on the left side of wine. He could just turn, go back, look to the front. Potentially could be a Pulsar flick of the day.
Honestly, since Mitch back in the inauguration of Valorant in 2020 to when he's brought on the team now has been one of the most flexible agent/players with gun use too. Operator, Vandal, Phantom. You can look for it all from Mitch, and he's really making a resurgence here. Brought back onto the Cloud9 squad, bringing back a 7th round here for him on this first map. And now they have to clear just 5 more rounds to bring it to OT. Actually a tough task to ask with how the game has been going as Annihilation starts off and will grab narrate first, but he's saved.
Now they place the wall on the attack side too to prevent any type of Cloud9 B-side crunch. So knowing that there's not going to be anybody close. Beautiful ult coming through from the Armageddon. Here comes the hit from Sentinels.
Nice spam through. They're trying to get these shots before they even happen. The Phantoms are helping them do it through the smoke. Still clearing sight, but Zekin goes down for one of the first times as he makes it in. Or no, Zekin he gets a kill, I should say. As
So
Oxy
2v2.
answers back, the duelists are firing hot right now, and who's going to overheat on this one, and who's going to keep their cool? Dimensional Drift goes through, so Oxy knows exactly what's going on in the back of the site, and now Mitch starts to creep into position so they can activate the protocol.
30 seconds left.
Just to the left, spam through the box. It's a tough spot for Zekin as he can't get help from John Cutie on the same angle. A stiff wind will blow Oxy down, and a quick transfer could take Mitch as well. Almost there, but it starts up top. Mitch finds the frag, and C9 find 8.
The HP remaining on Mitch and Oxy combined at 8. 6 on Mitch, 2 on Oxy, and they're still able to convert a 2v2. So far in the chaos, though, Sentinels has been doing an excellent job on these hits. But C9, when they come back to try to fight, not giving a chance here for Sentinels to really set up to a plant or to a post plant. It's been very close towards the end. And thankfully, again...
Let's go, Francis! Let's go, baby! That's all you! That's all you! Let's go! Come on!
Boom! All right, Nat. Don't usually hear too much from him. Not getting hype right now.
He's been loud this split for sure.
Dang.
Ever since he came back now into the VCT stage, dropped by G2 last year. Coming back this time around, I mean, he mentioned it in an interview. I think that was with Sage Tween that mentioned that he was basically fighting his own demons, playing against himself in terms of not being able to get the confidence to compete here at the top level. But he's been doing pretty decent, not necessarily only in the kill department, but also in ways that he's using his utility as mainly the Deadlock or even a Cypher.
The last few games look great for him.
Yeah, he's an integral part to C9 in terms of how they're working around the site. He's just trying to stay alive, trying to find information into the mid rounds, and has these moments where he gets good assists around his util.
Fans, both timeouts for Sentinels has been called on their game point.
Nothing left now with
And
4
in the
rounds
past
left.
5 rounds, they have been called. Yeah. Sen City wants the lock-in here. Can Sentinels deliver? As Cloud9 is riding high, finding the silver lining here on the comeback from the defensive side. You called it. We wondered about their attack side. It was a little iffy. The C9 continues to lock down their defensive side. A low buy here for Sentinels to try and push through on this round.
Off flash, maybe trying to get Zekin to hit the switch. Yeah, it's a full exit in.
Okay. Goes fast. Net's still able to find him in the smoke and the chaos. Zeppa's HP and ammo is just about the same, down at single digits right now. They're all still stuck for the side of Sentinels here in the Archway B. Great use of Razer Vines and a bit of util is going to throw him back. And no upgraded weapon will come of this just yet.
They definitely got snuffed out of that one. That's exactly what we're just talking about. Net throwing a beautiful wall right into the main side. So, yeah, Zekken's able to dash through, but the rest of their team can't follow up. And even if they made it through, you still had 2 sonic sensors towards this B site where nobody could jump down towards that lane. But a good read, a good pivot for Sentinels in the mid-round. Still 2 stingers available. John Cutie calls for them to move towards this A site where there's only Mitch playing, and he plays the perfect spot.
Exactly, moving back to be more of an anchor, but not in the site, just outside the site, causing Sen to now have to re-clear main, have a few more things on their plate.
What you're trying to do with this position here is just to maintain the A site. When this plant comes down, when the door closes, especially that, you now know that the players have to play inside the site for Sentinels. So it will allow for the rotate coming back from Vic, from Zeppa, from Net, to fight within the site. But look at the post-plant positioning so far from Sentinels. That flash currently set up from zellsis could really help delay and fight back here against Cloud9's Flood.
Oh, he gets one solo, and now he can draw the attention. This is perfect for Heaven to start coming out. You can see Nat start to sidestep. They're looking for the swings. Another one from Mitch. Does he even need him? No, he doesn't. Another 3K for Mitch.
Mitch has the IGL starting to activate as well on the second half. I was just talking about the whole round. He's just got to stay alive, and he's probably going to be the last person moving through.
Yeah,
when they create the ruckus towards the top of Heaven. And now he's just going to walk in.
He's going to be the first.
Casually stroll, get a 3K into that one while everybody's focused towards the back of the site. And remember, no more timeouts left for Sentinels here on the second half, so it has to fall down onto John Cutie. A timeout that probably was going to be translated within this round right here because Sentinels has money to work with, although not the best. Half buy small shields, trying to keep the economy up for continuous buys for the rest of the half. But C9 are finally finding some ways to fight back right here.
Wait a minute. Oh, they're not coming from mid. They just go for a bit of a push towards the left side. I was wondering if that was going to be a huge attack on tiles, too. And now we see no operator in the mix. There was more than enough money for C9, but they realize the speed of the game is going to be changing. There may not be time for an op. Everything is moving pretty damn fast right now, and you have to be able to move at that pace with your team. Bit of a 3-2 split here for Sen. C9 is very active on the defensive side trying to figure this out.
Look at this. Brendan was just talking about now you change things around the walls towards B main. Everybody's pushed up towards middle because all of the Sentinels utils on both sides.
This could be a meat grinder. Hunter's Fury up the middle. It's not going to give anybody really room to shoot on this one, so they're just figuring out what's happening on the map. B is open. Sen are not aware of it, though. They could be taken out from the right side, but no. C9 back in position. They enter the site right as Sentinels try to. This movement is incredible.
Trap play didn't really work at the very beginning to find the info, but at least to get the first blood by punishing the push into B main. Now with 30 seconds left, it's up to Zekken that has to try to create an opening.
That timing. Zekken on top of it here. Can he hold for long enough, though? What a push, and Mitch realizes it's a ruse, gets the quick shot there, and now it's still going to be the rotation over. They realize what B was.
That could have been a huge kill. That would have been Spike.
One more, though. Feels it. Doesn't look. Oh, second guessing himself. Gets the wall, and he's actually going to get shot in the back for this one. Didn't get a shot. Oh, another 3K for Mitch. Count him up. Rack him up.
And pistols left now for C9 as the Steel Guardian comes out.
You get locked in.
Revealing area.
One dart. Gives them a bit of a chance to clear themselves into sight. Net takes down one. Can it be another big clutch for C9? This is going to be gamer. It's going to be a round continuation here. Net very low. It's going to be the jump from zellsis and the right-click classic. Everybody's on their feet from Sentinels in the crowd and on stage as they take map number 1 away from Cloud9.
What a nice finish by zellsis towards the end, but yeah, I felt it. Potentially another clutch, a 1v1. This time, the one by Sentinels that could finally stop this comeback that was coming here from Cloud9. And unfortunately there, if you're a C9 fan, you kind of wish that they had a couple more rounds on the attack side because they were starting to pick things up here on the defensive side. Yeah, and losing the pistol, losing the bonus, that's gotta hurt on the side of Cloud9. Something that they have to pick up here and clean up for the second map. But so far, we were in for a treat at the very beginning. Sentinels were running away with this one, but C9, they show that they still have some fight.
They do still have some fight. I think slow starts might be a little bit of a plague to them. Oxy not starting off as fast as he wanted to, and the rest of the team slowly taking time to pick up, but that's where we look at Sentinels. Sentinels was making sure their start was slow, bringing in the attack and making sure they could take Ascent, something we have not seen from them yet this stage, and they show it first in playoffs. We got more in this series between Sen and C9. Don't go anywhere.
I don't really like committing to things. I'm scared. But when Verizon announced that I could lock in a low price for 3 years, I mean, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Can you hear me now?
Are they saving? They gotta go. 2G has to run, but they're going straight into Bang, and he's putting them down. Make or break on Haven, and Oxy's already found the opening kill. He's just sending it. Oxy, no one's watching him.
Here with Kaplan, the coach of Sentinels. A little scary there, but you end up stealing C9's map pick of Ascent. There have been a lot of questions about Sentinels map pool, what you guys are willing to flow, what you guys can play. When C9 picked Ascent, what was the plan?
We definitely thought they would pick it. The comp they play is pretty much Gunter's creation. He really nailed it last year with that, so he was really specialized in having a lot of solutions for us that we talked about throughout the week. Got a little bumpy there as I think we were a little too eager to close it out. That happens when you're up 12, but yeah, we had a really good plan to just kind of punish them, and it worked out.
Well, best luck on map 2.
Thank you.
And there you have it. You heard from Coach Kaplan there. The confidence for Sentinels came from the fact that they had the plan, they knew what they wanted to do, and most importantly, they had zellsis with that Sen Classic closing it out. Now, of course, folks, that takes us to a very hectic situation here for C9. And team, I mean, honestly, at this point, I really felt, Emily, so confident about C9 coming into this. I'm sure they did too, because there were moments there where it looked like it was going to happen. They were going to make that comeback happen.
Yeah, no, it sounds like Sentinels did have the read, but I want to, sorry. Oh my gosh. If Cloud9 started on defense, I feel like it would have been a different story. Like, they had a really hard time closing that out there.
Yeah, and of course, they had a big problem to deal with in the form of Zekken. Because this kid just popped off.
Yeah, Zekken went nuts, and I think a lot of it was him getting going on the first half. He was Kaplan was talking in the interview about the value that Gunter was able to provide on countering this comp.
Yeah,
and
fascinating.
I think it showed in a massive way. I know Kaplan has worked with Gunter in the past and previous iterations, and I know he was very adamant about getting him on the roster. So you can tell a lot of the prep came into this. They knew what the strength points were for Cloud9.
This was crazy.
This play was
crazy.
just
This was offensive. That was offensive. I was offended.
You can like nerd out and draw defaults and all this stuff, but then Zekken can just happen, right? And it's just insane. So I think there's a lot to be said about Sentinels, even in the second half when Cloud9 was starting to come back into it. You could tell they were ready for what Cloud9 were going to throw their way. They knew what was coming, and they were able to dance around it. And yeah, it got a little hairy, but I think they were in the driver's seat for most of it.
Emily, where do you think things kind of went south on that attack for C9, and really how they were only really able to get 3 rounds out of that? And we talked about what we wanted to see from this composition on the attack. It wasn't all that much.
No, it really wasn't. Honestly, I think it started with them losing that pistol. You know, you're down 9-3, you lose the pistol, you're bound to lose the anti-eco.
Yeah.
And it was just a rough start. It was a really hard thing to come back to. I don't even think it was the console, but as a team, like that, you have to get so much momentum going, and they just, well, couldn't really.
Yeah, and they tried. I mean, you heard Net, like he was trying to pop off, right? Get the team back into it. There were moments there, for sure. And Doug, I think it's safe to say, though, that, you know, Cloud9 not out of it, not by a long shot, but this is going to be an uphill battle to climb here because they're going right into Pearl.
Pearl map that both teams are strong on. You know, you were mentioning Cloud9 run that double duelist comp, and I do think, you know, Emily, you mentioned something in between while we were watching the game about how aggressive Sentinels like to fight. Right, they never gave them any comfort. Are you expecting the same on Pearl?
Oh, for sure, especially on Pearl. Like, they're so proactive, too. Like I said, I think I said last weekend, Sentinels, they're a team of all aimers. Like, I would be scared swinging into every single one of those players.
Yeah.
And the way that they go about playing is, like, they fight for their space. They fight for any space that Cloud9 wants to take, and I'll see that going into Pearl. And when they don't, or when Cloud9 does have success, they push something else. They take those 1v1s, they take those 1v2s, and it's scary.
Yeah, very impressive stuff there. Hey, and kudos to C9 for trying to climb their way back into that game. Didn't quite work out, but let's actually hear what's going on over in the C9 camp as we get ready for map 2.
Here with the head coach of Cloud9, Emmy, who is here despite getting a tooth extraction today, so feel better. I'm gonna ask you, what happened that map? Was it a failure of the comp? Was Oxy not online?
No, I just think, again, probably nerfs, same as the G2 game, but a little bit different. We're usually really good on attack. That's why we saved it this whole time. And we lost some scrappy rounds. We did some misplays. We took a lot of solo fights, and then on the defense, we brought it back. We probably shouldn't have forced bought, but we forced bought, and we brought it back in the end anyway. And it's just a shame we lost.
Let's look them up too.
All right, folks. Well, you know what's coming up. It's Pearl. That's map 2. We'll see how this all breaks down and whether or not Sentinels can pull off the 2-0 or if C9 can force us to map 3. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you on the other side.
We are back for Sentinels versus Cloud9. Ascent take Cloud9's pick of Ascent 13-9. And now we head to Sentinels Pearl. C9 also has a good Pearl, but they also need to have a very good game to stay in the upper bracket here and bring us to a game 3.
Exactly. If you're looking at the map here of Pearl, at least so far we see the composition from C9, nothing changes, but they've been 3-1 in this split, making it very close against a top dominant team such as G2, losing 11-13, dominating Furia with almost a flawless round, but finishing 13-1 on that one. But Sentinels on the other end with this composition as well, is currently 3-0 on this map. This is Sentinel's map pick. They're very comfortable on this before. This is something that Zekin mentioned, probably one of our best and strongest maps outside of potentially even Haven going into this one. But now it's the head-to-head battle. You see maybe in terms of the Sentinels, it kind of changes, right? You have this Cypher that stays around net. You have the Vice here for zellsis, both of them really prominent and good on their respective agent for this map. Although I like to say that for C9, you have that extra trip, and they're also using it for very good information when they're playing the defensive side, where C9 is starting first. And what I'm talking about is that Vice wall that G2 likes to place towards the arc. Net does that with the trip. What it allows here for C9 to do is to work a lot of aggression on the extremities and to play on rotates on from the A side to B because they have this Euro to work with.
Yeah.
Sentinels probably has a good read going into this game because looks like they had a good read going into the Ascent game as well against Cloud9. So when I was really hyped up and trying to see that C9 probably had a chance to push us into a third map, I mean, these guys over on the Sentinels camp have been doing an excellent job adapting on the fly.
I mean, they're going to have to, right? I love what you mentioned about the Cypher because it's more information in those areas, but it also allows you to be ahead of the game more, which Imi absolutely loves. Any step he can be ahead of the other team is perfect. And yeah, the Vice wall is going to let you know when people are coming by, but having that camera around, how are Sen going to play around that? Where are they going to find it? How fast do they destroy it and start messing with Net's utility? Is all the questions to see how they can shut down that Cypher's defensive
Happy birthday!
Hold. Happy birthday. Let's go. Off to everybody having a birthday today. I'm sure there's a few. All right, we're getting on to Pearl here, our second map for our second series. They're having a birthday. They look like they're having fun.
MOUSEPAD party for sure in terms of the vibes here for Sentinels. zellsis has all been stepping up here every single time that Sentinels are winning a round. And now Sentinels on the attack, they are able to take control here of the tempo. To kick things off here on Pearl, and it's a Teho drone to spot Vic. Vic, who's had so many good moments in this split though, is now suppressed, can't pull the smoke up. So he has to stand tall with his ghost.
It's a very big commitment here for Vic to stay in. The shots are just missing. They capitalize on one. But wait, it's Seth by Mitch. They find more. And Sentinels is now out in the open trying to get themselves to safety here. Very low health on both sides. It's going to be the Ghost versus the Classic. And Net's going to be able to ring true. zellsis, the Vibe Merchant, takes the pistol round on Pearl.
Finishing the map on a 1v1 zellsis versus Net. Won by zellsis. Another pistol round won by zellsis against Net.
Picture perfect.
Continues to vibe here and help out Sentinels to build up the economy moving into the further rounds that you've seen here on these type of buys that they had. Did go for heavy investments with rifles, bulldogs.
Michael! Michael! Oh.
Not even looking. Focused on his screen. zellsis trying to get the attention. Always on his feet. We'll have to see if they can carry right as we get out of this. We'll get an idea of what it is for you as soon as we can. And get back into game ASAP here. But like you said, zellsis not stopping an inch there. Gets the clutch on Ascent to win the map. Gets the clutch for the pistol round to make sure they can start off strong here.
And definitely wants to...
Just a rush attack to be.
Exactly, and just really wants to get into Net's head here after winning this 1v1. I mean, also, Zekin mentioned that, yeah, I'm looking forward to playing against a team like Cloud9 because they're good friends with Net, and they just want to topple him down. Unfortunately, you had this friendly rivalry from these players, right? And best friends between
absolutely.
zellsis and Coach Imi.
Watching Zeppa play ranked just a few days, or like yesterday or a few days ago, him and zellsis were going at it in MM2.
Yeah.
Just kind of chatting it up, being like, "But you lost to them, like 2-3. You got burned." I'm like, "Yeah, we'll see you on the stage." They're always ribbing each other just a little bit. The crowd's ready, happy to get back in. Some Q-Berts out there supporting both levels of the Sentinels rosters.
That's right. Usually I see a red here in the arena, but you can definitely see that it's split across the board
C9
today.
Thundersticks out there today, and C9 crowd for sure.
This does mean a lot, though, for a team like Cloud9, who's been missing internationals after internationals. I mean, even if you're looking, I'm going to inject a little bit of hope here for C9, and Imi talked about this in interviews and streams, but when C9 actually had these occasions to try to play into playoffs where the storylines is, well, they're missing these they're missing these opportunities to make it into Masters and Champs. But
Yeah.
it was last year when we actually had these knockout rounds where there was no double elimination bracket. And who did C9 had to play? They had to play against a crew team that made it into Champs into that split 2 of last year. And even they had to play against a G2 that went all the way towards the grand finals in a knockout round and then qualified for Shanghai. So they had to play some tough opponents no matter what every time they made it into playoffs. Now this time they're playing against a powerhouse at Sentinels that's turned things around since they came back from Bangkok. So it's never going to be an easy run for C9. And either of these teams moving forward will have to face off against G2 as now back in the server though, 1-0 for Sentinels. Orbs being controlled by Sentinels as the push is coming through from Cloud9 towards main, and it's an easy TP away from Zekin.
Like zoo, just the zoo animals running out A stairs. They're stomping through. You see Sentinels like, no, we don't want any of that. Low buy or not. Smart play to just redistribute and reset the round. Honestly, they spread out to what would just be a default here, 1 minute. And they're going to go ahead and play a fake onto B.
It works.
And get over to A. Yeah, that's working really well. Look at everybody leave A now.
You already forced the TP away here from the side of Zeppa, who initially was trying to keep a 4-player stack towards the A site. They gave up towards that front. Should be an easy entry here for Sentinels because there's no util to stop them as they enter towards A site. Well, pistols will.
The double swings they have to apply that damage. Get some of these guns down. It's not retrievable just yet, but it is a little bit scary for the post plant here. Zekin spamming through it, using that hero rifle on this buy, or I should say upgrade rifle.
Shots are missing though. There's an opening for C9, not anymore.
Yeah, he closes it down. Oh, waiting on the right side, waiting for the crossfires to come through, and he finds the ace! Coming in for Zekin, they let him have the eye by power ace on that one. Beautifully done. Remember the PC giveaway from I by Power, the first ace of every week coming through. After that, the $100 gift card and $100 in I by Power merch. Hashtag unlock your ace, baby. I mean, Zekin continues to unlock his aces.
Yeah, make sure you follow him on socials, I by Power. And yeah, the last kill was a little labor, but I mean, he was running everywhere to try to get kills. C9 just trying to flood back towards the flowers, trying to stay as a group.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, couldn't trade any shots at all. And are we actually calling a timeout right away going into the gun round? Oh, okay, never mind.
Indeed. Indeed.
I was like, that would be very surprising if Imi was doing that, but no. Going to be a little bit more take pause gear.
So we got rock, paper, scissors between Zekin and zellsis. Oh, Zekin just crushed him in like 2 seconds.
We'll try to find it.
Are they winning? Okay. Oh, he gave it to him. What we got?
There it is, chat. There it is.
Ooh, got him again.
Dude, he's not missing on anything
New Jersey's
today.
finest is crushing.
One more. On shoot.
1, 2, 3, shoot. 1, 2, 3, shoot. Again, dude. It's like Bart Simpson always going scissors or something, bro. He's just going rock and he's destroying your scissors. Come on. All right, we get this tech pause sorted out and figured out. We were talking about Cloud9 a little bit earlier, and an interesting point, just looking at the squad, is they're always a team who will begin kind of with a different roster and then switch it up. So you don't have a team that's grown really all throughout the season like Sentinels would, or a different team, and maybe this is a focus on their playoff woes. They're not fully there. They're not adjusted to 2 stages, maybe even a full season and that. But somehow, they're still always firing high in the ranks. Even with these changes, even bringing new people on the team, they still find their way to playoffs. But what is the crux here is always the question.
Yeah, at least Imi when he was mentioning at the helm of C9, you know, replacing MC and going into Coach C9.
Yeah.
With the different iterations that came through of like the Moose, the Rooney, the Vanities of the world. But this time around in 2025, he definitely feels that confidence that this is the best iteration of C9 that he's had to coach. And he fully feels confident that this will be a team that could actually defeat world star teams over in the Valorant scene, not only in the Americas, but across the world. But first, of course, you have to try to qualify over the Masters. But he said it is still a work in progress. You might still need a little bit of time in order to flush that all out. But there is a chance when, you know, there's a day where everybody's kind of feeling it. You've seen those matches. They could definitely do some crazy upsets as his Dark Horse team going into the playoffs, as a Dark Horse team going into Split 1 in 2025 here in Americas.
And it's still incredibly young. multiple players too. I mean, you got Mitch and Zeppa who are going to bring the veteran status and the pedigree they have, but you know, Oxy, I feel like it has gone from the 4v5. Oxy's kind of not there because it might be Oxy go die, team do the rest.
Exactly.
And more of Oxy being in the team in these situations, and he will be necessary for the round.
You can definitely see that from how they've been activating with this roster overall. Let's say Lotus, for example, or how he's trying to move in towards a map like Pearl. He maybe doesn't bring up the exact numbers coming through because he is trying to create that space. But it doesn't necessarily have to be that game plan of Oxy go kill and try to play a 4v5 anymore, because now you have to play against Zeppa, who's probably had the best career so far into VCTs on the America stage. So the 2025 year has been amazing for him so far. And they also, with the addition of Vic, we've already seen what Vic could do ever since he joined this roster.
What the heck?
A little bit of a sleeper in the first place, but he's totally killing it so far.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so we're going to step away for a moment. Let's hear from Cloud9's IGL Mitch and how he feels about the team's performance.
I guess the difference between playoffs and group stages is people are a little bit more tense. I think going into playoffs, there's going to be a lot more pressure on, you know, even like the experienced players, I think, for stage, because they know that they're playing for Toronto. It's going to be a lot on the line, and I think whoever makes the big plays are going to qualify.
I would say multiple 3Ks qualifies as big plays. So Mitch is on that list right now for making those happen. He's been having a great game so far.
Definitely seen that, at least for sure, on that previous map. But to touch back onto Vic, he's been the one that's been doing so many multiple kills and a lot of highlight reels. Remember, on this very map, behind the A site, getting a superb ace against Furia, or how he's playing on Rubble. He's a player that's just able to find some good aggression, and it kind of fits C9 quite well. Paranoia's TPs, he's not trying to play like kind of like a safe style of Omen. I love the style that he brings here over to this agent for this team.
Yeah, and talking about players on C9 that used to be, zellsis over there too. Used to be a C9 player. Now brings that pedigree over to the side of Sentinels, helping get that roster built up. I mean, from the beginning of the games, I remember him saying kind of to narrate, hey, no more emotional stuff on stage, you know, narrate kind of, he's very hard on himself. So seeing narrate now come into a different light and being able to play under all that stress, but still we're not seeing that emotion take him over now. Like the brains that zellsis brings to the team there is huge in helping everybody.
It's cool
because too on screen.
As you mentioned that in terms of narrate trying to battle his own demons, that was what we were just talking about on that previous map when it was Net that kind of had like highs and lows of like downing their performances, but he's been so good in the last 2 weeks here for narrate.
For sure.
He's been opening a lot of rounds here for Sentinels overall. And just when we just talked about and heard what Mitch was saying about about C9, for example, the pressure that is on their shoulders trying to qualify for Toronto, I feel that there's still some sort of small pressure coming in from the side of Sentinels because they kind of want to try to win this to play in Toronto, not only for Sen City, but I would also assume here for John Cui, who, you know, played in the MENA division out in Africa for the longest time, trying to qualify through the Tier 2, going into North America, playing from Montreal to play under the M80 banner, and now has an opportunity to get picked up. IGL lead this team in Sentinels and wants to play in the home crowd of Montreal with the rest of the fans flying in from different areas, different provinces to see John Cutie play.
Honestly, has to be awesome, especially to be fighting for that feeling and possibly one map away. But right now we're going to hear from zellsis to get his thoughts on facing off against Cloud9.
Vic has been like playing outstanding. Oxy has been playing well. Zeppa has always been frying. Like and Mitch is just like consistent. Net is consistent in their roles. Like I think they're a well-rounded team. Sadly, playoffs is a whole different beast. Like it's a whole different like feeling. It's a whole different feature. Like I just feel like they are going to be a little bit shaky in playoffs, especially coming off the choke loss that they had against MIBR. I think they'll definitely be a little bit shaken up. So I think them for us, as long as we don't go in nervous against their nerves, I think it should be like an easy match. But I think they've definitely found themselves as a team, so it could be scary.
they saving? They gotta go. 2G has to run, but they're going straight into Bang, and he's putting them down. Make or break on Haven, and Oxy's already found the opening kill. He's just sending it. Oxy, no one's watching him.
We are back in the VCT Americas Arena, almost ready to get into game. I promise I am asking Vans to hit the play button, and he's hovering. He's hovering
broken for me. It's broken for me. I'm still trying to fix it.
Okay, that's why.
I'm still trying to fix it.
Why.
My
So
bad,
that's
chat.
where we're getting fixed up, and then we'll get right into game. All of the rock, paper, scissors has been played out. We got everything sorted on stage here, so we should be back in quite shortly. If you don't remember, right before we went to break, we had the Zekin Ace. I mean, that possibly could have broken the server. He's playing crazy. And maybe they're just giving away the PC he has right there, so they just had to hook up a new one, right? But no, really, Zekin 6-1 right now. The Dimensional Drift is up on round 3 because of what he just did. So I don't expect this to be an easy bonus round here for Cloud9.
It's crazy too, right? Yeah,
Anti-bonus.
yeah, exactly. But even for Zekin to get the Dimensional Drift already in round number 3 is just reminiscent of what happened on the set before in the first half when they were playing on defense. He's at like 3 or 4 Blade Storms going through. So that is definitely a key component into adapting for the day, that they're like, okay, well, we don't have to try to pivot towards C9's aggression or try to figure out how to play the macro.
Yeah.
If Zekin's just popping off, let's just try to get a game plan around the activation that he has around the Blade Storm, the activation now that he has around the Dimensional Drift. I'm quite surprised, though, that we are moving over to, actually, at least for Ascent, if you're looking at the first place, the map that was picked here for Cloud9. Because at the desk, they were mentioning here that C9 were testing out their map pool throughout the season, right?
Yeah.
You went into a 7-map pool.
They kind of touch on everything.
Exactly, and it's like, okay, well, it's nice we're able to play like our own game or try to have a feel about how we play against our opponents. When you're playing now against a team like Sentinels that haven't touched a set since last year, so you're trying to play your own game, you don't really know what Sentinel's going to be coming in with, and then unfortunately, yet where you maybe have some sort of read against the KO Nateo, you couldn't get stopped by how Zekin was able to activate through, and it almost looked like Sentinels were even more prepared into C9's macro. Remember those spots where Zekin's walking outside of the smoke because it was smoke towards pizza, runs out, gets a pick. So again, there's been more on the side here of C9 that they have to try to turn it around to hopefully bring this back in. Maybe force this into a third map of Icebox. But that said, thank you so much for your patience, chat. Let's start moving back in the server.
Let's go.
Bonus round now available for Sentinels. As it's strong, a rifle for Zekin, already coming out with the Dimensional Drift, trying to find the info. And it's being pinched on left and right. They'll probably have a read. There's 3 players out there, and now it's a pinch. 4 players out towards the A site.
Cruising, about to be out of it.
And there's that trip. The one that Net likes to place kind of like a vice wall to get information where the pressure's coming from. How does C9 react around that? And you see that he's pulling up the camera at the same time, trying to see if there's pressure in on middle. And as he sees nothing yet, all of C9 can stay stacked up towards the A side and try to stop this push.
Zekin's going to be on the forefront of this one. The head of the spear goes towards the smokes. You can see low health just on the other side of that as they're trying to decide. Zekin gives himself an out. They make sure Bang is safe, and they know that the first layer of the site is there. But no, Cloud9 starts to come out of the woodwork with shots from left and right, and the crossfire is beautiful.
And unfortunately, the vines being thrown by zellsis kind of stops here the opportunity from the last 2 players of himself and Zekin trying to swing out to go for trades. So he just has to keep players at bay. Try to keep them towards the A site where you see Zekin is moving for a plant.
30 seconds left.
So the responsibility now for zellsis, stay. Try to watch back and maybe go for a fight towards the back of the spawn. If not, I mean, if he's going to walk back towards the street, that camera being set up here by Net could see a lot.
zellsis, the super quiet here. He's got 3 people to pass and then a little extra time to wait here. But not too long. You can't leave Zekin out to dry on this situation. It's going to be tough, and the pincer even harder as zellsis has the timing. Zekin trying to stay alive, gets a spam, but it doesn't throw him off, and he gets 2. Vic's able to take 1, but he's done his job. 2 for the round, and Zekin is happy with that. He leaves zellsis with the perfect prep. The smoke is there. It's at half. They're not even looking. He misses the first shot, but he's going to have it. Nose on the second defuse. That Byte, it does go through, and he's able to get the clutch! The 2v4, and Sentinels make it look easy.
The double Z's coming out from Zekin and zellsis, putting C9 to sleep. What a move moving out here from zellsis. The patience that he has and the confidence that you have to leave Zekin alone inside the site. You were talking about it. It was going to be a tough position for Zekin in the site, but you know he's going to be good for at least one.
And he got shot through the box and didn't overreact. Like, so calm.
As a unit so far, this team on the attack side of Sentinels. A big clutch coming through here from zellsis. And now C9, well, they're going to try to gamble it up here. Try to get this orb to build up an ult for C9 within the next round.
Oh, family photo right outside the dismiss. They were not expecting that. It's been something C9 put the cam up and have had that space for free all the time. And Sentinels just pulled the rug out from under him on that. 3 dead, and the push towards A easily happening here. Zekin, again, one off of ultimate.
I mean, we're going to sound like a broken record by the end of this game. Zekin owns. zellsis owns.
Yeah.
But there are 2 players that are pretty decent in the clutch. Unfortunately, though, for Cloud9, they don't have the best weaponry to work with.
Staying quiet. Just trying to hide around the utility right now. Got it. Just a few jumps onto Zekin, but he still gets one. Okay, Stinger does some repeated damage, but it's not going to be enough. Narrate gets that final kill here, and Sentinels are moving through the defensive protocols of C9 like butter here. Just dismiss and gone. They were so ready for that on 3 different levels to fight that too.
And a similar story again to Ascent.
Good up.
Going into round number 5, Zekin,
but passively.
Zekin already has another dimensional drift to work with, and now Cloud9 pulls a timeout. The first one here of the second map, trying to work around what we saw before we headed into the replays. Ults available on their side of the defense, and knowing that Zekin has his dimensional drift available, I wonder if they want to try to get some sort of play to get behind and fight behind the dimensional drift that Zekin is going to try to utilize to get information. Because that was something that on that first map that Bang did very well against that push from Cloud9 when Oxy was trying to ult through. So hopefully they'll be able to bring some sort of, or cook something up here to not give too much space for Sentinels to work with on this map of Pearl, because the rotates are quite difficult to do here on the defense.
Zeppa will meet him in the dimensional drift. They'll have some coffee and then separate. They need to get some kills on those duelists though. Oxy and Zeppa having a little tough time in the first 4 rounds. Again, getting started. Once we saw it switch on Ascent, they started to ramp up, but they will not have that time, or that amount of time here on Pearl. 5th round, guns all around, as Oxy is going to bring out the operator, and I'm sure Emmy sorted out how they may be using these ultimates coming into the round to make sure they can get one for themselves.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the timer's not moving, chat.
It is not. And it looks like we do have
Bro,
another
the fuck
pause
is
coming
going
through.
on?
You are all warriors in the crowd and viewing at home. We appreciate you, as we will get through this as soon as possible and update you when we can. It looks like we're going to get Bang sorted out here on stage.
Yeah. A tough one, though. Keeping here the suspense going on the edge of her seat, because we just mentioned what would be the plan that Emmy would be calling out here for Cloud9. We didn't have a chance to fully see everything yet in the server in terms of buy, so we'll just wait this for a bit, as, yep, that is not the type of drawing we want to see here.
The curse of the sign.
It's a cute drawing.
It is.
It's just a warning I don't like. I don't like tech pauses.
It's an omen. Wait a minute. Wait.
No, actually, it's 2 Astros playing.
That's true.
Oh, no, we can't do these type of tech pauses. Not when you got 2 old dads here. That's just doing a bunch of dad jokes.
So it looks like they'll get Bang sorted out again on this. Zekin went from 6-1 to 10-3 just in that short amount of time, which is ridiculous. I do not understand it. And zellsis as well. We saw him just on the previous round. Something about zellsis come out with a few kills, and we just saw the last clutch as well between him and Zekin.
My stream is not lagging.
But it has been a great series so far for sure. When you're looking back at what Emmy was just talking about during the interview with Liz before we got into the second map. What's going on here?
They dropped the sign.
Oh,
to
no.
the floor with you.
I dropped the sign.
Stop it. Oh,
Anyways,
they're in the stage.
Yeah. We're fixing. But that said,
That's what the game is played.
Just to go back to what Emmy was talking about with Liz earlier on too, when he reflected on what happened on that first map of Ascent, There's been small mistakes that we just mentioned when we were casting that rendered very costly. Some small individual mistakes, but also the call to go for a force buy. I think it was like a 10-4 scoreline or something like that. So we had a couple of stinger buys. They had to force buy for 2 or 3 rounds in a row to finally get the ball rolling. I think after this timeout, it's just to make sure that they maintain their calm as well on the side of C9 so that they could just focus on the game and not worry about the 4-0 lead that Sentinel's already built.
That's right. All right, let's see what they can do. Cap looks a little stressed here before they get in the game, but Kaplan delivers the strats for Sentinels, and we ask him to help strategize your evening with some recommendations on what to watch. It's time for Show and Tell.
Hey guys, what's up? It's Kaplan here. So today we're going to do a little show and tell. I'm a really big movie guy, one of my favorite hobbies outside of Valorant and esports. So I brought some stuff in that I'm going to be showing you guys to kind of tell you about what movies I love and what movies you should
hello
check
guys.
out.
जो भी देख रहा है, hello.
First thing I've got
Morning.
here is
Morning.
a book about my favorite director, Satoshi Kon. This
Morning.
book's called Satoshi Kon, the Illusionist. Satoshi Kon's
I'm
awesome.
also
He's
suffering
an
from
anime
the
movie
tech
director.
pause,
He
bro.
was an anime movie director. This guy and his movies are always sitting there at the top. They're always the movies I come back to. A lot of the movies that people know and love, like Inception, are actually totally inspired. Even shots are just exactly copied from this guy's movies.
Morning,
so
bhai.
some favorites that I recommend people check out would be Paprika or
Sup,
Perfect Blue.
sup,
So this
sup,
book,
sup,
Stories
sup.
of Your Life by Ted Chiang, it's a short story book. This guy wrote a story called Stories of
3.5
Your
घंटे हो
Life,
गए, batch.
which is the short story
Nice.
that inspired
Like
the
it,
movie
like it,
Arrival.
like
It's really cool to not only enjoy a movie, but to check out what inspired it. It really makes it a lot more fun to watch a movie over a second
Zellsis.
time. One of my favorite shows of all time is Cowboy Bebop. And right here, I bought this for myself. It's just a cool little watch. It's a little Cowboy Bebop watch. The interior is kind of inspired by the dashboard of the Swordfish, which is the ship
That's crazy work,
that the
bro.
main character
Type
Spike
C9?
flies in Cowboy Bebop. It's just kind of fun to have a little item that represents my love for my favorite show. So yeah, my top movies of all time, it's a really hard question. I would put at number 1, Place Beyond the Pines by Derek Cianfrance. It's just an incredible movie. It captures kind of that New England atmosphere, which is where I grew up. At number 2, Paprika, which is by Satoshi Kon. It's all about mixing kind of dream and reality and your memories. For 3, I would say would be Arrival, which is by Denis Villeneuve. The character can actually see into the future and how it would affect how you live the past out, or maybe how you wouldn't change anything even though you know the outcome of something. That's my top 3, all very related to kind of like time and memory, and I encourage people to kind of watch them all, and it'll make you really think about those themes. Thank you very much for tuning into my show and tell. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope it inspires you to check out some of the movies I recommended, or just kind of learn and read more about movies in general.
Well, folks, I managed to steal someone from the crowd. It is Net's mother, Angeli. Give it up for the C9 mom here. Now, we were talking a bit earlier. You live in Las Vegas, and you're visiting here. This is your second time visiting here. What is it like coming out here for your son's matches?
Oh my gosh, it is so different from when we watch at home. We always have like watch parties with our family. Right now I'm sitting here, I am so nervous. I just want to like, scream and cry. But yeah, these guys, I am so proud of them just for even making it to playoffs. And I'm just so grateful to C9 for giving Net a chance. So this is wonderful.
Well, now we've seen Net kind of popping off, like shouting, saying like, "This is us," etc. Is that always been him? Has he always been kind of just like this, like kind of loud, boisterous, kind of like hype man?
Oh yes. He played like lacrosse and football in college, so he's a big sports guy. So he was always like their like team guy, and he's doing that here. So
he is asleep? Question mark. I don't think he knows this is happening. What do you think he's doing right now?
I know. Net, your mom's here. Wake up. Yeah.
What do you were talking earlier? You think he's like maybe thinking or like meditating?
I think he's praying. Yeah, his grandma's up in heaven watching him and so proud of him, and he's praying to her right now and saying, "Grandma, just bring us over that finish line." Yeah.
What is? Oh, that's very sweet. But when we have, sorry, I heard someone clapping. When we have, an arena with all of these Cloud9 fans. You said you watch at home with your family members, but what is it like being with the fans who come here for your son?
Oh my God, I love you guys so much. Thank you. Although there's a lot of Sentinels fans out here, but we're big fans of Zekken too. So let's go.
And one last question, or I have another question for you about, Net becoming a pro esports player. What was that conversation like? Did he come home one day and was like, Mom, I have a job? How did that go?
Oh my God. This kid could have done anything. He could have been in like the orchestra. He could have played lacrosse in college, and he chose Valorant. So it's like, I was like, whatever makes you happy, kid, but let's go. Yeah.
Now, one last question. When he sees this and he realizes he has missed everything, and he's like gotten lower, guys, by the way, what would you like to leave a message for him? What would you like to say?
Kid, I am so proud of you, and just keep doing you, and I love you so much, and you got all of us behind you, your whole family. So let's get this. Let's close this out, C9.
Let's close this out, C9.
Thank you so much.
At least we know that the noise-canceling headphones work pretty well, as we do have Net's mom that was trying to wake him up, but unfortunately he still has to sit back and relax and wait until we could continue on in this match. Unfortunately, we're trying to get the fix going through, but it might take a little bit more. But I do love, at least for the fact that you do have somebody that has been played a lot of college sports, going into some very competitive games. We mentioned basketball and lacrosse, but now going and choose Valorant, for me, as a dad, kind of like it. Supporting my kid to try to see what he wants to do in the future. I mean, if he wants to do esports, that's good competition, right? There's teamwork, communication, strats. You got to be disciplined to play your games. But so far, it's been a very good match. Sentinels currently in the lead 4-0 versus Cloud9 in this second map. A lot of stuff to be done here for C9 to try to rally back and to push this into a third map. That said, for those who's joining us right now, the state of the game is still Sentinels with Zekin at the top. And with that said, though, looks like we still have to wait a bit before we could fix things forward. So let's check out Cloud9's Mitch and Oxy and how they could read the competition, but can they read each other? We put the duo to the test.
Hey guys, it's Mitch from Cloud9 here with Oxy, and today we're going to be playing Where's the Lie?
First one, my favorite animal is a lion.
Keep going.
My hidden talent is pogo sticking.
Pogo sticking.
Third one, I've owned koi fish.
Alright, so how long have you been pogo sticking for?
Not very long.
Yeah.
I've only done it for a couple of years. But...
How much was it? Like, what if I want to get into it? Like,
it's very niche, very niche thing. So honestly, you would have to buy a pogo stick first.
Yeah. No. How much is a pogo stick?
How much is it? Honestly, I have no clue. One of my family members got it for me.
Yeah. Why do you like lions so much? What's your favorite lion? You don't know?
I have no clue. I won't lie. My favorite animal is a lion.
Okay. And koi fish. What? How old were you when you had koi fish?
I'd maybe like 11, 10.
Okay. All right. No, I like that. That was truthful. That was good. The lion and the pogo stick is where the lie is, honestly. I'm gonna say the pogo sticking is the lie.
Yeah, that's pogo sticking.
That's crazy.
That's
Wait,
such a like.
pogo sticking.
That's such a random.
I used to play competitive frisbee golf.
Frisbee golf.
Frisbee golf. You know, with the buckets and the chains.
Oh yeah.
Okay. I have a cat named after a Harry Potter character, and I have a degree in cybersecurity.
So tell me more about this disco whatever golf thing. Huh?
Frisbee golf.
Frisbee golf.
Yeah, disc golf.
Disc golf.
Yeah. So I got into it in high school, and I played like a lot with my friends, and you know, like 10th grade, 11th grade.
Where would you play?
In Florida.
In Florida.
Yeah. Tampa.
Where do they have a course at? Inside? Is it like?
No, it's an outside.
Outside?
Yeah, it's like yards. It's like a an actual like golf, like, you know.
Okay. So tell me what your cat's name is.
Haggard.
Haggard.
Yep.
Haggard.
Yep.
Haggard, huh?
Yeah, Haggard.
Wow, why did you name it that?
He's a big, like, black, long-haired cat.
Okay. It's cybersecurity, huh?
Yeah, cybersecurity.
I think I already know what it is.
All right.
Why is is Haggard?
Nope.
Is it Haggard?
No. I never played frisbee golf.
Oh, this liar. Are we serious?
Yeah, I actually do have a cat named Haggard.
Oh my
Bro, I thought I told you.
No, I know you had a cat.
Yeah.
And then I was like, cybersecurity, I didn't know you had that.
Yeah.
But I was like, the first one, that's why I was asking so many questions.
Yeah. That's it for us. We're able to spot the lie. Thanks for watching.
क्या कर रहा हूँ मुझे भी नहीं मालूम. Bro, the fuck is happening? My finger is not in control of mine. 200 भाई 214 is so भाई average, so average. Try again.
Are they saving? They gotta go. 2 TFs to 1, but they're going straight into Bang, and he's putting them down. Make or break on Haven, and Oxy's already found the opening kill. He's just sending it. Oxy, no one's watching him.
Hey, this is Net from C9, and this is my show and tell. The whole bass is essentially a string instrument. It's the biggest one possible in an orchestra, and there's a very few amount of them, and their whole job is to just keep the pace and stay nice and steady so the whole orchestra can play together. And I would say it's, funnily enough, my job is similar to that on this team, that I just make sure that everyone's feeling good and we're always playing together. I got into double bass originally because my mom wanted me to play an instrument in middle school, and I was like very opposed to it at first, but eventually I was like, I want to try the coolest one, and then I ended up just liking it, and honestly it wasn't too great, but I got to perform at Disneyland and we got to play all the songs, and I also got to play at various concerts around the country, so it was a lot of fun. I hope you guys had fun learning about me and the double bass, and I hope to see you guys next time. Thank you.
There's a time limit on how long we can shoot.
Yeah, everything is out the window.
Sean, your dad has had enough. You see him? Where is he? Is he getting?
He's
out of
here.
here.
He's about to come on stage.
Bro, he's out of here,
my
bro.
God.
Dad, I need some help. Fix this for me.
Carlos.
Hey.
We just got baited so hard.
Now that's good news.
That is good news. But
That's good
dang.
news. That's fine. That's fine. It's better to have the game ready than us
It
filming.
all worked out. We'll just stay here for a sec. We'll wait.
I think that'll work. All right. What do they have now? Saw Emmy using all the strategies. I'm sure Kaplan is probably squeezing Hubert right now, the ever-living life out of it. And I think we're about to go in, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to have the play button pressed. And we are now back on to Pearl. Sentinels still 4-0. I'm sure C9 wishes that had changed, but it is not going to. That is a heck of a lead so far. Remember, those ultimates are ready. We're just coming out of a C9 timeout.
Who's next? So the game plan has to be there. Immediate dimensional drift coming out from Zekin. We're not playing forward as we're trying to see if C9 was going to use that strategy, but it's Oxy trying to dodge. He's gonna get spotted though, but dimensional drift.
And
short battle and Oxy wins.
No way, Oxy's so ready for it. He says, yeah, I've done that a bunch of times myself. Zep is able to trade one back, and now Sentinels falling left and right. Oxy's not stopped by the vines, but the Steel Garden is gonna take away the arsenal. It's left up to the classics. zellsis is gonna come firing through. They know they need to reposition and get themselves to safety, and it looks like he's turning tail to head to the other site and calls for John Cutie to follow.
That was so good by Oxy to kick things off. Staying alive towards that back and dropping Zekin was everything to allow C9 to come back within this game. Look at him avoid all of that utility that was thrown towards that back of the site and still runs through zellsis' Razer vines to get a pick. But now we go into the mid-round. John Cutie's still alive. He's calling for the pivot. The silent stop and go back into this B site. And C9 gave that up. There's an opportunity now, especially John Cutie and he salvos up to maybe turn it back in the heads, back in the lead for Sentinel.
And the way this played out, C9 could string a few rounds together if this goes clean. Ultimates for Vic coming up. Oxy coming up in one pip. You see Mitch already has his, so much to be used here. And now they'll close in his 3. Dimensional drift actually comes out right away for Zeppa.
They're avoiding all of it. Right now, letting himself getting spotted on the top is huge here for zellsis. But they rate the push towards the street.
Quick flick on the 25 HP. Oxy's gonna get a third one for the round. Put Bladestorm online and give that over. Yeah, they're gonna wait. Grab that, give it over to somebody who needs it like Vic. And they'll get another one online too. So Cloud9, after what was their timeout and a bit of extended time, they do get it around in their favor. And Oxy's operator is gonna be online.
That was 2 big ults being utilized by C9 as well, though, to salvage this round. Thankfully, on net in terms of the information he's able to grab with the neural theft. But look at that push. Not afraid of losing HP.
Well, smart. You got to play exactly how your opponent expects you not to. And Oxy playing inside his opponent's head there to know what they were thinking and get those forward pushes. Stuff you love to see, and he's finally turning online here at the beginning of the map.
Ults are still available that are pretty good for Cloud9. The Hunter's here for Mitch. Sentinel's not opting to go for any orb control at the beginning, as you do have Nerid being 1 away from the Nightfall and Bang from the Cosmic Divine.
Easy. They have the 2-2 pinch on this from Street and over towards lobby or A main control already here. So Sentinels is doing some good work to get themselves in between and possibly behind the defense.
And they're just stomping through to break that trip, so they have that confidence, knowing again that C9 likes to play towards the extremities because of these trips, informational trips being set up here by net. So look at the chaos that they actually create now. How much space is being given out? They have to watch their backs. Now they lose full control of middle, which gives a chance here for Sentinels to really try to smother any type of stack that's happening towards Cloud9. And they're about to pinch towards the A site where maybe Zeppa has a TP out, and that's going to leave Vic alone.
Vic's ready to be seen, but just one. He tried to take it out before it got all the way to Oxy, so they can still throw a bit of a fake into this. Almost a lineup there. Zeppa's able to come back and trade out the damage, though. Very low health, and he goes down to the hands of Narrate. As Mitch from just on the other side is able to tag in some damage. 3v3 as Sentinels try to hunker down in A.
Mitch size full util as well. Starts with the recon to get a ping.
Oh, that little duck after he hit the shot. Oxy's going to come flying through with the Blade Storms. They do find it's John Cutie in A main. And it's a main fragger in Oxy. He's going to go ahead and get another one for the team. And Mitch gets that defuse.
Looks like C9 is able to refocus. Coming back here from this pause. And they've been looking pretty clean and on point, especially Oxy at the helm of this. Remember, we mentioned he was fairly quiet on that first map, but is having crucial kills going into the second map. A double kill yet on the previous one, 3 into this round, or 2 rather.
Nice, guys, let's go, baby!
Yeah. And while feeling enabled there, Oxy, he's going forward knowing the team will have him. Like, nobody can trade those angles, but they can trade the chaos that Oxy creates there. So very much behind each other on those plays where he's flying through and up over top.
It's a very passive camera all the way towards the bottom of the streets. It spots 3 players and Sentinels. They want to pivot very quickly on a split towards this B site. There are 2 good trips being set up by Net, so he's going to try to utilize here any smokes that's being thrown on the attack to go for kill trips.
Smokes everywhere. Zeppa tries to peek out of one, but gets taken down by the Stinger. That means it's Sen trying to work fast here with a few of those low buys around the bigger weapons. Oh, a Vine kill onto Mitch. Nicely placed by zellsis. Still have control of the site, and this is getting a little awkward. His Net can grab one, but it looks like Sentinels come through hard enough to make this round theirs.
Fortunately, Oxy couldn't get that pick onto Narrate. Gets the wall bank down to about 50 HP. Of course, he's got a regen shield with the HP remaining, but man, that was looking pretty close here for C9 to be able to get some success out of those trip kills. But lots of utility coming through for Sentinels on the execution towards that site. The Razer vines, the salvos, they couldn't really find good positions to play around the smokes to try to get those picks, and it was Sentinels all over in this current round to open up this B site.
Bro, नींद आ रही है यार. Come on, अब कितने tech pauses लोगे यार.
For the retake. Now trying to play aggressively in these corners towards that right side, or the right side here of this B site.
I was this
saying
close,
is speed is the name of the game now. If you know Oxy has that, Oxy has that operator, or are you just trying to get behind and in front or close to it really fast? So Oxy's kind of deleted on those long-range, hard angle shots. See, he had to save the operator that time as Sentinels just fly into B. And it looks like they love covering this side of the map, at least to start here.
And a small change, again, because we just talked about how Sentinels likes to be fairly aggressive. W push down towards Arc to try to break trips. Now they're going to try to leverage Oxy with the operator, trying to get a pick towards middle.
That's such a scary spot. They can flood into Art so fast, but he does have the help there from Mitch. A little bit of a street fight here going on. That's going to win that one. Does he have assistance from the team as they start going back and forth in the alley? Narrate trades it back here as they slowly move down and start to execute on B.
Unfortunately, he can hold it well enough here towards the street to funnel him back towards the up of Oxy. So Sentinels now could creep up and split towards his B site. Hesitating a little bit here, just trying to find the information where the players of C9 are.
They avoid this Armageddon, which is nice, but they can't avoid Bang. Another one through. John Cutie's going to be able to get the trade, and they swing in. Mostly through streets and that few from long still. Even if the op was there, it looks like they can circumvent it with their pathing. Oh dear. Mitch, a little bit of a hot foot, has to move out of that situation here. The operator very close to going down in this situation. Economy is still there for another buy come in. No, it's not for C9. They need to come up big on this round. Oxy switches out. Sentinel's trying to hold it near ring 1. zellsis versus Oxy now. Possibility of getting half, but he's going to go for the fight, and it's going to be zellsis again in the clutch moment.
zellsis, so many 1v1s he's closing out in this series. From Ascent over the Pearl.
Bhai, zellsis is
C9
being
almost
crazy
converting
as fuck.
Amanda's advantage on a retake.
Oh.
So nice on the positioning from zellsis. The patience that he comes across. Doesn't want to push
zellsis
forward.
bhi
Even
khada
if
ho
the
gaya.
spikes being tapped. He knows he has 7 seconds at least, or 6 seconds at least to work with before the 7-second defuse comes through.
Oh, and this buy.
Staying cool.
They are looking for loans on this one. Reaching out. We got Bulldogs. Did have a stinger. Operator, Phantom. C9 needs to be able to back each other up on this one so they don't all fall to the wayside. That was a very big win for Sentinels to make it a 4-round gap. And already into already messing with this utility. They are making C9 sweat on these rounds. C9 doesn't really get to play the round the way they want right away.
Such good calls coming out from John Cutie.
Jeez.
Punishing everywhere. Oxy's trying to get some leverage out of this operator. Util to push him away right into the crosshair of another. Yeah, it looks like they have to take fights everywhere across the map here for Cloud9, so you're just, you have no choice but to move around and stick in those players that has no util to help them with, so they're leaning towards an ace-line stack.
And if this is a spike down for Sentinels, they're reading that they can get all the fights they want before they even have to take the site, as C9 is kind of in a position where they're hungry. They want to be first, so they're putting themselves in these dangerous one-and-dones, and they're always traded by Sentinels.
Sentinels are very good at playing
Unfortunate that
their
he didn't get a double
trades.
kill after net. Got fully flashed by the double swing towards the B site. And Sentinels, every time they finish towards B, so far in these executions, they're always up on the 4 versus 2, 3 versus 2.
That's a great point. When's the last time we really saw them go A? When they did, they got crossfired by C9.
Not only that, but C9 can't really find a way to really stop this early push or the mid-rounding from Sentinels working from this mid-control that they have back into the B site. It doesn't even matter if C9's trying to rotate Net's utility towards this B site. They're just thwarting down any type of setups that Cloud9's currently doing.
Defeated.
They who are so good on the defensive side of Ascent has trouble finding solutions here on the map of Pearl.
And now 7-2 here, as Sentinels are looking quite unstoppable on their selection of Pearl.
Come on,
we
10
know why
to
they
10
pick
to
it.
hona
They
chahiye,
look
10
clean.
to
Their defense and attack side are clean. And already, bang, lighten up this round to get the operator off the map.
I found him!
I have died, and he is right here. Okay, so this becomes the C9. Keep inching in when we can in that economy. Look at all the regen shields just to have shields and get in this round.
Signature buys for Cloud9.
Yeah.
Kill trip towards the front of the site. You have trips as well towards the A side, so they're trying to leverage net here to anchor as much as he could.
Turn
They can
into
shoot him.
it. Attacks from A main as well on multiple fronts here. They're trying to figure out what they can look at and what is actually the problem. And second is the only one in here, and he's already getting a ton of information for the team before the take.
Got hit by the tripper recon, didn't get wallbanged.
Yeah, he's been close. Mitch, health going up a little bit there.
Oh, they know the flank.
They're looking. It has reset. Narrate turns away at just the last moment, though, and this could be the line for Oxy to get the first shot on. He misses. Zekken's able to take down Zeppa in sight. Oh, it's just too much. C9 are overwhelmed. They move forward too quick and really are kind of deleting C9's opportunities back into the site before
Let's
they get
go.
there.
Just looking at the macro out
Let's
for
go,
Sentinels on
Sen.
the attack side.
Let's go, Sen.
The
Let's
condition
go,
that they
Sen.
have, always working towards middle, pushing Oxio in, and suddenly, in the previous round, working towards the extremities, and C9 weren't ready for that one when the dimensional drift came through, noticing they were playing anchored within the site, trying to play around kill trips once again.
And that was what, like 3 conditioned rounds towards B?
Exactly.
And then they finally go A.
Now you're seeing Sentinels it's a similar storyline as Ascent. Just back and forth we went, even if Sentinels won the bonus.
Excuse me.
Cloud9 found ways to like catch up for a bit into a 4-2 scoreline, but then it could potentially now be a 9-3, 10-2 half for Sentinels going into the second half. But thankfully, Zeppa, gets the first blood with the Sheriff buy that C9 has, and a bounce back from Moxie.
Okay.
Clean shots.
Bro, these inhuman
this is what it
aimers.
takes right now for Cloud9. The low buys trying to get under the skin of Sentinels here. I mean, you're not going to get this every round, so they better use the advantage they have coming out of this one immediately. Still We've seen the 2v4, and it's not even guns for C9 this time.
Crosshair placement could be good again.
Last player standing.
Can Vic finish it off? Bang goes for another one, an ace on the board, all by himself here. Zeppa and Net are left. Has to deal with the flashes. And the uplink shows exactly where he is.
That's huge, though. Not getting spammed after the hat came through, and he survives. Now he can play around the map.
He's got
Keep
one
C9
star.
guessing.
That's it, pulling them in.
At least weapons got picked up now. 2 rifles on the side of C9.
Bang. Bang! No! Bang with the Red Bull clutch! Another I Power ace and another one from Sentinels in this series. Remember to keep hitting up the iBuyPower socials at iBuyPower. Hashtag unlock your ace and get those gift cards and goodies. $100 of each in merchandise. My God, these guys are delivering the game and to the fans today.
Sentinels fans definitely are getting some goodies so far from highlight reels coming out from these players across the board. Mentioning clutches out from zellsis, aces on this first map or second map from Zekin first, then now on to Bang.
Yeah.
Nary doesn't even have a chance to play the game. Everybody's just getting his kills. But now 9-2 scoreline, last one of the half. Op is back in the hands of Oxy, and again, still trying to find an answer for Cloud9. Back into the double duelist, trying to play some sort of high-low. Back towards Art, trying to stop the push here from Sentinels, who are staying all the way back towards spawn in the very beginning.
Man, I don't know what it is. Whoever C9 is playing, they got that playoff plot armor, man. These rounds, it look like C9 will come back. Some other aura just stops it from happening. And now, Sentinels, like you said, look like they grabbed the 10-2. Especially after they identified the op. They've been able to move around Oxy so well in these games so far. And not really allow him that pop-off moment.
Well, they already used Narrate to throw some Prowlers towards the A side first, then going for the ping into the B side. So Sentinels looks like they really want to try to hit this first and leverage here. Narrate on the backstab if they can.
9-2 हो चुका है, तो ये easy है.
All right, Steel Garden pushes just out of sight. Armageddon actually takes the right side of Steel Garden that's available, and where they might be able to exit. Oh my God, Bang just going for the full drive-by. Zeppa's gonna punish that. Zeppa's gonna punish that. The 3K coming in, the spike is down, and it looks like we'll get a repeat of Ascent, a 9-3 first half, unless we see the world from Narrate.
We want to Narrate to get some action, but there's no time left to pick up Spike to plant. Zeppa goes nuclear in the last round of the half to salvage the round for Cloud9 and to bring it back to the 9-3 potential curse. And see if C9 can bring this back here in the second half, but Men was then aggressive coming out. They pulled the rotate over towards the B side. They gamble correctly here for C9 to just over-rotate and win those fights.
History repeats itself for that first half score line, but can C9 write a different
don't
ending
give
and
a
bring us
half
to a
time.
map 3? We'll find out after the break.
But it's already a break. You are taking him. Bye. ये लोग इतने breaks क्यों ले रहे हैं?
Sentinels move to the defensive side with 9 rounds to their name. This was big on Ascent because Sentinels was also able to take that second half pistol round and basically close the door on Cloud9. It is super important that C9 can score this pistol round if they want to stay in.
And it hasn't been looking good on the side of Cloud9. when they had such a good defensive start against Furia. It was basically 11-1 on their defense to close it out on a 13-1, but now no answers at all with whatever Sentinels are throwing round after round. And even when they did, you have one player just stepping up to the plate in Zekken and Bang, pulling up bases.
Let's see if Kaplan has pulled it out of the guys when they're going for the end of the game, that they don't let up any. Did they go for that finish? Did they find the win that he was talking about between games, where they felt like they'd won already and they let off the pedal? C9 will definitely take advantage if they get the chance. We'll see their first strat poking a little bit towards the B side of the map.
Yeah, already Zeppa's down to low HP. And at the very beginning, we're just trying to see if zellsis has anything set up towards this B site.
Oh, fuck.
Unfortunately, it's being set up here towards A. The triple push coming out here from Sentinels 2. So right now for C9, they feel like they have an open site and it's easy, but they have a pinch on both ends here. If C9 doesn't flip the map to work back towards the spawn, they might be in for a rude awakening.
Yeah, I like this. How many teams are confident enough to push through that spawn ramp? So they're going to have everybody in sight now coming from the back, and they're going up the street side. They know they need to push. C9 beautifully getting aggressive here, but Sentinels are ready on the deep defense.
But Vic able to get those kills, and he does have a star to work with. That's going to be huge, at least to delay the start, allowing Net to get the pick.
Huge kill from Nat. They're going to try to get hit on the spike. Zekken takes one down. Vic is there. Bang, trying to figure out which side he can get on to get the perfect shot. It's not going to be a repeat from last half. Cloud9 get the pistol and start off strong enough to keep it going.
And that was a gamble coming out from Cloud9. The trip being activated towards that flank from Net. When you saw that Zekken crossed over, they said, okay, well, let's just try to push towards the street instead of towards the spawn. They still had a 3 versus 2 towards the street to win over the fights here for Cloud9, and that's what they needed there. It pays off for them to push out towards the street. They rated perfectly towards the end. And they have a chance to fight back. 2 rifles, one in the hand of Oxy and one in the hands of Mitch. Grouped up together once again.
Yeah. They'll definitely have to protect these rifles. A full stack for Sentinels, predicting towards B, so this should be a nice round for C9 here. If they can find any of the extra kills, get them on Oxy. I wonder if they give him a stinger to go, or sorry, it's already on Zeppa rather.
Yeah.
Zeppa to go farm and get some more orbs here once they get the spike planted.
One enemy remaining.
Still nice control. Oh my god, they salvoed each other. Amazing. They know there's no point waiting for spike. No map to jump off. So bring in the salvos.
And not even a chance here to give a plant down. I'm sure somebody just hit the tab. They're like, okay, somebody picked up an orb. That means they're gonna move towards the A site, and then you just salvo each other. I think that's very smart. Okay, we got our 3rd player with an ace. Unlock your ace, I guess.
What if you get an ace from all 5 on a team? The ace. Oh my god, the roster ace.
But again, still a smart call here from John Cutie. You don't even allow the extra 300 credits to go across the board for C9 on top of that. No orbs to be picked up on a plant. So you're trying to play at least not necessarily the long game. You're trying to shut it down now, not give a chance here for C9 to snowball the economy round after round.
Zekken's got a great line on B. This focus towards mid and towards A becomes that much more serious here for Sentinels, and Cloud9 is now forced to walk through this gauntlet of defense that's staring right at their position. Oh, crosshairs broken, but zellsis still finds Oxy on top of the box. They slowly move into this one. They still have Zeppa coming around the outside of this to play a little trickery in the late part of the round. But I think C9 are a little bit in the middle now, and not just on the map.
Down. On the drone spotted 2. Here comes a repinch back from Bang.
Oof. Traded. A little 1-for-1. Mitch with the swing, but actually Vic was looking the other way. They did not have that timed out. Oh, almost reads it. The 6th sense comes up.
Trades are perfect.
It's Vic's chance. 26 seconds left. Not a lot of time on the clock, so it's going to be a pressure plant once he does get there, but he chooses correctly.
Yeah.
Guardian Angel's watching out for him.
And he knows he has to hurry up. A couple of seconds ago, maybe 10 seconds ago, salvos are being used by John Cutie, so he knows he has to move in for a plant right away. If not, John Cutie gets in range, stops the plant, and they win off time. Now still with 4 stars to work with on the side of Vic. Salvo's back up on the side of John Cutie. Zekin has drone with the decoy. And you're going to play the good old Pearl map. Long range all the way up towards the top of the B side. 2 stars being set down by Vic. And the more that you're walking down here for Sentinels, the more chances Vic has to be able to win this round.
Here's the util. Brought in. Actually just takes him off. I thought it might have gotten it for a second. Oh, he hides it. Oh, down to 6 HP. He gets him through the wall.
No time.
John Cutie. Not enough time. They checked that he was back hall, and it's a Red Bull clutch coming in for Vic. A huge play there from the controller.
And that was a key grab wall being thrown out by Vic. You were so close to getting it to halfway.
Jeez.
But to get him right off the defuse at that point, you have to go back for a full 7-second stick, so somebody has to stay onto that spike.
Is that a joke? Is that a joke?
He almost got punished though, because his target selection wasn't going to be on the one that was.
Yeah.
It was on the one that was diffusing. So if somebody was looking back up on the top instead of looking towards the back of the site, and that could have been a different story. But thankfully, though, he was able to escape narrowly at 6 HP remaining. And you mentioned it. Kaplan during the interview with Liz was mentioning on that first map, well, we had a good lead. We can't let up. We can't let them come back. So with that clutch, I mean, they've been flawless so far in the second half with 3 rounds in a row. And as soon as you have, flawless for C9 for 3 rounds in a row.
Right.
You want to make sure here for Sentinel's side that doesn't continue to snowball up.
There was so much more in the Sentinels' arsenal in these previous rounds. Zekin ult after ult, able to throw in a lot more power to these situations that they aren't getting here in the first 3 rounds, and we're seeing how much it's stunting them a little bit. The Sentinels, that is, to get those rounds necessary here to catapult them to a game point again so quickly. So only 3 rounds away, and a low buy here for Sen means it should be another one rolling over in the favor of C9, and they bring it that much closer. They pressure that much more, and here have a chance to snuff out a timeout from the side of Sentinels, from what Kaplan had to tell the team.
Right now it's a stack towards this B site for Sentinels with a hero rifle on Zekin. Star is being utilized to try to help out John Cutie to make C9 think that they have a big stack towards. They have flashed through the swing. It's good for Sentinels, but that pivots everybody else here for Cloud9 towards this A site.
They're going in quick. Smokes go down just for a bit of that back pressure. Oh, the team's able to use these smokes so well too. Oh, Reddit on it. Oh, on the clone. Almost got the kill still, though. Oxy's able to help clean that one up on the double swing. The plants come through, and a bit of shock dart damage still lingers on the members of Sentinels from the beginning of the round in Mitch.
2 rifles picked up, though. They could fight towards the back of the site.
Whoa, still jumping. Use my body, he says. Can't pick up the kill still. Even trying to give the teammate help on the jump out there. zellsis and Bang here, not long for this world, is C9 doing a great job of controlling the game when they know they have it, keeping it locked down and keeping the trades coming. Another round for C9 here as they close that gap.
You still definitely see here that Sentinels are laser beaming their opponents in this eco in that previous round of Cloud9. Hero rifle that was purchased by Zekin still got some value. They dropped 3 weapons on a set of Cloud9 with it. Now that's 4 unanswered rounds for Cloud9 on the second half. Dimensional Drift available for Zeppa, and might be one of those plays again. Try to sell this fake towards the A site TP right away to see if there's going to be any aggression from Sentinels up on the top of the pillar.
We moved away from any operator game that these teams have been thinking they can put into the mix.
Look back, he saw him.
Ooh, it's about moving fast and faster with these dimensional drifts. Already towards the backside, Zeppa's looking to create space. He's just toying with these members of Sentinels right now, causing them to back up out of sight as they get the last bits of info that they can.
It's good that he was able to look back on the top of that dimensional drift here for Zeppa, because remember, it was a long time ago, but on the attack side, it was missed at the entrance. Here's our fight. Attempt to retake for Sentinels.
That feels a little bit awkward. You commit to one wall, and there's just going to be another in your face. Who's going to play the side-to-side better? And it's Sentinels for now. 3v4. C9 looking to pick up a few more kills. John Cutie in a swing towards the backside. A beautiful kill there in the teamwork that they have set up, and they are not allowing C9 that much ground. Mitch, however, from street. Oh, he throws the Armageddon, but he's pushing. Mitch is always pushing, and he takes down John Cutie. Another round for Cloud9.
Mitch once again stepping up, a 1v1. And you thank the stars of John Cutie that he ran out of bullets in his rifles because he only had a classic to fight back against Mitch, who allows himself to get the pick with the wall bang towards the end. Down to 21 HP. That was so close there. Some good values, good run with that.
Whoa. Net is feeling it right now, my man. Holy moly. We'll hear from Nat, but we usually don't see him standing up out of his seat. Cloud9 is feeling it, that silly.
Sen fans right now in the arena don't want C9 to tie up this game. Cloud9 looking for early information on the top of this B. Long. That allows here for Zeppa to start moving up, trying to find where the wall could be set up, and they realize it here. It's actually down towards the street. This is actually a good position here for Cloud9 because they have some great forward position. Zeppa's already in the front of the B long. They could start pitching out towards the street, so I love that we're trying to fight back towards the street, but Oxy could get two here.
Oh my gosh. The crosshair placement doesn't even allow the Sentinels player to get a full swing out from their position. And that's both down for street. A 9-9 round looking like we're going to get here out of this. And something happened out of that last Cloud9 timeout that just lit a fuse for them.
Yeah. It almost felt for Sentinels. They were counting too much on the Vice wall from zellsis that they thought that Cloud9 maybe was baiting that wall instead, and it would have some time. As they snuck around here for Cloud9, they hit around that corner, right at the middle of the street. And it just caught some players off guard and made it easy here for Cloud9 to tie up this game. And the economy is not the best now for Sentinels. They have to go for hero rifles in the next round if they could save these two weapons, if not a full eco once again for the defensive side.
And they were trying to push Guardians into this round too from the side of Sentinels, so you already saw them trying to squeak in the money there just to make sure they could keep it off of Tide. But that will not be the case. C9 are going to keep quite a few alive on this one. The 3K for Oxy as he brings up the Blade Storm. Mitch has the Hunter's Fury, and Vic will end narrate to make it 9-9 now. Incredible stuff from C9. I think it's just the moments they're pushing forward. Like you mentioned, this spot from Oxy, they're not expecting people to be that far up. They're not expecting C9 to just be taking this space so willy-nilly, but they are doing it aggressively.
See that shot?
Yeah, they're feeling it. Now timeout for Sentinels.
Yeah, Kaplan's trying to have the conversation here with the team. We just talked about the economy situation for the defensive side, losing those two weapons at the A orb. They have to go for some sort of a eco. You'll see once we get into the server, just maybe a stinger for some, shares maybe for others, but overall here on the side of Cloud9, they've been doing a great job working around the map on the attack, just like Sentinels did before, but getting much better success out of it with now 6 rounds in a row on their side. Sentinels probably has to find a way to maybe be way more aggressive than they have been in the past, just not only having Zekin alone walking up on the top of these B ramps and TPing away, because the space when you TP out is the space regained by Cloud9. And when they're usually so good with this composition for flood retakes, they just lose. Just similarly to Cloud9, a lot of players in the process once Cloud9 gets the plant down.
And we will have a quick tech pause out of here. Oh, I think we will be back with that tech pause quite quick as we see Oxy returning to his seat nice and fast. We appreciate the speed. Thank you for not tripping and falling. And we'll get right back into the action. And yeah, we have the timeout that did just go through. And Kaplan, like you said, feels like they need to sort something out here. That low buy has to go against quite a few ultimates. What can they craft? What can they do to stop C9? I love the fact that you pointed out what they were using the zellsis wall, right? Because we talk about this, it's not that zellsis should pick Cypher, but we were talking about how Net used the Cypher cam plus multiple trips to not have to just rely on the one thing, and it does seem like that one thing, the wall, is being slightly exploited here. So crowd, which capsule? Which one are you picking, left or right? Which capsule do we want? So Sen said, well, yeah, there's a Tarek. There's a Tarek, all right. What do we got?
Which one do you want?
Which one?
Left, right? Oh, it's with the head.
Sentinels. Okay.
It would be funny if.
I was gonna say. All right.
If we had a Sentinels fan choose a C9 Classic. No. Okay,
no. Oh yeah. Stage mirror is the thing.
Exactly.
Oh no!
See, we have to choose the ones that don't have the jerseys.
Yeah,
that's a Sentinels hoodie. That has to be a Sentinels Classic right there, right?
On. Find the Thunder Sticks from C9.
I thought we were half and half. Oh, what?
Oh, wait. No,
there we go.
Okay,
it's mirrored. I was gonna I thought it was half and half for C9 and Sentinels fans.
What do we got?
Hell
okay. Yeah, we started to pick it back up for C9 fans.
What is this now? 4-2?
Like something.
Oh,
that's easy.
5-2.
Yeah. Hank Hubert on that vote.
Chat, what's been your headshot accuracy now supporting your favorite team's Classic?
Yeah, chat, which one are you supporting? What's good? Oh. Cotton 4K.
Dude,
they practice. They know already.
Rob Moore,
Never
good
confused.
job. Good job having zellsis shield the Sentinels bundle.
Yeah. Oh.
There we go. Okay, so we got a double C9 in that one. Okay.
Got it. Oh. C9 all day. There you go. They're there. We're finding them. Oh, of course. Oh, wait. No.
Mrs. Net, please.
Sabotage by Net's mom. Of course. Tarek mentioned.
Now I was starting getting red right away. I mean, I feel like if the camera's on me, I probably would.
I would
not
whiff
be
it.
able-
I would
yeah.
whiff it the first time out of excitement. I'd be like, oh yeah, of course. Or I just put both hands up.
I was
and then
gonna
take
say
one
I'd probably
down,
win because I
right?
usually would point both. I purchased like what 24 classics from last year. Now my kid can't eat.
Oh. But the teams are eating good.
Yeah, true.
Teams are eating good. Oh no. Okay, yeah. You like put the Tarek down faster. It's like C9. Sen. All these Sen voters.
At least while we continue forward with our fans here voting for the best classic.
Yeah.
Cloud9 once again, they're showing here that they do have a lot of grit.
Yeah, Sen may be winning this, but Cloud9 is winning Pearl right now.
Yeah, exactly.
They're
and
coming back.
They have an opportunity to trade maps against each other as well. First map Ascent picked by Cloud9.
Yeah, we're gonna go team map beat, right?
Yeah.
We beat your map, you beat our map, and then
they'll have to go to Icebox.
And it's gonna go quadruple. It's gonna be better than the Foot BBL game.
If anything, there was a little bit of trouble for Sentinels on map. Like the series that they lost for the first time, or the only series they lost in Split 1 was actually against Group. And one of those maps was actually on the map of Icebox. And what does Cloud9 usually bring out on this map? Double controller. They played the Harbor, they played the Viper on top of that.
Harbor Viper,
Exactly.
yeah.
So it's been a pain point for Sentinels when they had to play against Crew for that one. But I feel personally when I was watching that game, it was not necessarily in terms of the macro, but the micro. They weren't really together for these team fights when they're scaling back towards the map. We're definitely seeing it at least so far in this series.
Yeah. So
it definitely could be a different story if this goes into a third map. But speaking about that, before we get into the third map, the second map has to finish. And we get a chance now to move back in. Thank you once again, chat, for your patience. And now back here after the timeout from Kaplan. Only the Stinger small armor from Narrate being purchased, while the rest here of the team are on Sheriffs. zellsis with a classic, working together, trying to push up towards middle for control. And Zekin might get punished, though, as he's trying to move up here towards the orb.
All 5 here? They're not even leaving anything towards Art, which is actually a pretty good selection because they'd be running into a whole swath of people. But yeah, this is a very cautious round. I love that both teams have that inkling that something's going to be going down. And they play accordingly in the death ball. Sen may have a little bit of an upper hand here. 2 of those Sheriffs are rotating around slowly, as long as Net didn't check that camera.
He hasn't been checking his camera. This is an opportunity now for Sentinels or even for
There
C9.
it is.
There you go. Okay,
Hello.
now that's information.
And they all start moving forward. They say, okay, no point in going back. We saw one. There could be way more with the confidence of that push. And they're going to slam site knowing that they have numbers. A lot of concuss going down on the backside. Give it a quick shake and you'll be reset here now in the eyes of Mitch as the Hunter's Fury burns across A site. The pings go through. The VIP protection is there. Get down, Mr. President, says Oxy. They protect Vic on the plant. zellsis and Ere both fall to the wayside now. And now it's just the Sheriffs to do work as they are found at the end of Mitch's Phantom.
I'm back. Even use Dimensional Drift. Although tapping the spike, dropping some players would be kind of good here for Sentinels. But it definitely does feel, oh, that it should be a C9 round.
Yeah, this is going to be a very tough pincer.
Hold on.
Wait. They let the 1v1s happen, and it's going to be too much. It's going to be bang.
Come on.
Pushing forward.
Of
going
course.
for the defuse. Half from Zekin. They time it correctly. The gun delivery is there too. Everything. And the kitchen sink for Sentinels to pick up that round coming out of the timeout.
How the heck did that happen for Sentinels to turn that around back in their favor?
I think at the last point they had everybody, they feel like the site was safe, so everybody left the site. And there was no one to play off of, there's no contact, everybody's setting up util all at the wrong moment, leaving that window for Sentinels.
There was a window of opportunity at the very beginning when Sentinels were actually closing that gap and closing into C9. And when the camera saw so much though, that should have been like, okay, we know exactly where we're at. We should maybe flip the map over towards Art, and they did. But somehow the shots are landing better here for Sentinels in this series. We now finally are able to salvage a round in the second half, get the first run on the defensive side. Off a Thrifty to build the economy. This might have been the swing round that they needed. Timeout was supposed to be for this round here for Sentinels to pick it up.
Yeah, they make the Sheriffs work somehow. Huge style. Now pushing towards the site. We saw Oxy just towards A main trying to get through the window in Art, but they decide to go right through Art with 3, a 4th coming. And it's only going to be Vic on the outside. Sentinels is very ready for this defense with 3 already there.
They're just trying to delay here so that zellsis can rotate across. If there's going to be a second wave pushing in by C9, you have the ult from zellsis for them to flood back within.
Waiting for a peek, waiting for any type of push, but they're not getting an inch from Sentinels. They may have a bit of a route here from street around the corner, but look at this, already set up by zellsis. They've left the util there, the guard was towards A.
He's going to try to ult to delay this so that Zek can get his value towards the back of the site.
Spike still going down. They're trying to plant it within the firefight here. Zeppa able to get one. Mitch coming flying out of there. Gets taken down by zellsis. Oxy's playing the forward motion. He's trying to stop him before they can get to the site here, and it's going to be tough as 4 very healthy members of Sentinels are about to break down the door into B site. All the members of C9 are here. They're not trying to go down long. They're trying to fight it as soon as it happens on the doorstep.
And salvos are back up. Here comes the flood from Sentinels.
Oh, Oxy just between swapping weapons out of the Blade Storm is not going to be enough for him. John Cutie answers as well, and they're going to be able to pin down Vic for that final hit. And the defuse coming through for Sentinels.
Huge game plan for Sentinels off that timeout. It's just to have zellsis run back and forth to get that ult ready to just help out on that second wave push from Cloud9. Great delays coming through. They had to use both of their ults, though, at least to try to win the round for Sentinels, but you'll definitely take it. Swinging 2 rounds in a row on the defensive side. But what a push coming out as well. Zekin did die at the very beginning, but zellsis was there to support, to delay, to give a chance here for Sentinels to just recoup and flood back. And Nimi is not happy with the results out of that one, especially when they had great pulse plan positioning.
Yeah, they're going to get a timeout out of that. Amy pushing that button right away. And this was, C9 did have a few rounds to their name, if we remember. 6 in a row coming into this half, so they've got some money built up. Not a problem there. This one, however, will be pretty tough and get towards resetting their money. They may have one more broken buy, and that's, after this, going to be game point for Sen. So huge rifle round here coming in as Imi calls the timeout. No ultimates online right now for Cloud9, and they're pretty far from the big ones. So this is going to be all about util, all about structuring the round and getting themselves into the site with teamwork.
That is definitely the silver lining for Cloud9. 6 rounds in a row. They still have Akon to work with, but we just talked about what was going to be the pivotal round for Sentinels. That Thrifty that he got in round number 19. C9 wins it, loses this round. You mentioned a broken economy, but that would also put Sentinels at series point.
For sure.
And now out of this timeout, C9 looks like they want to pivot here towards the A side, but these double stars being set down in the very beginning by Sentinels will not allow for you to really get early orb control, even being denied, as John Cutie picks that up. And that could have been huge there for Zeppa to start, as he's been a win condition here for Cloud9 to at least get good information if he's able to get this dimensional drift.
Crossfires are a little scary. Yeah, Sen starts to back off just a little bit with how far Zekin is up on the other side of the map. They know one of these sites can get hit very hard, so playing the one and dones for Sen is super scary. They are all anchored in sight now on that A side.
And you see how they're playing a lot more passively for Sentinels this time around, with the exception of Zekin. They've been really good playing on the extremities of the map. The salvos from John Cuter are very good to delay.
Yeah.
But also, within the last few rounds, they've had the opportunity to play to their strength in terms of a team to play the Flood retakes. And Sentinels has been faltering, trying to defend the pulse plant.
Straight into sight. Not much util to go with it. Just the default stuff. A flash, a smoke, a dash. And it's not enough to throw Sentinels for a loop here. Oxy does find himself a weapon and pretty healthy to boot.
And he gets the Armageddon with that kill too. Beautiful haunt being thrown by Narrate. Now the win con here trying to survive. It's probably not going to happen. Now you're pushing him out once again off another plant. Zellsis is lurking through.
Oh, Zellsis. Oh, gets one, gets a second on that transfer, and he's able to hold it down to keep the Phantom screaming. And this is going to be one of the toughest rounds Vic has faced, and John Cutie will be right there to sit him down. Match and series point for Sentinels.
Because we looked at Cloud9 with the amount of times that they were playing on their attack side, but also investing into half shields often, being one of the key prominent teams that also plays with a lot of regen shields, they're actually able to muster up potentially a last stand. Another rifle round coming out, Guardian in the hand of Net.
A push every single round. He's done it every round. They just get to figure it out this time.
But C9 hasn't been pushing towards this B at the top, so they never understood that Zekin was pushing up, and Zekin's everywhere once again.
Zekin wants to clean up this final round already. 2 to his name. They're running away from him towards his team.
Into the fights, util.
Bang. Look how safe he's playing, too. Even knowing they have such an upper hand, you're not going to take the fights that could get you to go down. Zellsis falls, but there's still so much here for Sen to use to take control of this round. And now the 2v4 from Cloud9 side. Can they produce the same result their opponents did previous in the series?
You definitely want these two players alive here to try to win it for Cloud9, and they do so.
Vic, full health, regened up, and they know where he is for a moment. Peeks to Zekin. Zekin's got it! The 3K, the finalizer!
What
and
I told
Sentinels
you.
will take down Cloud9 in 2 maps.
Come on.
A dominant performance by Cloud9 on Ascent and also on Pro. Well, they had to fight a bit for that second half, but they still managed to pull this through and push Cloud9 to the lower brackets, where now Sentinels still has another chance, another victory that they need to play against G2 to try to qualify to Toronto. But at least in this series, Zekin was such a treat to watch.
That was incredible stuff. We set up the 2 high-octane players of Oxy and Zekin in there. Zekin came out on fire. Really supported from the team behind him. The rest of the squad shooting hot as well. We got the aces in here coming in from Sentinels today. They were on a different level, and when they needed to adapt, Kaplan stepped in, gave him some words of wisdom, and the adaptation was there.
Yeah, and for sure. And when you're looking also at the performances, we've hyped up and saw the clutches coming through from players like Zellsis, for example, but the aces that came out from Bang as well. But Nary, on an agent like the Fate, he doesn't have an opportunity to play as aggressive as he does on a solo on different maps.
He's setting you up.
Exactly. 16 assists that he has on that map, on Pearl, being a key component, valuable for Sentinels to be able to get so many good wall bangs, prevent C9 from getting those plants in the final moments of the second half, and to allow here Sentinels to continue to move forward in the upper brackets of the playoffs of the VCT Americas.
And G2 definitely be looking at this one because they played well. As for Cloud9, they head down to the lower bracket to face Evil Geniuses and
thanks for
those
watching the
playoff
stream.
woes, man. Will they be able to shake it? They still played well and they're showing that sparkle
Like,
of
share,
hope
subscribe
light at the end
kar
of the tunnel,
dena.
but
Next
the
stream pe
adaptation,
bye bye.
as they had 6-round lead,
yes.
it seems like it can flip so quick, and that should not be able to happen.